Um, so a couple of quick announcements here. We are going to get started on time. So we got about 25 minutes, I think, before we get going. But just a couple of quick housekeeping notes. So the resolutions committee, just want to let everyone know that you got less than an hour. 10 a.m. is the deadline to hand in your resolutions over here at the front by the tables over here off to the right-hand side of the stage. Resolutions committee, 10 a.m. They need them because it's we're going to be jumping fairly quickly into resolutions. There's, I think, 2 or 3 portfolio reports left, and we're going to be jumping into resolutions fairly shortly after that. As we know, Sunday timing is everything. So we want to make sure that folks can get all the information, do our business, and also, get home on time, because there's a lot of prizes upstairs as well. So a couple other quick announcements. If you're local, it's got an event going on, come and talk to me, and then I'll try to let everybody know what's going on. October 27th is the Portage Gala. Now, if you have ever been to the Portage Gala, it had to go on hiatus for a couple of years because of COVID. It is a fantastic time. They've got dinner and they've got entertainment. And if you know Portage, there's some of the best Métis talent anywhere in the homeland. And I not just saying that because it's our local here in our Southwest region. It's true. You know, when you've got folks like Johnny Dietrich and Gary Lapine, it just all gets better after that. So go see Portage. I think Portage is, where are you guys? Over here on the side. So on the right-hand side near the front, Portage has tickets for the gala and for the dinner. Just want to announce as well that Turtle Mountain is doing a couple of fundraisers, and one of them features yours truly. So I made this announcement. I'm not sure when we made this announcement. At the EGA. We did it at the regional assembly in Brandon. Anybody here knows what a polar plunge is? Yeah. So last year, Turtle Mountain had a poker derby on New Year's Eve. It went really well, and we of course encourage you to enter the poker derby. Turtle Mountains is some great place to drive a sled. And then on New Year's Day, they had a fishing derby, and we had folks coming from all around the area. But if you're into fishing, you want to come out there, win some prizes. On New Year's Day, during the fishing derby, we're going to do a polar plunge. And I stupidly volunteered to be the person to get pushed into the ice cold water at Lake Medigosh. Now, if you want to see me stay in there longer, then you need to go to see Chris Lafort. He's right up at the front over here on the right-hand side. He's got pledge forms, and the more that you pledge, I'm practicing right now. I'm going into the bathtub with ice water, and I'm just trying to get acclimated. I told them they have to put a rope on me because I don't want to slide out from underneath. And I also told them I want a defibrillator there, so if my heart stops, they can bring me back to life. Seriously. And I also told him he needs to buy life insurance with all the money he's raising here. But it'll be a fun time, and it is always, as always, Turtle Mountain does some amazing work with their youth, and the money's going towards youth projects. Toulon is having an old-time Métis dance, and we've got Jason Lapine, who's going to be playing there. The United Thunder are going to be dancing, and the Métis Spirit Band. Looks like we got, who's all in the band there? Is that Scott, Jason, Lionel, and I'm not sure who the other fella is, but it should be a good time there. These old-time dances are a lot of fun. And the last thing I want to say before I'll let you go back and visit here is, and it sounds like I'm pushing housing a lot, but I just want to let everybody know that housing the booth upstairs, we got a very special guest coming today. She's going to be there all day. She is a Team Canada hockey player. She's won gold medals, world championships. Jocelyn Larocque is going to be upstairs signing autographs, taking pictures. Her plane lands around 9:30, so she should be here around 10:30. Stay for the reports, but if you do have time to go up and see Jocelyn, I'm sure you get a big kick out of it. And we also are going to have one of her jerseys she's going to sign, and that's going to be one of our booth prizes upstairs. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in another 15, 20 minutes. We're gonna get started. Yes, I have. Oh, right on. Excellent. Thank you so much. 40 bucks? Okay. Okay, thanks. I don't know what's going on with these sashes. They're getting smaller and smaller. Thank you, St. Norbert. I really appreciate it. I forgot my sash at the hotel this morning. My name is Will Goodon, and I am your chair today. Some of you thought I was going to say my name is Will Goodon and I'm an alcoholic, which is true, but I have stopped drinking, and I do have a higher power. So what I would like to do is get things kicked off. We're in the third day of one of the most amazing Métis celebrations and assemblies that's ever taken place in our history. I swear to God, that's true. Probably not since the days of the buffalo hunt have we seen this kind of activity, energy, optimism as we move forward. And of course, our president is responsible for much of that. I want to give a big shout out to Lydia and Mark for the work they did yesterday. So please give them a round of applause. And you did exactly what I told you to do, is be nice to her and mean to him. I want you to keep doing that. So we're going to get started right away. And we're going to jump right into the mining report from Minister Peranto and Associate Minister Dorian. So without further ado, I want you to put your hands together and give a great big warm welcome to Ministers Peranto and Dorian. Oh, okay. No, you want to do it? Okay, sorry, we have one other thing that we're going to do here just beforehand. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I know people didn't have a chance to go to church this morning because you're here. So can you please rise and we'll say the Lord's Prayer, please. Lydia, you'll lead us.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is thy kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Sorry, Mark, I apologize twice. The resolutions committee, remember that at 10 o'clock that closes. So if you've got some resolution that you want to have considered by the assembly, you've got a half hour to do it. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. I heard last night was quite the festivities. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Minister Vincent Mark Peranto, along with my Associate Minister, Minister Dorian.
One quick second here. First time today. That wasn't very long. You all making me come up here and ask you to be quiet. So again, we're all friends and family, and we love visiting. But there's absolutely places to go near the back, outside, upstairs, downstairs, anywhere but here to visit. So please, lots of folks want to hear the reports, especially this one. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Will. Okay, jumping right into it. Mining and resource development projects play a variety of roles in the lives of our citizens, with many of our northern citizens residing in areas where mining has been primarily an economic driver and a source of employment for many years. The benefits of economic development have allowed for a sense of self-resilience and financial stability for many of our Red River Métis families. However, the mining industry has also led to many negative impacts on our environment, which have affected the health and well-being of our citizens. The Red River Métis were left out of the Manitoba First Nations Mineral Development Protocol, and as a result, provincial officials and the project proponents were not proactively notifying or reaching out to the MMF. Your Métis government continues to pressure Manitoba to develop a Red River Métis specific mineral development protocol to ensure meaningful and appropriate engagement and consultation through all phases of the mineral development projects. Mining operations propose unique opportunities and challenges. The mining portfolio is focused on ensuring our citizens are properly engaged and consulted on all mineral exploration and development projects. Some of the most recent mining files include the Menego Nickel Project, Flying Nickel Mine, Vivian Silica Sand Project, Silo Silica, the Lynn Lake Gold Mine, Almost Gold Incorporated, the Potash and Argy Development Corporation of Manitoba, PADCOM. Mineral exploration projects include T2 Minerals and Sheridan Exploration, Kenora Land Minerals, and Snow Lake Lithium. Orphaned and abandoned mine site in Sheridan, Manitoba. The MMF continues to pressure the province to undertake most extensive monitoring of the water, sediment, and the soil in the surrounding area. The draining of Camp Lake, which has an orange discoloration due to the increased iron content, leads to the staining of citizens' boats and is raising immense concern around the impacts of local tourism, in Sheridan. As myself, I was in Sheridan a couple of years ago, and that lake it's really needs to be looked after. The MMF is continuing to do our own monitoring in the area, and will also continue to work towards a solution that involves a commitment on the part of the federal and the provincial authorities to appropriate, mitigate the impacts of the work that has been done to date. Like I said, I was there, and it wasn't just on the boats. You see it on ducks swimming around. There's orange discoloration. We're really pushing them to really take proactive push on everything that's going on in Sheridan. That's everything I have for you today. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank the staff for all the hard work they've been doing. And I hope everybody has a great day and good luck on all the draws. And I'll be available for autographs off to the side if you still need them on your card. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Excellent. I'm not used to ministers actually listening again to the time allotments that they're having here. But thank you very much. Any questions for our minister and associate ministers? Do we have one in the back? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your name and your local and your region.
My name is Deanne Holmes from the Southeast region. Just to make everybody aware, I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with this, but it's concerning the CO sands and the Vivian sands. I've been to consultations, many meetings since 2019. I sat on municipal council and listened to all the promises. And until I started going to the meetings about CO sands and the concerns of the Métis people and the concerns of the Eastern Manitoba people, the concerns are about the aquifer. Please familiarize yourself with what the aquifer and the size of it. It almost consumes half of the Eastern Manitoba, going into the south in the States, North Dakota. It's very dangerous mining, as far as I've been, educated with. They're pushing out the sand with water, and they're creating the voids, trying to refill it with water. They have 24 years to do this. In that 24 years, they've made no promises to the safety of the people in the area or the water that may become contaminated if the shale is disturbed and the two waters in the aquifer mix. So if you want to look up a good article. Norwell and the mustard family is a good example of what they're looking at. It also is concerning about the hunting grounds in those areas, as the wells, I've heard 9,000 of them, may affect the wildlife, the insects, and that's what we are as the Métis people, is the keepers of the land. I'd like to know what our government, our Métis government, is doing to support the Eastern region in this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Letters have gone out to Canada as well as Manitoba, and we are really concerned about that. Like you said, that affects a lot of people. So we're trying to work with Manitoba to ensure that all your concerns are addressed and taken care of.
Question mark? Because I didn't think Will could see me way back here.
But I can definitely hear you, Ron. So your name and your local?
All right, Ron Burwash, Flin Flon local, Paw region. Anyway, just a question mark. I just wondered about, because I saw the cyanide pouring into Kississing Lake there, and I just wondered if we're the only ones concerned or if we're getting any concern from the Manitoba government.
We're like coming from the north myself. I live in that area. So it's really concerning, not just to me, but to our government. We're really pushing hard. We're doing our own monitoring. We've been testing the waters and everything. And we're really pushing for Manitoba to actually step up more to the plate and help us with Sheridan, because it is really concerning, because it affects my livelihood too, and a lot of my families and friends up in the north, and it's everybody up in the north. So it's really concerning to us, and we're monitoring it as we speak, and hopefully we can have more answers to come to you really soon.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I just wanted to see if we're the only ones concerned. So
Well,
hopefully you can push the government to
we're
start
pushing
doing something
Manitoba
there.
hard on Sheridan, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I know President Chartrand visited that location last year and was appalled at what was happening there. I think I've got a question over here and then in the back, those two. So please go ahead.
Shirley Langan, the Winnipeg region, Seven Oaks local. I stand in support of the previous speakers because this topic is of utmost importance. It affects our livelihood. It affects everything. So can this assembly have reassurance that you will report back at the next assembly on if anything has been accomplished on this topic? Thank you.
By next assembly, definitely we will. Like we got a new premier, Wob Canoe, awesome guy. We're really hoping we can work a lot closer with our upcoming government, and we'll definitely have a lot more answers for the next assembly.
Thank you very much. We have one here, and then there's also a question that was posed to Minister Park, which we're going to address after we hear from the gentleman at the back there.
Jerry Carrier, Richard Local, Southeast Region. I too live in the silica sand area that they're planning on mining. This ill-conceived and untested method of removing sand from outside underneath the very ground that we live on, and not only has the potential of affecting a huge amount of our water, with nothing to hold the upper shale and aquitard in place. There's a huge risk of the land actually sinking because there's nothing underneath to support it. Now, I've attended all of the, or as many as I could, CEC meetings, and I understand the Clean Environment Commission has put a lot of restrictions against the this proposal for extraction. However, the CEC has very little influence on the minister granting Silicon a license. SIO seems to have done an end run on pretty much everything that the Métis Federation has put forth, not granting them any status to comment on this. Given that they've done an end run on everything that has been thrown at them, what would be our next steps if the minister doesn't decide to grant them a license for this untested extraction?
Your Manitoba Métis government, we're pushing hard with Manitoba. We're trying to work with them. If they do get a license, we're looking to possibly work with them. We're like, all your concerns have been brought forward, and we're still pushing concerns diligently. Like, it's really concerning. I got family that live out in that area, and it's they're not Métis themselves, but they're worried about it themselves. So it's definitely come across our plate, and we're really working hard to make sure everything is done right and proper, and make sure, yeah, everything's safe for the mining and extraction and everything else. And we're really pushing to work with the proponent also.
In your opinion, all due respect, Minister, is there any anything that we can do as citizens, not only through the MMF, but as people living on that land to force the issue that the CEC recommendations are followed?
The CEC's recommendations went to the ministers. Our recommendations went to the minister. So we've been pushing the minister diligently, and we're going to keep pushing the minister to make sure all our concerns are met and dealt with.
Thank you, Minister.
Welcome.
Plus, I'm certain that with the new government, and as Premier-elect Wab Kinew said yesterday, there will be a new cabinet sworn in on Wednesday. One of the first things that Minister Pronto is likely going to do is, first of all, send a letter of congratulations, and secondly, send a letter saying we need to talk about a lot of these issues, including this one. So the question from yesterday was, no, the question from Friday to Minister Park was about mining in the north, specifically around Seymourville. And he suggested that you, Minister, would be the appropriate one to reflect on that question. And then I see one more question over here, and then I'm going to look for a motion to accept the report.
Okay, with Seymour, our letters went out to Canada and to the Minister of Manitoba. And once again, our concerns are, we're really pushing our concerns with the minister to work together with the proponent and with a mine and make sure, once again, everything is safe for us to continue there.
Thank you, Minister. We have one question here, and then, as I said, we'll look for a
Mine's not a question. I was just gonna motion to accept the presentation as read.
And your name is?
Oh, sorry. Candace Mercier, Thompson Region, Thompson Local.
Right. Okay. We did have one to accept in Toronto. So if it's okay, Candace, you could be the seconder. So Toronto wants to move to accept. I'm not sure. We have someone waiting in Toronto.
Yes, you do. Tenshi, my name is Beverly Poitras McEwen, and I'd like to make a motion to accept the report. And I'd also like to thank, on behalf of my fellow cousins here in Toronto, like to thank MMF for sponsoring our ability to join in your annual meeting. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toronto. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any questions to that motion? Question's been called. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, please raise your hands. Abstentions? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, ministers. So I decided to go a little bit away from duck jokes today. Instead, I'm going to tell some goose jokes. So 3 geese walk into a bar. They should have ducked. Yeah, you can tell I liked that one. It gives me a great honor, a great pleasure to welcome our next presenter, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, Sean Nault. As we know, veterans are so important to us, elders at large, and of course our veterans who served our country, served our nation, and continue to do so today. Let's please help welcome Minister Sean Nault.
Morning, everybody. You do have to admit that that goose joke was better than the duck jokes, although he snuck a duck in there. That one actually got some laughs. My name is Sean Nault, as Will already mentioned. I am honored to serve as a minister responsible for Red River Métis veterans as a veteran myself. Red River Métis Veterans Department was established to recognize, honor, and to the incredible contributions and sacrifices made by our Métis veterans and your loved ones. As you know, it's a family at home that holds down the fort when the veteran is away. Métis veterans have been routinely denied equal treatment to their non-Métis counterparts for decades. Our department is committed to improving the quality, quantity of cultural appropriate support for our veterans, their families, and their caregivers to ensure that access to services they need with the dignity and respect they always deserved. We are currently developing programs with these values at the forefront. We will take every step to make sure our department is accessible to all veterans and loved ones. To ensure Métis veterans are recognized, honored, and compensated for the poor treatment they faced upon return from serving from World War II, the MMF entered into a service delivery agreement with the Métis National Council to administer the Métis Veterans Legacy Program, otherwise known as MVLP for short. In 2022, the MMF entrusted the MVLP Red River Métis Veterans Department to guarantee that the program is administered with efficiency, accountability, and respect. Our strategic planning happened this past February. Myself, our dedicated department staff, and our working group of veterans, who are also cabinet ministers, sat down to discuss our department's plan to deliver our commitments to support our Red River Métis veterans. Guided by the advice and experience of our veterans, we identified the short and long-term goals to meet the department's mission of improving support for our Métis veteran citizens through a community-focused approach. Our veterans have a wide variety of needs, which is why the Red River Métis Veterans Department will collaborate with all MMF departments and affiliates to provide wraparound services to ensure that every veteran is treated with dignity and respect, and make sure that no veteran ever falls through the cracks, which is currently something many of our Métis veterans have experienced upon seeking help. It's not only World War II veterans that we are discussing here. We're talking about modern day veterans as well, and even current serving that we can offer services to. Last year, our department conducted a survey with the goal of understanding our veterans' needs and what areas of support they require the most. 575 Red River Métis citizens completed this survey, which has helped us identify the main challenges Métis veterans are facing and prioritize our action plans to address their needs. Mental health, financial assistance, memorial costs, and housing were the top 4 concerns raised by our citizens at the March 2022 AGA. And at the 13 Beyond Borders consultation sessions between June and September of 2022. These top concerns will guide our efforts towards improving the quality of life for Métis veterans across the homeland. On November 8th of 2022, our newly formed Red River Métis Veterans Department hosted its first public event to honor the contributions and sacrifices of our Métis veterans with an Indigenous Veterans Day ceremony, which was held at the Royal Aviation Museum of Western Canada. Over 200 people gathered to honor our Métis veterans on this important day, which began by a Royal Canadian Air Force flyby and a color party march led by Alexina Nault, a Red River Métis youth piper who currently is serving with the Queen's Own Cameron Highlanders of Canada. The event featured special dignitaries, special dignitaries and guest speakers, including Colonel Grebstad, who is a high-ranking Red River Métis military official, who spoke on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces. I am pleased to share the following video produced by Kizik Productions highlighting last year's ceremony.
The Indigenous Veterans Day Remembrance Ceremony was the first public event hosted by the newly formed Red River Métis Veterans Department of the Manitoba Métis Federation. It was held at the Royal Aviation Museum of Western Canada on November 8th, 2022. Over 200 people gathered in the heart of the homeland to honor our Red River Métis veterans on this important day. This ceremony began with a Royal Canadian Air Force flyby and a color party march led by Alexina Nault, a Red River Métis youth piper, a current Canadian Armed Forces service member with the Queen's Own Cameron Highlanders of Canada. The event featured the Red River Métis Veterans Department Minister Sean Nault, notable dignitaries and guest speakers, including Colonel Grebstad, a high-ranking Red River Métis military official who spoke on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces. Our veterans and members of the public who attended the event held it in very high regard. The Red River Métis Veterans Department is dedicated to honoring our heroes and preserving their legacies, not only on Indigenous Veterans Day and Remembrance Day, but all year round.
It's extremely important for us to get together today and remember the veterans because they're the ones who gave up their life. They left the home, their families, in order to serve their country and their people, in order to protect us and serve our interests abroad. It also gives us representation to others across the country because outside of the prairies, not a lot of people know who the Métis are. And so it's good to join with the rest of Canada and stand proud with your sash saying, we are here, and actually educate. There's a lot of people that actually told me, I thought the Métis were wiped out at Batoche. And no, we were not wiped out at Batoche. We are still here. We're living. Let me show you. And that's why it's really important for us to remember our veterans and promote us moving forward.
I'm so proud of our president, David Chartrand, for the work that he's done for the past 20 years to ensure that the Métis veterans of World War II got their say, got their settlement to what they did in terms of Dieppe and Normandy and the battles that came on in World War II. Everybody knows that when they came back home after World War II, they were given nothing by our Canadian government, where other Indigenous cultures did, the First Nations, the Inuit, but the Métis were forgotten. And the president never forgot that. I'm happy to see that they're finally getting their due for what they did for our country.
It is very humbling and a pleasure and honor to be the minister responsible for Red River Métis veterans, being a veteran myself, and knowing what our service members and other veterans have gone through. So being in this position is near and dear to my heart. I would like the people to know that we are still searching for World War II veterans to bring all Métis veterans back home into our fold. We want to be able to have a list where we can say, hey, we're going to get together, have a dinner, have just even a cup of coffee, be able to support each other and talk. Thank you. As you know, veterans don't talk to their family, but they will talk to each other about different things. I'm very excited to announce that the Red River Métis Veterans Department is hosting the second annual Indigenous Veterans Day ceremony in partnership with the St. Laurent Legion. Our department is committed to supporting legions to preserve and maintain the services and communities that they foster for our veterans. The ceremony will be held on November 8th, 2023 at the Royal Canadian Legion in St. Laurent, Manitoba, branch number 250, which is the only Métis Legion in Canada. So if you live anywhere in the area, we encourage you to become a member of this Legion to keep this Métis Legion alive and going. Please see our booth in the trade show for more information. We hope to see you up there. Canadian Armed Forces recruitment is another thing that we're also passionate about. We have always been patriotic and are willing to serve our country. Over the next year, the Red River Métis Veterans Department, alongside with other MMF departments and affiliates, will be working to increase career opportunities for Red River Métis citizens by forming a partnership with the Canadian Armed Forces. If you go upstairs and check out our booth, you'll see that the Canadian Armed Forces recruitment booth is right beside us. This partnership will also help us provide for active service members of the CAF so that we can extend the supports we offer to current and past service members. We will also be focusing on connecting extracurricular and employment opportunities for our Métis youth, including cadets program across the homeland. We also have a Red River Métis Veterans Database. One of the most exciting projects we're working on is this Red River Métis Veterans Database, which was created with the goal of identifying the number of Red River Métis veterans and active service members that have served throughout the Canadian military history. The database will serve many purposes, namely to further our research dedicated to identifying the needs of our veterans and their families to determine how we can best apply our practices on how we can best meet their diverse needs. By having a central location to document our veteran services information, photos, stories, and other information. We can fill in the gaps of the Red River Métis history while also creating an archive that can be accessed for future community-based research and commemorative projects to honor our Red River Métis veterans. We are excited to establish long-lasting collaborative relationships with all our veterans, active service members, and their families as we continue working with this great project. If you know a Métis veteran or you would like to learn more about the database, our staff are hosting a booth upstairs to collect names of the Red River Métis veterans and answer any questions that you may have. We also have the Métis Veterans Legacy Program, as I stated earlier, and in accordance with a written agreement between the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Métis National Council, the MMF acts as the service delivery agent for the Métis National Council and is responsible for performing services related to the delivery of the Métis Veterans Legacy Program. The MVLP has worked hard to recognize World War II Métis veterans for their pre- and post-war experiences through recognition payments to surviving members and their families. Though this time-sensitive phase of the MVLP's work is ongoing, the MVLP is ramping up to support the commemoration projects. The programs honor the legacy of the Métis veterans for their sacrifices and contribution by promoting public awareness to ensure that their experiences are remembered forever. The recognition payment program was created to honor the World War II Métis veterans who did not receive equal supports, resources, or benefits that were promised to them when they enlisted to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, which were routinely given to their non-Métis veterans counterparts. The MVLP recognizes the experiences of Métis veterans by trying to do right by them and their families for their service to our country. The sacrifices and contributions that Métis veterans made to defend Canada remain largely unknown. The commemoration program invites Métis and non-Métis individuals or organizations to propose projects that will honor, respect, and preserve the legacies of our Métis veterans across Canada to promote awareness of their contributions among the Métis Nation and the Canadian public. Eligible projects include memorials, monuments, ceremonies, and events, research papers, art installations, scholarships, literature, and other Métis veteran-focused initiatives. If you're interested in either of these programs, please visit the MVLP website at métisveterans.ca. The Red River Métis Veterans Department will continue to preserve the legacy of Métis veterans and is dedicated to improving the lives of our Métis veterans and heroes by connecting them and their loved ones with the supports they need to thrive. Merci.
Awesome. Thanks, Sean. I'm sorry. Thanks, Minister Nault. Sorry, this is Willer. You guys met him last night. He's coming up here. So any questions for Minister Nault? I am seeing one over here.
It's a question and also a possible initiative. The legions are becoming smaller. They're dwindling. It's really sad because they had once flourished. Extended family members never forget to go, and they all have stories. So I was wondering, and I'm only thinking out loud, if the MMF would be willing to put together some sort of initiative so that we can bring those legions alive, so that that legacy is no longer lost. I am very 100% certain that our citizens will fully support that. Thank you.
That's a very good question and also information that you are sharing with us. I can tell you with all honesty that is part of my mandate is to make the legions flourish once again, which is why I mentioned if you're close to a legion, please become a member. I also have one other thing I forgot to mention. If you didn't vote for the President's Pride Award, please vote for Red River Métis Veterans. As you know, veterans have always gotten the short end of the stick, so maybe we can actually get one this time.
Questions here. So I have a question over here and here, but I have one online from Ottawa first. So we're going to go to Ottawa. So just for the record, that last speaker was Shirley Langan, and remind everyone to.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Patrice Carrière. Je suis membre de la région de Winnipeg et du conseil LZR Goulet. So first of all, Mr. No, I would like to thank you for all the programs that you have done on behalf of our Métis veterans, especially the legacy program for our elder veterans, extremely worthwhile. So 36 years ago, I left the homeland when I joined the Canadian Armed Forces and then proceeded to serve 32 years until retiring 4 years ago and then joining the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Like undoubtedly countless other Métis veterans, the reason we left the homeland was because of having joined the armed forces. Some of us are across the country, and then you end up retiring. You find a spouse, you might not have a reason to come back to the homeland, or you're unable to come back to the homeland. So we're as part of the Beyond Borders crowd, and some of us, you know, are far from homeland and services. Now, as a current member of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, I have met veterans that come in front of me every day to present their claims for services they're not satisfied with VAC. My point today is that the clientele that we are seeing today is younger and younger. We have veterans which are, the average career length is now 25 years, 30 years and plus, but we also have a significant number of young veterans who joined, served in Afghanistan and were injured. Last week, I had somebody who was 32 years old. He had joined, he was born after I joined the armed forces, but he was already a 100% disabled veteran. So my question to you, Mr. Minister, is there an outreach program which is being established with VAC or maybe the Canadian Armed Forces to try and identify those Red River Métis veterans who have left the homeland but may not be aware of programs which are available to it? And if not, is there a plan in the future to do this type of outreach? Merci.
Thank you for that question, sir. And yes, we are partnering with Veterans Affairs Canada to help with the service delivery system. If they contact our Red River Métis veterans at mmf.mb.ca, then we will definitely help guide them to be able to get to the services that they so direly need.
So I see two questions. I can't remember what I said before. I'm going to go here first and then here.
Morning, Alexina Nault, Kinnew Local. My question is, so in your presentation, you had mentioned that you're helping with basically like quality of life and everything for veterans and for serving members, but you did not mention what programs are actually available through the Red River Métis Veterans Department within the MMF. Now, my question is, with the current cost of living and with the different budget cuts that have been happening within the CAF and the Department of National Defense, current serving members, both Reserve and Reg Force, are having an increasingly difficult time making ends meet. Is there a plan to help with housing, cost of food, monetary budgeting for current serving members and for veterans who are specifically Métis?
Another very fantastic question. Everything that we can and do or will be able to offer to our Métis veterans, obviously we could not put into a report for AGA where we could be sitting here talking for a lot longer than we are allotted. And Mr. Goodon here, Minister will be taking me and pulling me to the side with the old cane saying, get off the stage, please. So I would say to contact our Red River Métis Veterans Department, and they can walk you through all the services that we do offer and help guide you to services that we can provide or get you towards.
Thank you, Minister. Great question. And I know there's been some informal discussions between at least our housing department and veterans to talk about housing. It's something that is very obviously a need, including those other things that you brought up there, Alexina. So, you know, a commitment I think that I can make on behalf of both myself and the minister is that we're going to have some more formal discussions and come up with some strategies sooner rather than later. So thanks very much. So I've got two folks here, and then I'm going to call it a day. So I've got one here and one here, and then we're going to look for, actually I have a motion to accept from Vancouver, but we'll let the two folks at the microphones go ahead. Yes, you go first. Yes.
Hi there. My name is Yolanda Gurr. I'm from the Grand Valley Local Southwest Region. Just to let, I don't have a question, but I'd like to, my dad was a World War II veteran. And when the legacy came on, he had already passed away, and we applied and we were told doesn't qualify. It wasn't about the money. It was about acknowledging my dad that he served. Okay. And there was I think it was 2016, I can't remember the date, but again, it wasn't about the money. And I also know another family, their dad was a prisoner of war in World War II, and he died before that time, and they got no recognition. And yet the Veterans Affairs of Canada gave my dad, because he was a veteran, when he passed away, the nice, headrest, or whatever you call it, headstone. Thank you. But just, and I had some hard feelings about that. My dad put his life on the line, even though he didn't go, he had signed up and everything. And yeah, I just want to let you know, like, there's kind of hard feelings for me and my family. Again, it wasn't about the money, like $20,000 for 10 kids. That's not, but it was about that. The acknowledgement was not there. Even if you're not giving the money, just send something to say MMF got your back, and everybody's talking about, oh, we got your back as elders and everything like that. Well, you didn't have my dad's back. And sorry, I just want to let you know that there was some hard feelings, and yeah, maybe I have no control over what happened, but I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
I would like to sincerely apologize that we were not able to recognize your father. But with the service agreement with Canada, when they did the recognition payments and apologies, they set the date of November of 2016 that we could go back to. If it were up to us, we would go and honor all Métis veterans who made the sacrifice. And I think our president wants to speak some more to this.
Thank you very much. I understand your feelings of hurt, stating that your family was not recognized, or your grandpa, dad, whoever, uncle, aunt, on the concept of how the settlement occurred. In fact, the settlement occurred after 20 years of my work and my wife's work, because we never gave up on the idea that we need to settle with World War II veterans. And I sat with hundreds of veterans, hundreds. I cried with hundreds of veterans as they told me their stories, as they cried. And I want to make it very clear to everybody here, there was not one veteran left behind. Because I'll tell you how it worked. In fact, the veterans and their quest for what they wanted was not about a cash settlement. Although we were able to convince Canada to go back to 2016, which we did 3 years back. First Nations went 1 year back. We were able to go 3 years back from the day we signed it. And one of the things that's important, what veterans wanted, what I'm still fighting for right now, because MNC is taking us to court, is that MNC at one time tried to divide the money into everybody, just divide, everybody gets a share across the government offices. And we said that's not what veterans wanted. Veterans wanted, and I spoke to them, wanted to ensure that they never be forgotten again. So what we did, and according to the directions of veterans, is that we put a forever amount of resources that last forever. $20 million is in like a trust. You cannot touch it. You can only take the interest out of it. And there's initiatives now that are happening right across, including the settlements that are here. They'll be having a statue delivered for both, which we don't see often, a woman and a man, both standing in the statue as veterans. And that'll be displayed out in Métis settlements when they decide where they want it. But what we've been able to capture, and which we should be all proud of, and this is what veterans wanted, not David Chartrand. Veterans wanted to make sure that their legacy is never forgotten again. Several things have since occurred. That 20 million sitting in account, as a local, you can apply for it. It earns about $700 to $8 million a year. We can give out every year forever now. So we're fighting with MNC right now because MNC is trying to take that money back and control it. And we're worried about them spending it or using it. The Federation, in fact, continues to fund it every year. We put 15% of our administration charges we charge every program. We give that, we donate back to veterans. And so the program is exceptionally well received everywhere. Anybody can apply for it, including locals, families that are doing something, but you have to have something that always tells the story, reflects about World War II veterans. That's what veterans wanted. So we got that in place, and it's there forever. And I hope I'll fight for it again. If MSC takes it, I got to keep on fighting to protect that $20 million, that it stays there forever. You cannot touch it. Because if that's the case, we'll forget it forever. Another part I want to commend is also the work of the Vice President of Northwest, and of course, including my wife. And they were pushing hard on our gravestone headstones. If you go across any headstone today that we're going back and replenishing them, is the infinity now is on there, our nation flags on their headstone, which we weren't allowed to do before. We convinced Canada to change the way they run. It's part our culture, our story, and now a veteran that passes on today can put in their headstone our MMF flag. So it just shows you that we've got what we want. So if you feel your family was left out, I'm telling you they weren't. Their legacy will last forever. Now, if you're talking about Korean War or something, that's a different story. This is only about World War II veterans, not any other veteran. So right now we're working with Canada trying to figure out how do we do it in new veterans. We got some people that went to Afghanistan, and we got some other people that are still in the military today. I met two of them upstairs. In fact, I'm very proud of. One used to work for us. She works out of Brandon, and she's one of the military, and I hope you have a chance to go say hello and thank them. And we also have another one, I think, from Saint Laurent. He's a Métis soldier up there. So we still got our veterans today. So just please don't ever think that your parent or grandparent or uncle or aunt was ever forgotten. They're going to be remembered forever. If they were World War II veterans, they're going to be remembered forever. As long as we keep that money in that trust where it belongs and an investment, that it'll always be there for anybody to apply to. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question right in front here in the center.
Hi there, my name is Carla Chornaby. I'm from the Toulon local. I just want to mention too as well, my grandfather is also a Métis veteran. You've traveled extensively this past year to Netherlands, Hong Kong, Dieppe, representing the MMF veterans. What have these trips brought back to help the organization?
The Netherlands trip was in recognition of Indigenous veterans. They have a professor over there that has been studying the graves, finding the Indigenous veterans' names, which included Métis, Innu, and First Nations. They haven't identified specifically which one was who, but by looking at the gravestones ourselves, we knew which ones were Métis veterans. And while we were there, we put our Métis flags beside their headstones and gave them our own honor that they bestowed upon them with their sash and the flags there. They are continuing to do this, and we will continue to partner with them to go and recognize all our Métis veterans who are still buried overseas.
Thank you very much. And, you know, on top of what the minister says, and I think he deserves a lot of credit. That, you know, I've been on these, not the veterans ones, but I've been representing our Red River Métis government on other business trips, like the climate change and other housing conferences. And when we have a Minister of Veterans Affairs representing our Red River Métis government, I think it speaks really loudly and clearly that not only are we doing the work here, but we will never forget those who served our country, who served our nation. And when we are in those places, the respect that we get from foreign governments, from our national government, from international organizations speaks volumes. I know because I've been there, and we can make changes, we can advocate, we can do the things that has never been done because we were the forgotten people. So I want to commend the minister, and I'll tell you, when you go to these meetings, you go to these places, it's not a vacation. You're not sightseeing. You're up at 7 o'clock in the morning and you go to bed at 10 o'clock at night because there's things going on. And literally, he is representing us. He's representing our historic nation. And I think it's a very, very positive thing.
Firstly, thank you for the question. Any question should be asked at the assembly. Don't be afraid to ask them. But let me try to share with you some of the importance of us sending our ministers to these gatherings. I remember going down to go and see the museum in Normandy. And, you know, I walked in there and I was with Métis veterans. We raised money, and some of you are the older ones here will remember. All of you lined up and you're putting 50 bucks, 20 bucks, 100 bucks. We raised $100,000 because we were not invited truly by Canada to be part. We could take one person, one veteran. And at that time, many of our veterans are still alive. And this assembly, with the help of fundraising, we raised 100,000. I think we took about 20 veterans with us. And we went there. First Nation, of course, got funded right away by Canada. We didn't. We had to raise our own money. And so our veterans had a chance to go back. Some of them that actually landed in Normandy went back there. And we know the disaster that occurred in Normandy and Dieppe, where thousands of our soldiers were killed in Dieppe and so forth. When you look there, I was there with the Minister of Canada. And there was a big talk in that Indigenous people of Canada are going to be respected. Indigenous people, we're going to thank you for coming out to fight for us. You didn't even know us. You came to fight for our freedom. And I know many of you died, in which many of our people did die. And they're laying in foreign soil today. The reason I came back up to answer is because it touches my heart. I've been fighting this for over 20 years. And so one of the things I saw that put a shed of a teardrop in my eye, along with tears and tears and tears from our veterans, when they said they're going to honor Indigenous people, at the time it was Aboriginal people, now it's Indigenous. But when we walked inside there, this is days, which we went to the graveyards, finding our Métis veterans that have passed, and we prayed in the grave sites. And there's nothing showing their Métis, but we knew by the names. We went finding, and of course, there's thousands of them buried there. And so, you know, two things touched my heart there, and I'll never forget forever. One was this family praying. It wasn't on a Métis grave, but praying in the graves, because nobody tells you if they're Métis or not Métis. This family, I went up to them because I was watching them. They're praying, a wife and two kids. And I said to them, "Oh, you got relatives here?" And I thought they were from Canada. I like talking to people, and I went up to them. He said, "No, we're from here." "Oh, you got family buried here?" He said, "No." He said, "You know, since I was a child, my dad brought me here. My dad brought me here to come and pray and to thank the people that are under this soil that gave us the freedom we now enjoy. Because without them, we would have been the slaves of Nazi, and we would have never had the freedom we enjoy today as a people. So we come every Sunday. As my dad took me every Sunday, I bring my kids here every Sunday and pray for different graves as I walk through. That touched me. I'll never forget that as long as I live. But the part that tells you why our ministers need to be there, and I'll always push my ministers to go out there. They have to go. And I tell you, it's not an easy thing. You got to get up really early in the morning, like 6 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning, get showered ready because the bus is leaving. You've got to be on that bus. There's no waiting for you. But anyways, when I walked into Juno Beach, and our veterans were there, and I was walking with them, proud as I can proudly be, because they're saying they're going to honor our people, the Aboriginal people. And we went with many veteran soldiers. Now we call them veterans, but they were young kids and boys and girls that went out to fight. Will's uncle was only, 17? He lied and got in there, and he was fighting over there, and he was trapped. He was a prisoner of war over there because the parachutes landed too far when they landed in Normandy. But what's important to recognize, we walked in Juno Beach, and let me tell you what our veterans saw, and I saw the tears coming down their eyes. I'll never forget as long as I live. Never. Our veterans cried. Men, proud men, tears, you could see it coming down their eyes. There wasn't one artifact about the Métis in there, nothing, all about First Nation. Not one thing about us. It took me 5 years of fighting with Canada to finally, now there's a Red River card out there, there's a sash in there, and now shows that we were there too, and helping fight for people we did not even know. So that's why it's important that our veterans go and still represent us, wearing their vests, showing we're there, we're here, and we'll speak on behalf of our veterans who represent them. But don't be afraid. I'm not trying to scold you about your question. It's very important you ask questions and know what's going on and know what we're doing to defend our culture and identity, and definitely those that are willing to sacrifice their life for freedom. So this is just the beginners. More work that has to happen out there, more work, because we cannot, just because they're buried in foreign soil and we don't see them, we can never, that doesn't mean we forget them. So we got to continue to go out there and push. And the young generation of veterans today, I'm worried about them. A lot of them come back different people. Ask their wives, ask their family. Some of them come back destroyed in their mind because what they see. And I'll give you, Muriel Parker used to sit on a cabinet. She doesn't come to assemblies anymore. Her son went to Afghanistan. Her son would have been dead right now. He was supposed to be marching in that, where remember when Americans misguided and bombed their own people, our people? The Americans jet made a mistake, thought it was Afghanistan people, and they bombed our soldiers and killed them. He was supposed to be there, and for some reason above, they pulled him out and sent him to a different direction. Or else he would have, Muriel Parker's son would have been dead in Afghanistan. So these veterans that go out there today, they come back broken. We need to keep on working for them, helping them. That's why we got a veterans department at the MMF. We funded MMF. Government Canada doesn't fund it. We fund it because we believe we got to be there for our veterans. So I'll keep on sending our minister everywhere he has to go. He needs to be there. He needs to represent our flag, and he needs to honor our veterans. So thank you very much.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, we thank Canada for funding all of those places where the minister gets to come and represent us. I have one last question in the back, and then I'm going to go to a motion to accept, which is coming from Vancouver.
Hi, I'm from the Interlake local, and I have one question. I have a grandfather who was in the First World War. He signed up voluntarily, and when he came back, he was just an Indian. He never, ever was recognized. He's buried out in Minnewacan graveyard with a headstone his family put together. And the Veterans Affairs have never been involved, nor have the Métis Federation. So I know the program for the World War II vet is great, but what's happening for the World War I's? Because there's lots of old Métis vets laying in graves out in the Interlake who were never recognized. I have my grandfather's, all his documents and his medal from the First World War, and nobody recognizes them even on Remembrance Day. So I'd like to know what the MMF is going to do to try to rectify some of this, because they were in the first Great War, not the last.
Thank you for letting us know that. I would highly encourage you to go up to our Red River Métis Veterans booth, sign up on our database, and let us know who he was and so on and so forth, and then we can try and make this happen. And we will have a commemoration project that has all Red River Métis veterans on it. We are working on that currently, and that will go back right from the original Red River Resistance and before that, Battle of Seven Oaks. Anybody who was our Métis veterans will be recognized.
Thank you.
Very good answer there, because we're not forgetting no one, including World War I veterans. We will never forget none veterans of Afghanistan today. Now we have this outbreak in Israel and in Palestine against the Hamas. There's a lot of innocent people going to die out there, but when you look at it, I don't know if Canada will ever get involved militarily, but we may end up having some soldiers, and I'm not sure if there's going to be any Métis soldiers going overseas to fight there. But the point about World War II veterans, I thank you for that. Please give us the name, because we've been having and searching for every veteran, World War I, World War II, today, making sure there's a headstone. That's why we fought to have because everybody's entitled to a military headstone. That was a promise even Canada made and broke that to the Métis. So what we're trying to do now is make sure we find every veteran. Like I'll give you an example. I was in Sheridan. I'm still fighting for Sheridan. Sheridan actually, their grave, there's nothing. It just got abandoned. I don't know if there's veterans there or not. We're trying to find out. But there's just lumps where all the graves were. And if there's a veteran there, we got to make sure there's a proper headstone on top of that veteran. So if your family World War I fought and they're in Saint Laurent, give us the name. They will have a headstone. Trust me, they will. I'll fight Canada or else we'll do it ourselves. But Canada has an obligation, and it's more bestowed in a sense when their own comrades come out to honor them, because they have a ceremony when they do that. So if you can give us the name, I guarantee you'll be having a headstone, because in anybody that you know a veteran in the graveyard, you're going somewhere and you know that person's a veteran, give us that name, and a headstone will be placed there, a military headstone, to show that he was there fighting for the freedom of not only Canada, but the world. Okay, so give us that name wherever you were. But I'm telling you, this is a big priority for me as a president, and that's why Sean is working hard on this file. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Annette, I have already called, if you have a question to the minister, I'm sure he'd be very willing to come and chat with you off to the side. So I have a motion coming from Vancouver.
Good morning, John Campbell from the Infinity Region, British Columbia. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the report as spoken from the Red River Métis Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? We have a seconder?
Brenda from the Interlake. I second that.
Brenda, sorry.
Zach. Sorry. Brenda Zach.
Brenda Zach from Interlake. And we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstaining? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for our minister. Does some amazing work. He's getting old. He's got his reading glasses there. Good thing I'm not old. Okay, so we have traditional economies coming up next. So it is a big honor to be able to welcome up the Minister of Traditional Economies, Minister Daryl Ferland. Please help me welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to ask this question. Who are we? Yay, I finally got to ask it. Okay, hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Daryl Ferland, your minister responsible for traditional economies. I'm trying to create and restore Red River local economies and improving the financial well-being of Red River Métis citizens. Participating in traditional economic activities is a key action item of my portfolio. What slide are they on there? Okay, slide 2, traditional economies. Within the MMF's Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management Department, the traditional economy portfolio covers all aspects of fish and fish habitat, which targets projects aimed at providing opportunities for Red River Métis citizens to hone their valuable skills in commercial fishing and fish habitat protection and stewardship. Additional to my portfolio also consists of forestry-related files, which includes pursuing sustainable forest and engaging Manitoba on forestry plans that directly affect Red River Métis harvester rights. And also in my portfolio is I'm the minister responsible for Red River Métis Fur Company. That'll be my second part. A few key developments within the portfolio through 2022-2023 include the following. Fish and fish habitat commercial fishing. During the 22-23 fiscal year, the MMF engaged with Red River Métis commercial fishers to collect information regarding concerns, goals, and priorities surrounding the commercial fishing industry. In October 2022, the MMF held a commercial fisheries meeting in St. Laurent to discuss several topics, including quota buybacks, commercial license requirements, freshwater fish marketing corporation, certification of Lake Winnipeg, and barriers to enter the commercial fishing industry. Through the establishment of the Commercial Fishers Net program, the MMF supported over 150 Red River Métis commercial fishers.
My apologies, Minister. We're getting a little bit of volume in the back there. I have some elders who are complaining that they can't hear. And of course, traditional economies is important to all of us here. So again, if we could just keep, I know sometimes it's easy to think that you're just talking quietly at your table, and I am just as guilty, but we can hear you once there's like 40 people doing that. So please keep the volume down. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Okay, I'll read that again. Through the establishment of the Commercial Fisheries Net Program, the MMF has supported over 150 Métis commercial fishers. This program has provided over 2,000 nets to Red River Métis citizens, allowing them to fish winter season with some extra resources. Like fish and fish habitat, fish spawning ground study, and spawning study 2.0. The MMF conducted a walleye spawning ground identification study with the objective to identify and assess walleye spawning grounds in the Camperville and Duck Bay areas of Lake Winnipegosis. Technical level and staff characterize the quality and quantity of walleye spawning habitat and assess areas for wild egg collection. The MMF completed two catch and tag activities in 2021 and 2022, in addition to habitat assessments in various locations throughout Manitoba. 40 walleye, which met the study sizing and age requirements, had a flowway tags and telemetry tags installed. Tags allow for information to be collected on individual fish in their natural environment, tracking their movements through the year. Under the Red River Métis Stewards of the Homeland Program, the MMF created a spawning study 2.0. This study saw the development of underwater camera systems in areas containing suitable wildlife spawning habitat. Fish populations within Lake Winnipegosis water body are integral to the overall quality of the ecosystem and to Red River Métis commercial fishers and harvesters. The data collected through the spawning study 2.0 will be used to assess populations, determine the habitat, if the habitat is sufficient, or if stewardship is required to improve the quality of the ecosystem. Métis knowledge, land use, and occupancy studies. The Energy, Infrastructure, and Resource Management Department is also prioritizing knowledge, land use, and occupancy studies with Red River Métis commercial fishers. These studies help information to design environmental monitoring programs and provide insight to how development projects impact Red River Métis citizens. If you are interested in participating in an interview, please visit our traditional economies booth upstairs. Now we'll go into forestry. Forestry operations trigger continuous consultation, as these products directly impact the rights, claims, and interests of the Red River Métis. The consultation and engagement process allows the MMF to identify impacts to Red River Métis harvesting rights, provide recommendations to forestry proponents, and outline accommodations to mitigate the effects of these operations. The MMF is currently involved in the consultation and engagement process for a number of a 2-year operating plan and a 20-year forest management plans. Consultation on these projects helps to ensure that the impacts are minimized and the opportunities for mitigation and accommodation measures are fully explored. Sungrow Horticulture Peatland Expansion Project. Sungrow's Horticulture's peatland expansion project is located on 60 hectares of crown land in the MMF Southeast region. The MMF hosted a virtual community consultation meeting on May 10th, 2022 to discuss the Environment Act proposal and collect Red River Métis comments, questions and concerns, including recommendations regarding potential mitigation measures. Following the meeting, the MMF submitted a What We Heard report to Manitoba. Several conditions were included in Sungrow's Environment Act license to address Red River Métis recommendations and concerns expressed at the community meeting. That's my report for the first part for fishing and forestry. Now I'll do my Red River Métis Fur Company report, then we can have questions after I'm done that one. Okay, everybody has this in their kit, I believe. The Red River Fur Métis Company, this paper here, along with the application. The Red River Métis Fur Company was established as a community-based fur trading company in Manitoba, Canada, by the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, in 2022. The MMF is a representative democratic government for the Métis Nation in Manitoba, which is a distinct Indigenous people in Canada with a unique culture, language, and history. The Métis people have a long history of fur trading and have traditionally been involved in the fur industry in Manitoba and across Canada. The Red River Métis Fur Company was established to support Métis fur harvesters and traders in Manitoba, providing a market for their furs and hides and offering 25% above global market prices for their product. The company also aims to promote sustainable and ethical fur harvesting practices among its suppliers and to create economic opportunities for Métis communities in Manitoba. One of the main goals of the Red River Métis Fur Company is to ensure that Métis people are able to continue practicing their traditional way of life and earning a living through the fur harvesting and trading. By establishing a community-based fur trading company, the MMF aims to create a sustainable and self-determined economic model for Métis people in Manitoba, which is grounded in the cultural traditions and values. The Red River Métis Fur Company sincerely wants to thank all trappers for their hard work, with approximately $125,000 in purchase transactions since December of 2022. We recognize the time and effort involving in harvesting, pelt preparation, etc., and look forward to continuing the relationship built with existing trappers and new trappers in the future. There is also a launch of new artisan program in the fall of 2023, which is now providing tanned furs and leather at no cost to the Métis citizens who are artisans. A promising initiative to support the Métis community. This program will offer financial resources to artisans while promoting the use of fur and leather in traditional crafts and contemporary creations. It is important to note that the program is exclusively available to Métis citizens, and a registration form will be required for participation. Any additional information required will be to contact our director, Jason White at MMF. In closing, I would like to thank President Chartrand, my fellow cabinet members. As your Métis government, we will continue to take full advantage of opportunities to create Red River Métis economy grounded and sustainably and profitably for future generations. If you have any questions concerning the fishery, forestry, and the Red River Métis Fur Company within the traditional economies portfolio, please contact MMF's Infrastructure and Resource Management Department.
Right on. I don't see anyone at the microphone, so I'm going to look for a mover to accept the report as presented. Thompson has a question. Thompson has a move to, oh yes, Sandra Trottier from Thompson will move to accept traditional economies. Microphone, I think that's 2.
Arlene Lalonde from Seven Oaks Local. I concur.
You're seconding? Excellent. Thank you very much. Any question? Oh, Sandra wants to do it live. My apologies, Sandra. Thompson?
I was actually good. No, I make a motion to accept.
Very good. Thank you so much. All in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. We got one more report. Before I bring up the minister, just a couple of quick things. Cabinet ministers, as I know, I don't know, I can't speak for anybody else. I love going around and signing those hockey cards. Yeah, I love doing it. And I'm going to come out in a little bit here as well. I even signed my number or Keela Fleur's number. But cabinet ministers, there's been a request for you if you want to wander into the elders lounge. The elders have a hard time coming out finding you. So we'd appreciate if you went and spent some time. And you know what? You get to hang out with elders. And how good is that? That's something that we can all want to push forward. What was the other thing I was going to ask? Okay, so I think we're going to jump right into the next report. So I'm very happy to be able to bring up Minister Judy Mayer. She's the Minister of Constitution, Minister of Métis Rights, Governance, and Beyond Borders. She's got it all. Let's please welcome up all the way from the paw, your friend and mine, Minister Judy Mayer.
Good morning. Thank you, Will, for that intro. For those of you that do not know me, I am Judy Mayer. I'm the Vice President of the PA region, Gateway to the North, God's country. Just got to put that plug in. So I do have a number of portfolios under me: Constitution, the Red River Métis Rights, the Governance, and Beyond Borders. And these play a crucial role in what we do on a day-to-day basis, and also what will affect the lives of our citizens and the government. When it comes to the Métis rights, we know that June 3rd of this year, we had a special assembly and we ratified the treaty. And like most of you, myself and cabinet, were very disappointed that we weren't able to sign it yesterday, but we are hopeful that we will get it signed within this year. I do have a governance committee that works closely with me. That is Minister LaPlante and Minister Lajmadier. Also, we have staff that help us. We have legal. We have Marie Trachtenberg, Genevieve Benoit, and we also have David Gray. So a lot of our discussions are about the Constitution, how we can move agenda items without it affecting what's in our treaty. We also have some things that I started doing pre-COVID, and those of you that were at the regional meetings that I was able to attend, that was the elders policy, the local executive code of ethics, code of conduct, and we also made a commitment at that time that we would look at the local bylaws, and we have been doing that. We are looking at a local handbook because we know that there's a lot of new executives out there that you don't know how to do minutes. You know, what does a finance report need to look like? I mean, you don't need to have a degree in accounting, although if you want to, that's good, but there is some things that we want to see. So we are looking at that local booklet that will help you. I believe last year we handed out a local resource manual showing, showcasing different departments. But we also know that we need to go back and revisit that local manual because there's a lot of new departments that have come on board since then. We also have Beyond Borders. And we do have a director for that, Melinda Haney. She's in the corner here. And we fully recognize that we do have citizens that do not live in the province of Manitoba and that live outside of this province. We do no longer recognize borders. Those weren't our borders. And so we know that we do have our citizens there, and we're trying to accommodate as best as possible those citizens living outside of the province of Manitoba. I know we've had a lot of questions from our citizens on programs that they can access, and I believe a lot of the departments are doing that with the education. I know there's been some assistance with the housing, There's also the cost of living supplement is also available to those citizens living outside Manitoba. We also have hired a chief electoral officer. We have the majority of our locals have all had their elections. And I want to say that we decided to do something different. And so what we've done is we've designed a certificate. So this is what it looks like for those executive that have had their elections. Can you see it? Can we see it? So anyway, what it's a certificate and it names the person, what your position is, what your local is. It tells you when your term ends. It's signed by the president. It's also signed by your vice president, whatever region you belong to, and it's also signed by the chief electoral officer. So I know there's some regions that want to give out their own certificates, but the rest that aren't being handed out by your regions can be picked up at the booth for the electoral officer. And no, I don't have a whole bunch of constitutional amendments. I know I previously have brought like 20, 21 to you. I will only be bringing 2. For those regional meetings that I was able to attend, I did speak to them. Those that I have not been able to attend, they were sent out as per constitution. So the one is to do with the attendance issue. So the Constitution said you have to be in attendance. So does that mean physically in this building where we're having the AGA? Does that include those who are on virtual? So it was kind of gray, and so we done a resolution that will say, however you're attending, be it virtual, be it in attendance, be it in a satellite. The other one is about the definition, and we talk about the definition all the way through our treaty when we were doing the consultations on the treaty, and we had a definition there that speaks to the Red River Métis. So this resolution is just going to reaffirm what the treaty, and we've consulted with you about, it's Red River Métis. So those are the 2 resolutions that I'm bringing forward to the Assembly for ratification. And in closing, I would just like to thank all of the people that work with us. We have policy people. We don't have a booth, so I can't ask you to go and vote for the booth. We kind of do the dry work, but as far as I'm concerned, the most important work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm, I agree with the Minister that the work that she's doing is the foundation, the bedrock for everything that we're doing here. And it also is looking into the future to see how we will be governing ourselves and how we see ourselves. And I know that as Minister of Constitution, I would have also agreed that you can vote for her booth, but since she doesn't have one, I know she would want you to vote for housing. Any questions for the minister?
Hi, Jude. Ron Burwash from your local, you're from your region. One question, as opposed, we were talking about the certificates. I just wanted to say that in our local, and Judy knows that I was voted in as an elder. So I just wondered if there's a certificate for us getting that, or if that's just for the chairperson and whatever.
No, it's just for the executive, Ron.
Okay, I just wanted to say, everybody, that when we get voted in as an elder, I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of my local for doing that for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we see a question back there, but I have a question from Toronto. So Toronto, please go ahead. And again, your name and local.
Hello again, Beverly Poitras McEwen, St. Norbert local, but live in Guelph, Ontario. We're just wondering what the plans are for our groups here now to be able to start forming locals. Perhaps Ottawa and Vancouver also have that same question, but I think there's enough of us here. Anidas of certainly Red River Métis that want to become more participatory and would like to actually start getting together as Red River Métis. Thank you.
Great question. The minister's just getting a briefing here.
That's a good question. Actually, I believe there's a resolution coming to the floor to deal with that same issue. Because right now, we only have 7 regions, and those who live beyond the province of Manitoba belong to locals and regions within Manitoba. So I believe there is a resolution coming forward that is going to ask Cabinet to look at it, because it's just not that simple. We understand, but Cabinet will look back and will report back at the next AGA.
Excellent. Thanks, Minister. And of course, it's important to have those discussions, especially as we start to evolve. Any other, online, we have online question? Are we going to print it or they're going to speak? Asking live, online, live from New York. It's Sunday morning. There is no other questions, I don't think so. I guess we're having problems with the microphone. Perhaps we will get the question and the minister can reply through an email, if that's okay. Sometimes technology is awesome, and it's been great this weekend. I want to give a big shout out to all of our audio visual, our live stream folks. It's been very, very good. There's always a hiccup or two, and this is the first one actually that I think we've had all weekend. So you guys, all of this crew, communications, doing a fantastic job. Absolutely. I was just going to say communications, they're not, the pictures of me look a little chubby. So I think you guys need to do something about that. Minister, you had a comment?
Yeah, there's also one more question.
Oh, there's question from Vancouver.
Good morning, Lynn McLeod, Horizons Local. My question for Minister Mayor is, can you please be more specific when you say you are trying to accommodate us as best as possible? Also, can you give a brief update on what is happening for the Beyond Borders citizens? And lastly, do you have a plan to keep us informed, possibly a regular newsletter or communication of some sort?
Oh, sorry.
So as I stated before, a lot of our programming was specific to the province of Manitoba. Each minister was given the direction in their mandate letters to go outside and find those dollars to be able to service our citizens that don't live in the province. And I believe that is being done. I know that housing is doing, I know that education is doing that. And I know that we are addressing our citizens with the cost of living supplement. Other portfolios and departments are also working on finding those dollars. That was one question. The other one was communications. So will the Minister of Constitution and Governance Beyond the Borders be doing a newsletter? Absolutely not. We have the MMF website that is there for all of our citizens to access. We have all our programs, all our departments, all our applications are on that website. We also have the Métis, which is the President's message. We also have every Saturday NCI Métis Hour ×2 that all of our citizens can access across Canada. There's also the local grassroots paper that if you would like to subscribe to, you'll be able to find that information on the website also. For if you're as Beyond Border citizens, you belong to a local which belongs to a region. I know that there is some challenges with some of the locals because they don't have the capacity to be able to reach out to some of their citizens. The technology, some of them do the Zoom. And so that is something that governance will be looking at, how we can make sure that the locals are fully supported to be able to include their citizens that live outside of Manitoba. Also, the Manitoba Métis Federation has social media. They have Facebook, they have Twitter. So, I mean, that's our communication strategy.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister. And yeah, you're absolutely right. We did all as ministers receive a mandate to make sure that we address the needs and concerns of our citizens, no matter where they live. And housing, I can just speak for that, but housing is working on that as we speak. So, oh, right. Sorry, Minister, go right ahead.
Before I close, I want to thank all of our citizens. I think this is the first AGA that we've had so many citizens get up and ask questions. Usually they just pass the the reports and that's it. I think this is the first time that we've had so many people get up and question, and it's awesome.
Right on. I agree 1,000%, except for housing. No, just kidding. Mover and seconder, microphone in the middle. Microphone. We got a microphone coming to you.
Here we go. It's still not on, okay?
Yep.
Denise Thomas, Grand Marais Local. I move to accept the minister's report. Great report, Judy.
Thank you. I agree. Seconder?
Mona be yours, Interlake Region.
Second?
Second, yeah, from the Stonewall Local.
Excellent, right on. Any questions to the motion? I see none. All in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstaining, that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Minister Mayor. Give her a big round of applause. That's a very massive, incredibly important portfolio. She takes it very seriously, and I'm very proud of the way she's handled her portfolio, because there's a lot of moving parts, especially with what's been happening recently with the self-government, with the treaty, etc. We're going to do a quick a video. The folks from Ottawa wanted to kind of express some thoughts on being a part of this assembly here. So we're going to move to that. I think it's 3 or 4 minutes long. And then we have a special presentation that we're going to do. So let's go to the video.
And this is my sister Gracie Leclerc. We're both members of the Red River Métis community Beyond Borders. We both very much appreciate all the initiatives being made towards education for the youth members of the community. We're here today at the assembly. We feel very blessed to be here despite not being able to be there in person in Manitoba. It's nice that we have the opportunity to take part in it despite living so far away. So all the Beyond Borders initiatives have been very much appreciated by us.
Hi, I'm Michael Johnson. I'm Red River Métis. I was born in Portage la Prairie, Manitoba, but my family is all from Saint Laurent, Manitoba, part of the Bruce clan that's out there. Hello, all the cousins, family, etc. And I'll let my daughter introduce herself.
I'm Elizabeth Johnson. I was born out of Borders, but all of my family is back in Saint Laurent. I'm also Red River Métis. I'm here to learn a little bit more about my culture. I'm eternally grateful that Beyond Borders has taken the initiative to open an office in Ottawa, so I can now be a part of a lot more of the meetings and assemblies and kind of have that bit of home carried with me everywhere I go.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Reberts. I'm here at the Ottawa location for National Assembly. I just wanted to thank everyone and thank you for putting this on. Beyond Borders is a huge appreciation for me, so thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Bill Iwanchuk. I'm happy to be participating in the Beyond Borders initiative here at the Assembly. I was at the Ottawa airport recently and I saw a big billboard there showing our nation's emblem and showing the rest of the country that we're here and we have a presence. So I like to continue seeing that sort of thing. I think it's helpful for us and lets people in the Ottawa area know we're on the map. Thank you. Miigwech.
Right on, Ottawa. Good job. I think the bar's been set here, so I think there's been a challenge. Vancouver, Toronto, you guys, just saying, maybe you might want to take a play from what Ottawa has been doing. Just before we go on to the next one. Yeah, so I mentioned that cabinet ministers, if you could go into the elders room for the cards to get signed. There's also been a request that you go spend some time downstairs. There's over 400 people downstairs watching us, and they would love to get their cards signed as well. So, but in the meantime, I am very pleased to welcome up the Infinity Women's Secretariat. They have a special presentation. It's a big secret, but I think we're going to ask them to come up here along with our president, David Chartrand.
Thank you very much, Will. Holy man, look at the people all the way outside, even outside the building. So, and the ones downstairs, I hope you hear us loud and clear. The ones in Zoom, I hope you hear us loud and clear. It's such a proud day to see so many of our citizens coming together, especially when we take the time, as we all know in our culture and the way we do things, is to recognize and honor those sometimes that forget to be honored. And we know they're working hard. We appreciate that very much, but it's also important. Am I going to be competing against a loud crowd, or am I going to have to raise my voice a lot louder? Hello, everybody. You want us to join your conversation? Hello? Yeah, okay. You'll put them to, some elders gave me hell on this already when I was back there saying, tell these people to be quiet. I can't hear. So And I think I'm getting to that age of elders too, so be careful. Anyways, today we have a special recognition. You'll see behind me the Infinity Women's Board. And of course, they work very hard trying to make a difference to ensure that the women are involved in all aspects of our growth and our development. And so give this board a round of applause behind me. We have a special gift that wants to be bestowed upon somebody that deserves it all the years she's worked, and bringing the Infinity Women's status to where it is today. We had some difficult times. We still do. Trust me, we still do. Infinity Women still fights vigorously to be recognized by Canada and Manitoba. And I think Wab Canoe now being there and Anita cornering them yesterday, I think they're going to make sure that we're included to ensure Métis women have also a role to play when they have questions or views of asking the opinion of women, not just First Nation, no disrespect to them, non-Indigenous or other minorities. How about the Métis? So thank you, young guys, for carrying the sign out there to everybody to be quiet. I love that. Okay, now moving forward, we have a special announcement here we're going to be making shortly. As I said, we always try to show our appreciation, kindness. Just an example, I was sitting back. Oh, well, maybe I'll tell you after I come my ECDEV. I'm going to show you something that was given to me by one of our local leaders. But let me say this. This is an easy task. They asked me, do you need notes for this? I said, why would I need notes for knowing the person so well and knowing what the person does? Well, we know Anita has been our Minister of Finance since my brother passed, who was Minister of Finance for many, many, many years and did a great job when he was there. So Anita has taken over that big role, but at the same time, our government's jumped leaps and bounds. And you'll hear that from the economic report I'll be giving soon. So Anita's responsibility, not just running the Infinity Women, is also at the same time overseeing some of the biggest budgets we ever seen in our history. And so it's great to see that she's devoted to the work she's done. And she's also sits on the HR and also on the computer and data, which is very important. You heard some questions yesterday about data and inventory and directories. So what we see now is that we say, how do you give somebody something that will be honored and respected? So when she knows, when she walks anywhere and she goes to a meeting to represent the Infinity Women, she's going to walk there knowing that not only did the women recognize her work that are here, but also the entire assembly that's here and those listening around our province and our country, and those are downstairs also listening. And I appreciate so much people down there. There's, I think, it's full, it's packed down there, unless some people are moving around, was packed yesterday. So I want to say again, on behalf of Cabinet, on behalf of everyone here, on behalf of everyone at home, we want to express our gratitude and the work of Anita, that she's done so much for, and never asked, well, she complains, don't get me wrong, she complains to me, but we sit down and we find solutions about getting something achieved. And she's works around the clock, like my cabinet, but she's taken on so much other duties, especially when she's rebuilding Infinity Women to what it is today. You heard her speak in her presentation yesterday that now they have 1,700 registered members. They have about 600 people coming to their gathering already, and it's growing and growing in leaps and bounds. And so she's been able to find money here, money there, beg money here, beg money there. So she's been able to get programs going and making sure the women are really looking at some of the specific issues they feel are important to us. So I'm very proud as the president on behalf of Cabinet, on behalf of each and every one of you, those at home, those listening in the virtual world, and those downstairs, and those outside smoking. I can see the puff of smoke coming out crazy out there. And I'd like to say, again, we're very honored to have this opportunity. And I want to thank the Infinity Women Board for their vision. I want to thank them for recognizing it's important we honor people when they're walking this planet, not waiting till they go. And so I want to be expressing our gratitude. And we as Métis people want to always show appreciation to those that help us. And so I want to take this opportunity to show, again, on behalf of our cabinet, how proud we are of the work Anita does. And she's like a endless energy that comes. I don't know where she gets it from. But clearly at the end of the day, she's proven herself over and over again for all of us that she's there for the people, and she's there for trying to make our place, our history, and especially women, having them in a better place in the future and in society, that they can definitely find their way on their own if they have to. And clearly, without doubt, the Infinity Women deserve that gratitude. So again, my words of sentiment to you, Anita, is thank you, and thank you. And keep up the hard work. And I'm so proud they're going to honor you today and recognize, and I know you'll be wearing whatever you're given today. Proud. I haven't seen it, by the way. They keep it a secret. That's how tough these women are. And so I'll be surprised like everybody else watching. Our little cousin, she's here because she wants to make sure she's a minister. And she's showing Wob Canoe. I'm here working, Wob. So you better make sure you choose me as a minister. They better choose you as a minister. I'll have some words with Wob. Anyways, it's great to see our future minister. I'll use that phrase. I don't want to jinx her. And sit in cabinet because definitely she knows the challenges we face as Métis. So Anita, it's my words on behalf of cabinet. I want to turn it over to Joan. I think he's going to share a few words, or you have a different plan. I'll let the woman take over now. All I want to say is on behalf of the Métis people, we want to say thank you, Anita, for all the work you do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Joan Church. I'm from the Southwest region, Rivers Local, originally from the Northwest region. I have known this wonderful woman for about 40 years at least. So I have a little bit of a write-up here that I want to share with you. Spokeswoman Campbell's annual report at the inaugural annual General Assembly. Okay. In Spokeswoman Campbell's annual report at the inaugural annual General Assembly in September 2013, she wrote, "We've created a new organization to represent us, but right now it's just a house. It's not quite our home, and we will work towards making it our home." Well, we believe she has done just that. At that meeting in 2013, there was roughly 75 people in the room, and the meeting was called to order at 12:15 p.m. and adjourned at 1:38 p.m. In 2014, we did not have a quorum, but meeting attendance has continued to grow every year. Last year, we celebrated Infinity Women's Secretariat's 10th Annual General Assembly, and look at us now. We have grown to almost 1,700 members. Look around you. There are many, many strong Métis women in attendance, both in person and virtually. The growth of Infinity Women's Secretariat is primarily due to our spokeswoman, Anita Campbell, who since 2009 has worked tirelessly to build this organization from nothing to what it is today. The organization started with no cash resources, increased debt, with little credibility or recognition that would allow Infinity Women's Secretariat to apply for program funding. Today, Infinity Women's Secretariat has offered 19 programs, and we continue to consult with our women in determining future programs that are relevant and responsive to the needs. We now have over $1 million in revenue, and will continue to thrive. And one of the other names I know Anita by is the Sock Lady, and she might speak to you about that. Her passion for Infinity Women's Secretariat has been the driving force behind the growth of the organization. Her leadership is something to be honored and recognized. Not a lot of people have the capacity to work 10 to 18 hours a day over and over again to ensure that the Infinity Women's Secretariat membership is looked after. That we have programs that encourage us to reach our highest potential and to support Métis women and girls across the province so they have the tools, knowledge, and skills that will allow them to grow as individuals, thus growing our families and communities. It is this kind of dedication that makes Anita a true leader, a great role model that we can look up to and strive to be like. She has earned the trust of our MMF government, as well as that of our provincial and federal governments. We heard Premier Wapkinew refer to her directly yesterday in his speech. We have federal government departments reaching out to inform and support us to apply for project funding on a somewhat weekly basis. They continue to invest in the programs that are designed to help Métis women, girls, and members of the 2S LGBTQ+ communities. She has earned the respect of those individuals who have had the opportunity to work with her and who we are honored to take this time to recognize Anita this afternoon, as she has earned it and is so very deserving. It is these traits that make us proud of who we are as an organization, and even prouder of our spokeswoman. With Anita at our side, working for the betterment of Métis people, we are bound for great things. Anita, we are so very proud to be your board of directors and staff, and appreciate all you do to support not only us, but all of those who cross your path, and even those who don't. You push everyone to be the best they can be, and do it with a smile on your face, kindness, compassion, and the greatest sense of humor ever. We love you and wish you all the great things that you deserve. Our sister Anita has created a sisterhood.
Thank you so much for this. I haven't seen whatever's in this bag yet, but I really want to thank you all. All I asked them today was, whatever you do, don't make me cry. That's all I asked. Go ahead. I know, yeah. You're crying.
Let's not forget what she's about to receive and actually it was crafted by one of the legendary beaters of this Métis homeland, Janine Crouchy.
Well, it took me a long time to get her measurements because I couldn't get a hold of her. I couldn't. But finally I did. And finally she told me her story too. And it was really quite a story. And I certainly didn't have room to put all the flowers in there as far as her telling her story. But let's just say every bead in there represents her story. A lot of the colors on here are coming from the infinity flag. On the back, on the collar, is two special flowers. One her mom, one her sister. And the little lilacs around there were her special flowers. It was Anita's special flowers. This could probably be one of the last pieces I bead with my mom.
when Janine told me that she was beating with her mom, because her mom's not well. I had to, this means more to me because of who she did the beating with. She did it in the presence of her mom. And to me, that means so much more to me that she did it that way. So thank you so much, Janine, for this and the beautiful work. I will treasure this. You won't see me wear it often. And I'll tell you why. I only wear things, I still have shoes that look like I just bought them. I will only wear this at special times, at special events, not every day. But it means so much to me that Janine did it. And I say that because to me, Janine has that special skill and that special knowledge of how to do our beating and to reflect it properly. And I want to thank all of you. I don't do these things or the work that I get to do to receive these or to receive anything. I mean, President Chartrand has mentioned that many times, that we are underpaid to some degree. And for me, I don't care about the pay. I care about the work that I get to do with you. And yesterday, so many people, including our Métis men, came up to me and thanked me for the work that we're doing for their women and for their community. That's what I like. That's what makes me happy. That's the gratitude that I get, is your thanks. And that's all I need. So thank you so much for this beautiful, beautiful jacket. Thank you so much.
Okay, get up the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you.
Sure, where's the picture? Okay, let's move this way so we can capture us. Jordan's gonna walk you through. Come closer this way. Right here, right there. On the right side. Hey, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. See.
Lights are gonna carry over. It's my logo.
Love it. All right. So we got a few things to go here. Yeah, we have someone at the microphone. A microphone in the center, please. It should be good now. Try it now.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Elaine Ferlin. I live in the small community of Duck Bay. And as I watch Anita, somebody who we grew up calling Dulcie, but I look at David and I can't help, my heart is so grateful Living in Duck Bay, we were blessed with strong parents, strong community members. And from that community came David, Dulcie, Albert, and so many of us. Our community raised really good, strong people with high respect for elders, children, youth. And I want to say thank you and acknowledge all those women and men that raised us in Duck Bay. Because of that, we are who we are, and we know where we come from. So David, I'm sorry, Dulcie, I always called her, Anita, and to everybody else that does all the work, Kichimigwech, and to our parents, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you very much. So we're going to go into the next part here. We have a special guest, Minister Janai. Sorry, Shirley. Yeah, we'll go with one more person, and then we're going to get into our next item here. So go ahead, Shirley.
Okay. Shirley Langan, Winnipeg Region, Seven Oaks Local. I found it hard to compose myself because Infinity Women's Secretariat came alive with a handful of women. I was one of them, along with late Loretta Bullard, Anita's sister, Muriel Parker, forgive me if I forgot who else. We worked in back rooms. Anita says, we can do this. I feel bad that we don't have any money to pay for your meals or your mileage. That didn't matter. We did it from the heart. We worked on our bylaws and never gave up. And Anita, I'm so proud of you, more than you'd ever know. And also very proud that I've had the opportunity to work with Loretta on several boards. And also I'm the chairperson of Métis Child and Family Services, and Loretta was the chair before me. And it's a great honor. She asked me if I could fill her footsteps because she didn't think she'd be able to come back. And I have, and I'm so proud of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. And of course, we absolutely, we adore Anita, and she's going to be wearing that vest, and she deserves that and more of our appreciation. I'd like to introduce our president. He's going to introduce our special guest who's here for us. Come all the way here. She came all the way here to tell you to vote for housing booths. So I'm very happy to pass that on. Let's welcome President Chartrand.
Thank you very much, Will. And again, congratulations to Anita. And it's a jacket, not a vest. Anyways, but it shows you how important the role is also for women to watch their men. Guess I'm stretched out, hugging everybody up here. My shirt come up. My wife just calling me in a corner to tuck my shirt in, so put me in my place. Anyways, thank you very much for that, Gloria. But let me say this: we have a special guest, and I said to Will, I need more information in the sense of how many goals. But here's the catch. What I'm so proud of, you know, we have these athletes from different spectrums of different sports, and we're seeing more and more and more. You look at Carrie Anderson when she's curling, and we have the Infinity flag right on her knees on all of our 4 players playing in the world. And we get to see that everywhere. You're watching curling, you get to see that your Métis Infinity flag sliding through the ice, you know. So it makes me very proud to promote ourselves, but to promote the athletes. And we don't do enough of that. And we're doing more and more. And that's what Mr. Janai is here for. We're hoping a youth sports camp. I'm sure this person we're going to introduce will be coming out there to give us a hand. And we can also thank them and also reimburse one day their hard work with some compensation and stuff like that, so they can be part of our growth. But this next guest that Will invited, and I commended him for doing so, pursued to bring her here, but to show many of you may not be hockey fans. Many of you may not watch hockey. But I'll tell you, if you watch hockey, you're going to know this girl. And she's representing our country, Canada, but to me also represented our nation. And through hard work and dedication, never giving up, as a role model for youth, she made all the way to represent Canada in the women's hockey. And so she displayed her talent, was feared by other countries, and was a threat on the ice. And definitely she came home with gold on several occasions. There's a whole bio over here. And if I go through it, we'll be here for the next half hour. But let me say this. I want to introduce Jocelyn Rock, who's going to come on stage. And don't vote for Will's housing because she's there as a hero. Vote on it because of what it does or it looks like. But Josh, if you can come upstairs, look how tiny she is. And there she is, a hockey legend, a hockey star from St. Anne, Manitoba. And clearly one we should be very, oh, look at that. Look at a standing ovation. You know how hard it is to get a standing ovation? Yeah. It has taken me, Josh, and years of speeches to get standing ovations. You walk on stage, you get one right away. That's not right. So anyways, I want to turn it over to Will, and I want to just recognize Jocelyn. And maybe, Jocelyn, you would like to say a few words to your people. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Just really happy and honored to be here today. And, you know, like what President was saying, that sports are so important for kids. And I feel so fortunate to be able to play hockey, the sport that I have loved ever since I've played it. And now to be able to play at the professional level. So this year, upcoming year, the Professional Women's Hockey League is starting, which is huge. Yes. And for me, you know, unfortunately, when I was growing up, my role models were men. They were NHL players, and you know, they were incredible role models for me. But I think it's important for young girls to see people like them doing what they want and what they love. So, you know, the fact now that young girls all across the nation, all across the world, can see professional women's hockey playing, and to be able to see people like them, it's huge. So I'm incredibly excited for the upcoming year, and I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be upstairs at the housing booth. Yes, signing autographs, shooting some pucks. So make sure you come by, and I brought my Olympic gold medal, so you can come and see that. Yes. So incredibly happy to be here, and make sure you come by the housing booth and see the medal, get an autograph, and just come for a chat.
Will says, come up and say something. What can I say? But you know what? She made us very proud, because when were you drafted, Jocelyn? You were drafted pretty high, right?
That was second.
She was picked second overall. How about that? In the Women's League. And then the commentators on TV got me mad. Why are they drafting her? She's too old. She must have talent. So there it is. They recognize the talent. So how about another hand for drafted second overall in the Women's League, Jocelyn Larocque, Red River Métis. And I just wanted to add something what President Chartrand said about Carrie Enerson. She played mixed doubles with Brad Gushu, and they were wearing our Red River Métis emblem. And then Brad asked her, "What's this?" And then Carrie explained, "This is my people, my government. Would you wear it?" And he said, "I'd be honored to wear it." So, and they played and they won the Canadian Nationals that year. So, and how about another hand for Jocelyn?
Excellent. Yeah, so she's going to be upstairs. She's going to be signing autographs. We do have one of her jerseys is going to be one of the prizes that we've got at the housing booth. how do I say this nicely? You can't get in, no, I was gonna say you can't get into the auction unless you vote for housing, but I don't know if that's the right thing to say. But we do invite you to come up there. There's games to play, lots of fun to have, and we will. I'm going to come up there in a little bit as well. So I'm just going to check the time here because we're at 11:43. So the resolutions committee has been working fairly diligently. They had 5 resolutions come in at the last minute just before the 10 o'clock deadline. So they're working. So what we're going to do is actually take a break early. So lunch will be served at noon. Again, blue vests are the priority, as you know, but this gives you an opportunity to go outside to the marketplace, to the Ed Samar General Store, go upstairs to the trade show, go visit Jocelyn, see all the trade shows that are booths that are up there, and of course the silent auction that the Infinity Women are doing for the bereavement fund. Go see Turtle Mountain, give them money so that you can watch me freeze to death, and then buy tickets for Portage la Prairie and Toulon. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. for the resolutions committee, they're working hard to make sure that they're ready for the presentations. There's some questions that they have on one of the resolutions. So we need Giselle Furland and Andrea Clark. So Giselle Furland, Andrea Clark, if you're in the main stage, if you're upstairs, if you're downstairs, please come up to the front of the main hall, off to the side, and someone will meet you here to take you to where the resolutions committee is meeting at the moment. So Giselle Furland and Andrea Clark, ASAP, please. Thank you.
Let's get, let's do this. Let's do this right. Who are we? There we go. Now we're going to start. Now, for some of you that are listening, the free draws are closing at 1 p.m. and they'll be pre-drawn. Names will be announced this afternoon because you know how long time sometimes it gets to get through those prizes and stuff. So we're going to try do it during the afternoon, and then we'll just have the big. We're just going to have the big. We're just going to have the big hello. And you'll pick your prize up at the designated booth. And now, I really want your attention now because I'm going to call on President Chartrand, who's also the Minister for Economic Development, to show you the significant progress that has made this year on the economic development file. So with that, President Chartrand, are you ready to go? Hang on, I go give him an elbow. We're going to do resolutions at 1 o'clock. I'm told it's not 1 o'clock yet, but I wanted to get this going. Zach, what time is it? 12:52. Okay, you got 8 minutes to lollygag then. But I'm glad people are paying attention. o'clock and the resolutions committee's coming up. I think one of them asked for another bite of chicken, so come on up, you guys. So the way this works, or has worked for years, is people that have some strong policy ideas that want the cabinet to move them forward and the president, they come forward and put forward those resolutions in the form of a written form. And you get a chance to say whether you like those ideas or policy ideas, yes or no. And there are some rules that govern what is an acceptable resolution and what is not. And for that, I'm going to call on our legal counsel, Murray Trachtenberg, this beautiful vest on. We got honored last year, to just take us through what those rules are.
Thanks, Mark, and good afternoon, everybody. Just before the resolution committee presents its report and brings forward this year's slate of resolutions, I was asked to just say a few words and offer some friendly reminder or advice as to basically the function of the resolution committee and a few words about the process. So as you know, on Friday, the Assembly appointed the resolution committee and representatives from all of the regions. So the starting point for the committee is that it receives and it reviews all of the resolutions that are submitted up to the cutoff time, which you heard was announced was 10 a.m. this morning. And it looks at all of the resolutions in terms of some of the basics. Is there a mover? Is there a seconder? It looks at the language. Is the resolution clear? Is it something that the Assembly will understand as drafted, or can it use sometimes a little bit of help to help the mover and seconder express what they're asking for in a better way and a clearer way? But the two big things that the resolution committee always looks at is constitution and financial expenditures. Because if a resolution proposes any type of constitutional change, or if it has something in it that's contrary to the existing constitution, which would require the constitution to be eventually changed, that resolution will not come to the floor at the Assembly. And that is because many years ago, this Assembly in its wisdom said constitutional changes are very important and they cannot and should not be just brought up at the Assembly. And so for those of you who have been involved in constitutional changes, and over the years there have been many, you know that there's a specific process in your constitution, Article 15, that requires at a minimum that the constitutional change, the wording be in writing, and it be distributed 21 days before the Assembly. And so this year, you'll see you have two constitutional change resolutions being brought forward by cabinet. And in accordance with that procedure, those were sent out to all of the regions and the locals on a timely basis. So that's one of the things that we look for. If it's a constitution.
Okay. Okay. In the back. Now, remember, this part of the Assembly is where you guys put forward your policy recommendations for the cabinet and the executive to follow. So this is your meeting now. This is what you guys want to do. And it's not ministers talking about what they did last year. This is about what you want them to do next year. And so we really want to have the noise levels down so that we can hear what the people, what you wanted us to do this next year.
And so the other thing I was mentioning was the expenditure of money, because the Red River Métis elect their government. They trust in their government and their elected representatives to manage your money in a way that makes sense, is responsible, and of course is accountable. So you had the financial statements, you had the auditor, you had the Minister of Finance report to the Assembly. But the understanding and practice for many years, and now it's in the Constitution. In fact, it's one of the changes that the Assembly did in June, and it will become effective when the treaty becomes effective. You may recall there were a number of changes to make it very clear that the expenditure of money is not to be done at the direction of the Assembly, but to be done by Cabinet, because Cabinet knows how much money there is, knows what the priorities are, knows what the source of revenue is, costs out various programs, benefits, services. And so when a resolution comes into the resolution committee that asks the Assembly to authorize the expenditure of money, that also will be out of order, and we'll be telling, and as we normally do, the mover and seconder not to do that. But that doesn't mean that the Assembly cannot ask and request and direct Cabinet to consider various initiatives and various things. And in fact, today you'll see that. But those sort of resolutions are taking something and they're sending it to Cabinet to look at. And in many cases, if Cabinet was to act on those, that would then involve not only expenditure of money, but constitutional changes. So that's in a sort of a broad form, how the resolution committee looks at these, make sure that the expenditures remain with Cabinet, that the policy and directives come properly when they can from the Assembly. And you'll see that this afternoon. As I said, there's going to be a couple constitutional changes, and they'll be identified as such. And then there's a couple resolutions that'll be coming forward where people have asked the Assembly to consider whether or not Cabinet should even look at something, recognizing that to do so may involve, or probably would involve, constitutional changes and financial expenditures later, and it'll be up to the Assembly to decide whether or not it wants to support those resolutions. So thank you for listening, and good afternoon.
So the lawyers get paid by the word. You can't talk about money and you can't talk about the Constitution unless it's been done the right procedure. So those are the rules that we've had for many years. So I'm going to call on our James, who's doing the first resolution. The chair of the resolutions committee is doing the first. Do we have it on the screen, Rick?
Good afternoon. I love it when I get to the podium because I can act up a little bit and get away with it. I love doing this before we get into the resolutions. Who are we? Oh, come on. Who are we? Amen. Resolution number 1. Sorry, I'm the chair of the resolution committee. My name is Bert Linfitt. I'm the chair of Cranberry Portage local and from the Paw region. So resolution number 1, the resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 13th to 15th, 2023, to amend the MMF Constitution with respect to citizen attendance at assemblies. Whereas the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, Constitution provides for the ability of an annual General Assembly or an extraordinary General assemblies to make revisions to part of the MMF Constitution by way of a vote of 60% of the citizens in actual attendance. And whereas the MMF has successfully been able to accommodate Red River Métis citizens to participate in assemblies virtually and at MMF satellite locations, responding to the needs and desires of its citizens. And whereas it is unclear what in actual attendance means and is appropriate to clarify, appropriate to clarify this requirement. And whereas on June the 4th, 2023, the MMF Extraordinary General Assembly, EGA, passed a resolution to amend the MMF Constitution to reflect the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, the June 4th resolution. And whereas the June 4th resolution revised the MMF Constitution, and those changes will take effect on the effective date of the treaty, and this resolution should become effective at the same time. And whereas a resolution in substantially the same form to this resolution was adopted and approved by the MMF cabinet at a meeting on July the 26th, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly ratifies and affirms that 1, Article 8(2)(e) of the MMF Constitution as revised by the EGA on June the 4th, which states, E, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, citizens may by resolution of 60% of the citizens in actual attendance at the AGA make and approve, change, or revoke parts of this Constitution is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. E, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, citizens may by resolution of 60% of the citizens in attendance at the assembly, being those citizens in person at the main assembly hall and MMF satellite location or virtually on an MMF approved platform, make and approve, change, or revoke parts of this Constitution. 2, this resolution will take effect on the effective date of the treaty. This was moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jack Park.
Okay. I want to make sure that movers and seconders are in here, and I want to make sure everybody understands, especially our satellite locations, because this is going to give you the right to vote under the new Constitution, and all our virtual members too. So Judy Mayer, are you here? Middle mic, do you so move?
I do.
Jack Park, where's Jack Park? Jack Park. Oh, he's tasting pickles. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna stay this motion. We'll go on to the next one. James, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'll have to forewarn you now, I read very monotone because I'm nervous. So to break the ice, I'm going to start with a cow joke because Minister Goodon always tells you duck jokes. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. All right, here we go. Resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 13th to 15th, 2023, to amend the MMF Constitution with respect to adding a definition of Red River Métis. Whereas in early 2023, the MMF undertook intensive consultations with our Red River Métis citizens across Manitoba, as well as inside and outside our homeland, on the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, the treaty. And whereas the treaty preamble accurately describes our nation, our history, and our culture, when its main body proudly uses our own definition of Red River Métis, a vibrant Indigenous people established with our own identity, language, culture, and institutions, and way of life within the historic Northwest and centered in the Red River Valley. And whereas the Red River Métis is properly who we are and what we call ourselves, this is our roots. We are Canada's negotiating partner in Confederation and the founder of Manitoba, and this is our legacy, which we must continue to protect as we grow and our ancestors' nation into the future. And whereas on June 3rd, 2023, the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, Extraordinary General Assembly, EGA, unanimously ratified the treaty and is expected to become effective in the near future. And whereas the treaty includes our definition of the Red River Métis and is appropriate to include the definition in the MMF Constitution. And whereas the MMF Constitution currently contains the definition that is not expressive or our unique, distinct, and national Red River Métis identity, homeland, and government, and is not appropriate for continued use in our MMF Constitution. And whereas on June 4th, 2023, the MMF EGA passed a resolution which revised the MMF Constitution, and those changes will take effect on effective date of the treaty. And this resolution should become effective prior to the effective date. And whereas a resolution in substantially the same form to this resolution was adopted and approved by the MMF cabinet at the meeting on July 26, 2023. Therefore be it resolved that the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly ratifies and affirms that Article 4 definition of the MMF Constitution be deleted and substituted with the following. 1, definitions. Red River Métis means the Indigenous collectivity, also known as the Manitoba Métis, that is a distinct Indigenous people historically known as the Red River Métis, the Manitoba Métis, the New Nation, or La Nouvelle Nation, a vibrant Indigenous collectivity that was established with its own identity, language, culture, institutions, and way of life within the historic Northwest and centered in the Red River Valley. And those citizens and individuals entitled to become citizens are today located within what is now Manitoba, as well as elsewhere inside and outside of Canada. B, it is not a part of any other Indigenous collectivity. C, collectivity holds the right to self-determination recognized in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And D, collectivity holds the rights referred to Section 35 of Constitution Act 1982 and the rights and freedoms referred to in Section 25 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that are derived from those of the Red River Métis, including the inherent right to self-government. The Red River Métis citizen means a citizen or child citizen that may be who A, self-identifies as Red River Métis, B, is of historic Red River Métis ancestry, C, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, D, is accepted by the Red River Métis and determined by the Red River Métis law. Red River Métis ancestry means a demonstrable connection to the historic Red River Métis, whose traditional territory is the Red River Métis homeland, and Red River Métis homeland means the area of land within the historic Northwest centered in the Red River Valley as used and occupied as traditional territory of the Red River Métis. Number 2, Article 4, Part 2, B, be amended to read as follows. B, applications for citizenship shall be made in form established from time to time by resolution of the MMF cabinet consistent with demonstrating Red River Métis citizenship. The application shall be submitted to the local of the MMF or the local in care of the regional office, which represents the part 1, birthplace of the applicant, or 2, childhood residence or current residence of the applicant, or 3, place in which the applicant has directed ancestral connection is evidenced by genealogy, including support evidentiary documents. For the purpose of this article, demonstrable connection, residence, and direct ancestral connection shall bear the meaning established by the resolution of the MMF cabinet. Part 3. Article 4, Part 4A, be amended to read as follows. A, citizens, any persons who meets the criteria to be Métis, to be a Red River Métis citizen, sorry, and who has at least 18 years of age, whose citizenship application has been approved by the MMF, is a citizen. Citizens have the right to be voted and hold office in accordance to the MMF Constitution and Red River Métis laws. All applicants for citizenship shall be required to provide a genealogy, including supporting evidentiary documents completed by a recognized institution to objectivity, verify the applicant's historic Red River Métis ancestry. The MMF cabinet shall, by resolution, designate acceptable recognized institutions and require criteria and documents. This resolution will take effect immediately on approval of the MMF Annual General Assembly, and the amendments set out in this resolution will continue to be incorporated into the revised MMF Constitution that comes into force on the effective date of the treaty. Moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Gelida Lajimodiere on the date of October 15th, 2023.
Thank you. Minister Mayor, do you move? Do you so move?
I do move.
Minister Lajimodiere, second it?
Gelida Lajimodiere, I second that motion.
Okay. Now, there was a lot of words in that thing, but it's basically doing a couple things. It's bringing our definition in line with the treaty that you've already approved. Second, it's making it very clear, because of all of the other stuff that's happened, that this is about the Red River Métis that are living today, their children and our ancestors, and we drafted this definition that you guys control so that we're only going to recognize, including all those people in the satellite office, only those that come from Red River, and that's what this assembly is. So who are you? Okay. Do I hear a question? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? It's carried. Now we're going to go back to the other one, which is giving, we're going to go back to the other one because I see Jack Park is here. Oh, I got to wait online. Well, while we're waiting 30 seconds, we've got somebody at the mic here, and it's kind of like a bit of a point of order, so I'll hear you, but we're in the middle of a vote. Go ahead.
Thank you for just acknowledging me. I just want to take the time, and I know that you've expressed it now on more than one occasion, but this is very important for all of us, right? And the thing is that there is so much disrespect occurring at the moment because there's so many sidebar conversations and people talking at the back. This is our future. And so kindly, please, everybody respect the people that are going up there and taking the time to speak so that the rest of us can hear what's going on and how it's going to impact us in the future. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. Unanimous. Now we're going to go back to the one that was tabled. And that was the one that, if you recall, that's the one that's extending voting rights to our Red River citizens that are in our satellite offices or virtually. And that's what that was clarifying. They're already voting. That's why we're waiting for the vote. So our practice is now kind of just, the Constitution is catching up with that. So Minister Mayor has moved it already. Minister Park had seconded it. Minister Park, do you second that motion? Seconded by Minister Park. I don't see anybody that makes. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Our online guys they're already voting. But we're confirming they have the right to vote now in our Constitution. Takes a little bit of time, but democracy does. So in the future, we'll get a little quicker at this. It's David Gray, he's a lawyer, so he's got to see everything, unanimous. There we go. Next resolution. Albert.
The next resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation, Annual General Assembly, October 13 and 15, 2023, to request the MMF Cabinet consider the existing governance structure. Whereas the Red River Métis live within and outside of the province of Manitoba and Canada, and whereas the Red River Métis, acting through their democratically elected government, the Manitoba Métis Federation, have recognized this fact and provided the constitutional structure to enable those Red River Métis who reside beyond the borders of the province of Manitoba to obtain citizenship. And whereas there are currently approximately 3,200 citizens who reside beyond the borders of the province of Manitoba, and as a result, it is appropriate that consideration is given to the existing governance structure of the MMF. Therefore, be it resolved that the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly directs that the MMF Cabinet examine and consider the existing MMF governance structure and applicable processes, including but not limited to the creation of additional locals, expansion of existing regions, creation of new regions in addition to the existing regions, and any other related issues as the MMF Cabinet decides appropriate. 2, the MMF Cabinet report to the next AGA on the results of the examination and consideration referred to in 1, including any recommendations the MMF Cabinet has. This is moved by Darren Brown, seconded by Cheryl Marion.
Thank you. Okay. This is the third. It's like a trifecta. Recognize them as citizens of Red River, recognize their right to vote, and now you're directing your cabinet to say, okay, let's look at the governance structure next year and see how new locals and regions could be created. Now, there's nobody at the mics that have moved this. This is being moved by 2 of our Red River citizens in Vancouver. And do they want to speak to it? Is that, do they want, where are they? Okay. Do you so move?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's with great humility and a great honor to bring this forward to the Annual General Assembly. It's with the fire and spirit of our ancestors and with the unanimous consent of all my brothers and sisters behind me here that we bring forward this resolution. Darren Brown, New Horizons Local.
Is there a seconder in Vancouver?
Yes, right here, Cheryl Marion. I'm with the Red River Local. And I'd like to just, I second the motion, and I'd like to just make a comment from my heart on why this is important. I'm gonna try not to get emotional. I have been very, very active in MNBC in the past. I want to promote my culture. I want to stand for my ancestors. This has been important to me. In June, you came here and told us we have to renounce our membership in MNBC, and I am totally in support of that for all of the right reasons. I am Red River Métis before all else. So I am done that. I'm no longer part of that association, but here I am now in what I feel like is the hinterlands, because with MNBC, I had a place to participate in my culture. I could attend jigging lessons, beating circle. We had picnics and barbecues and get-togethers. And all of this now is, I feel, no longer available to me. And so we stand here outside of Manitoba and still wanting to participate in our culture, still wanting to form a collective and be strong Métis people. And so this is why I feel it's important for me and I think for many of us to bring this motion forward. Thank you.
Okay. There's a microphone over here on the right.
Hello, Millie Fagnan from Mafeking Local in the Paw region. I have a question. Do these beyond border Red River Métis, do they belong to a local within Manitoba? Or do they not have a local?
No, my understanding is that you've got to identify the local in your, when you register as a citizen.
That was my understanding too. So they are asking to form their own local, leave the local that they have in Manitoba to form a local in other provinces?
Well, no, we're not doing that yet because those are good questions. And what the cabinet is being tasked to do is to come back to the assembly next year with a plan as to how all that can be done so that we don't lose control of our right to determine who our citizens are. So there's a little bit of work to be done, but those are good questions.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because I think if you're already in a local, then that's where you belong. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, good question. There's somebody online? There's another speaker in Vancouver. You'd envy our weather right now, Vancouver. 17 degrees today. Go ahead. Vancouver?
Hi, my name is Yvonne Costello, and I'm a part of the Southwest region. I was assigned to the Portage local. I am commenting today because we have a lot of gratitude here that we were able to assemble and view all the ongoing activity in Manitoba right now. And to see the joy that's being expressed and gratitude on the screen is overwhelming for us in maybe a different way because there's the disconnect. And we all have a longing here to be a part of the community, to be a part of a local. And as the lady spoke a moment ago, yes, we're assigned a local, but how do we get to the local? How do we attend the bingo? How do we do that when we're so disconnected? And so, and the way we see the laws right now or the bylaws, it could take 3 to 4 years to even form a local here. So that's why we're coming forth today with, we're grateful, but we are also longing for that connection. So thank you.
Okay. Well, the cabinet's going to have to deal with it this coming year. So I don't think you're going to wait 3 or 4 years. You're going to find out this year because I don't want to face you next year and say we haven't dealt with it. Oh, we got Ambassador Chartier over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in favor of the motion. Last year, the Beyond Borders Task Force, of which I was privileged to be a member, traveled throughout our homeland and outside of our homeland into parts of British Columbia and Ontario to consult citizens, but also those that were not yet registered citizens. And we did discuss this as one of the pathways of forming ultimately the government of the Red River Métis. So it's in process, and it is going to take a while. I come from Northwest Saskatchewan, and of course, at some point in time, I'd like to see that we have some kind of riding in Northwest Saskatchewan where we could elect our own representative to sit in the national government. And that is a discussion that we had openly during all of our hearings. And that is what the MMF cabinet also embraces. But it's a process and it's going to take a while. I think what this resolution is doing is reaffirming what your government, our government already has in place. And if I'm wrong, I'd like somebody to get up and correct me, but that is my understanding, that we are in this process because we are beyond borders. If we continue and keep it the way it is now, then of course we won't be beyond borders. We will be within the border of the current province of Manitoba, with people outside participating within these borders. And that is not what is the ultimate objective. But we also know, and I can attest to this, 1983, we formed the Métis National Council. And we said, it's a Métis voice for Métis people. Never again will anybody speak on behalf of the Métis Nation, but our people, our citizens. And we made the mistake of being too lenient. And people, particularly from Ontario, who are not us, have joined us and started taking us in a direction that we didn't want to go and putting out to the world that they are us when they are not. Now we are on the right path. I've said before and I say again, if it wasn't for you, the people of Manitoba, the Red River Métis in this province, standing up and defending the Métis Nation. And I still use the Métis Nation because I've been using it for, the last 50 or more years. And I know the Métis Nation is not said in the previous resolution, the definition of the Red River Métis. But my understanding is when we say the Red River Métis, we are talking about the Métis Nation. So we said never again will we let that happen, but that someone will speak on our behalf, but it did happen. And so again, but for your leadership, your leaders, your cabinet, your local presidents, your assembly, standing firm on who we are as a people, we would have gone on a path that would have weakened us, would have been started obliterating our history. But you made that strong stand in 2019 that if the MNO was brought back in to the MNC, MMF would leave. And MMF is now standing on its own feet within the foundation that you've established. But we want to ensure that over time, it does go beyond borders in terms of the governance. But we also want to ensure that whatever system is set in place, that we never again find ourselves in a situation where we are threatened from outside. And so there have to be safeguards built in, while at the same time including more people into the tent. But the safeguards have to be there, and we need to take our time to make sure we do it right. And that's the last time that we make this effort, the last time and the right time. So thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I've got two more speakers and then I'm going to cut it off because we've got a lot of business to do still. I think the girl, the woman in the pink.
Thank you.
the woman in the pink over here. So Laura Forsyth, Chairperson of Bison Local. I appreciate your comments, Clem. I do think we need to take our time. To me, I appreciate that in the past, we have had constitutional amendments to allow for beyond borders. I think that this particular motion is an overreach. I would have liked to see this come to each local where we could discuss, bring to our regional meetings, ask questions, seek answers, and then come to this floor to make this momentous motion where we would open eventually, but I don't feel at this point that we have been consulted and had enough information to make an informed decision. I appreciate the president is coming to tell me why I am now wrong about that, but that's how I feel in this moment.
So I'm coming up here to tell you how wrong you are. Is that what you said? You actually are not wrong. In fact, what you're saying is we're doing exactly what you're saying we should do. Our cabinet's been in this discussion for some time now, asking how do we move ahead on as we get over 3,000 citizens now coming home, and there's more, and they'll keep on coming. And we expect when the land claims come, there'll be tens of thousands. So right now we're trying to work on a mechanism. So this resolution is asking, take it to cabinet to talk about it. In fact, we're already talking about it. So it's an okay resolution. It doesn't affect us because we as cabinet got to figure out the financial challenges that comes with it. Because in the future, they're asking for regional offices as they expand and, one day become 10,000 in Alberta, 10,000 in Saskatchewan. So how do we deal with it so they're interacting on a regular basis and that we have their back? So you weren't wrong. So it's just in case. In fact, we are in dialogue right now, and we're going to continue being dialogue. We have no option. We have to do it. We have to be responsible to protect our families no matter where they are and respect our people to protect them. So the resolution says, take it to the MMF cabinet, let them go to work on it. We are, and we'll tell you where we are next year when we come back.
Thank you.
And remember, under our rules, before a constitutional amendment can get to this floor, it's got to go through the regions or the locals in the regions. It's got to go through cabinet. So Laura, don't worry. Our institution, our constitution protects your interests there. Another microphone over here on the right. The guy in the white shirt.
Oh, sorry. My name is Wilfred Perry from the Winnipeg region. I'd just like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Right Honorable David Chartrand and his capable staff for helping us out with the groceries and our medical drugs and stuff like that. It very makes us it's quite pleasing that the Métis is doing that. So I'm really happy about that. And just one other thing I'd like to say is God loves everyone here, but I'm his favorite.
Not surprising. Okay. Thank you for that. Another resolution. Who's doing it? Albert? Oh, question's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, online, we'll wait for online, but this is for all you satellite people. Wave there, waving at us. There's one against online? Okay. Everybody's okay. So we're going to have that conversation, and hopefully the cabinet will have some of those conversations beyond our borders, outside of Manitoba, and you guys will have your say there too. Okay, moving on. It's carried. Albert? It's good for all of us, believe me.
We did have another motion. That motion has been, pardon me, we did have another resolution, sorry. That resolution has been removed for the fact that the resolution I'm going to read is of the same content and speaks to the same issue or Again, the same content that the previous one would have spoken to. This one is a little bit more elaborate. So consequently, the mover and the seconder of the removed motion were totally on side with it being removed. Resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 13th to 15th, 2023, regarding compensation to local executive members. Whereas the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, is completing its evolution into a recognized government and has increasing resources, and where the MMF anticipates entering into the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty in the near future, and whereas the MMF governance structure includes locals with elected leadership in addition to the president, cabinet, and regions, and whereas this government structure is set out in the MMF Constitution, and whereas locals are recognized as a vital component of the MMF governmental structure and allow MMF citizens to canvass issues of concern and to make representations to the regional executive and cabinet. And whereas the local executive has the primary responsibility to ensure the local is active and accomplishes its objectives and purpose. And whereas those objectives and purposes are currently described in the MMF Constitution as including, but are not limited to organize the Métis people of their community, to promote the objectives of the MMF, to act as a local Métis governance on behalf of the Métis in their respective communities. These activities must be consistent with the MMF's objectives, to inform the citizens within their locals of all matters that affect the MMF, to participate at regional meetings of the MMF, to initiate programs to address the needs of their Métis citizenship in their respective locals, to hold at least 4 meetings per year with a quorum requirement of at least 5 local members, and forwarding copies of minutes of local meetings to the regional and head offices of the MMF. Therefore, be it resolved that the MMF cabinet is directed to review and consider the issue of the MMF providing compensation for members of each local executive. Be it further resolved that the review consider, in addition to such other matters as MMF cabinet decide are appropriate, the following issues: the amount, if any, of payments that ought to be made. B, the capacity of the MMF to fund such payments. C, the sustainability of such payments. D, the criteria for such payments, if any. E, variations, if any, in payments to local executive members by virtue of position, membership size of the local, and activities conducted. F, the process for providing any compensation, if any. And be it further resolved that the MMF cabinet is asked to refer the matter of such committees as appropriate and retain such expertise as necessary to assist with the consideration and provide a report to the Annual General Assembly, AGA. And be it further resolved that the MMF cabinet report on the progress and alternatives being considered and any legislative or regulatory proposals being made at each AGA until a final report is written and presented at an AGA. This was moved by Eric Chartrand and seconded by Corey Boucher. Sorry? Boucher or Corey? Corey. Get a name change.
Okay. All right, first things first, before we can debate it, is Eric Chartrand here? The mover. Is Eric here? Oh, here he comes. Eric, do you move?
Yes, I do.
Do you move that resolution, Eric? Can you hear me?
Eric Chartrand, Red Wine Council. Yes, I do move.
Okay. And what about Corey Boucher? I second. Okay, good. So this one is a little bit like the last one. This is directing the cabinet to have a look at something. And this, in this case, this is the compensation for local executives. And I just want to make sure you know that, and therefore be it resolved, the MF cabinet is directed to review and consider the issue. So it's not committing money because that would be out of order, but they're going to have to come back. They're going to have to look at it. There's some parameters for looking at it. And the cabinet is to come back next assembly with, I guess, some policy recommendations for you to consider. So this is another one. We're just putting them to work is what we're doing. So got one speaker over here.
Hi, my name's Brenda Zach in Lake Region, Stonewall Local. I took a couple notes on this one. As first off, I want to give everyone, which we all know, I'm sure the majority of us, definition of a volunteer. It is the principle of donating time and energy towards a greater cause. And I think that's what most of us do each and every day to make our citizens. Being part of the executive is making sure our citizens are aware, knowledgeable, and know of everything that's available to them. And we will find it if they don't know where to look. And the $10,000 that was announced is more than enough compensation, I feel, that comes towards a local. It's a great big start, and I really appreciate it. And thank you on behalf of all the executives of all the locals. And as Dr. Seuss said, oh, the places will go with that, because it is giving us a definition of being able to assist our citizens, the grassroots people in our locals. And another thing I want to say, yes, thank you, is that the locals are part of the government structure. And as part of that government structure, we are the front forward point of contact for our grassroots people in our communities. And we are working diligently to make sure that they're aware of everything that's out there for them to assist them, or to provide youth with whatever they need to have a successful future, the elders to make sure they're always safe and healthy. And this is all because of the knowledge we receive from the head of the government structure, and it flows down to the locals and the executive locals. It is our honor and duty to bring this forward to our citizens and our locals, and the gratitude and appreciation we receive by doing this is the best form of payment that we can ever ask for, and that's all we need.
Thank you. I got one other speaker over here.
Hi, I too took some notes. I want to support my friend across the mic there. My name's Leslie Sembaluk. I'm the chair of the Minnetonka Local in Northwest Region. In my opinion, I'm not supporting of this resolution. It actually makes me a little bit fearful how easily it can be abused, and that there's a lot more. I have lots of experience volunteering my time, and I'll just read some stuff where I put, if we start to pay local executives, we risk having people step forward who may not truly represent our Red River Métis values, culture, and principle that we have fought so hard for. Our locals were not created to make a profit, but to raise money to be used within our locals for our citizens and provide governance direction to our Red River Métis government. Therefore, our locals, in my opinion and my experience, are similar to that of a nonprofit organization board. And in fact, it is illegal to pay compensation to a nonprofit organization board of directors in Canada.
Thank you, Leslie. Over here on the left.
Melanie Cutler, Thompson. I am in agreement with the two ladies that spoke before me, so I would hope that people would, what's that word? Not approve this motion. Thank you.
Two more and then, or three more and then that's going to be it. Go ahead.
Dennis Desjardins, Chair of Cherry Creek Local. I'm totally against this resolution. Just wanted to let you know that.
Hello.
Wes Han-
Hi, Andrea Clark with the Lorette Local, and this is Giselle Furland as well with the Lorette Local. We just want to say that we are in support of this resolution. We were the two other people who submitted a resolution similar, and we withdrew it because we believe this covers, and it also, I think, is asking the MMF cabinet to look at this. It's not saying it's going to go through with it. I think they'll do their due diligence to make sure that it isn't abused. And again, the reason we feel that this has to happen is we are proud to do the work that we do, but it is no longer just donating an hour or two a week. We're putting in hundreds of hours a year. Our vice chair last year put in 100 hours working on that snow program, and she got nothing but a pat on the shoulder, and sometimes she didn't even get that. So we're just asking that you look at this, and that, you know, it's no longer just a volunteer job. This is a part-time job for some of us because we take it seriously. So we're just asking that you support it so that the MMF cabinet can do their job and look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Two more speakers. I got one over here.
I'd just like to add something.
Hi everyone. I'm Lucy Fowler, the chair of the Two Spirit Midshift Local. I am just really excited about all of the work that our nation has done to become our own government, to become on par with the Canadian government in terms of negotiating nation to nation. And those government officials on the Canadian government side aren't doing this for free. And many of us do a lot of work, as those other lovely humans just shared. I'm in a financial position to not have to accept financial compensation for my time. I would be happy to donate that if this became a policy. But many of my executive and folks in my community aren't in the financial position to give significant amounts of time. They're in precarious positions. We've heard multiple times throughout this weekend about how many people are really feeling inflation and feeling the cost of groceries and gas and all of these pieces that are really weighing on folks. So this would be one way that the cabinet could help make sure that executives across the province, across beyond borders, are able to better support their citizens. So I'm in support of the cabinet considering this initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to take those that are at the microphone now, and then we're going to go to a vote. So I'll go over here. The gentleman's been waiting.
Hello, my name is Wes Hanna from the Portage Local. I'm not in approval of this resolution. I'm a grassroots person. I'm a volunteer. And I believe that if there is anything that should be coming to me to compensate me for the expenses that I have created through volunteering, should come from our membership at our local level. And we could look at that maybe through the capacity grant program. Not certain exactly how that would look, but I don't believe that we should be earning a wage. Thank you.
The lady in pink in the back.
Hello, there we go. I'm Debbie Chartrand from the Interlake region, Toulon local. I don't want to say yes or no about this resolution, but I just want to suggest an addendum to the resolution that we should have, you know, some history experience on our locals to help the MMF along as we grow leaps and bounds. I suggest that we have an elder on the local, and why not have a youth member there sitting learning the ropes as well. Next, with that is why not have community liaison people set up in communities, half time here, half time there, full-time when there's activities. Have the MMF staff bouncing around, helping the locals do the jobs that they have to do. They're aware of all the programs that are happening. Quite often, once things get out to the local, it's not always easily available. Just a couple recommendations.
Senator, we're going to keep it going because you know what? This is governance in action, right? So these are important point of views. So I'm going to let it go a little bit longer. So I'm going to start in the center.
Okay, I'd just like to quickly say, my name is Jerry DeLorme. I'm the chair from a small local called South Junction in the southeast Manitoba. We're a small local, but we're a very rural area. We're right on the corner of Ontario and Minnesota. I've been doing this for a long time, maybe over 15 years. I was doing this and I have no skin in the game. I have no kids that play hockey. I have no kids going to school. I'm doing this for the love of who we are and what we do. When we started our local, there was no capacity. We started having bingos in the Catholic Church. We had to clean it and mold it and disinfect it to get started. We had people coming to our bingos that were bringing gifts, a $20 gift that we would put in our silent auction to raise money for our cause. And we even had people coming that weren't Métis just so that we could get started because they knew what we were doing. That was a long time ago. This is the first I heard of it. I don't know this. I know this gentleman. I've seen him. I'm not part of this resolution. I'm just speaking from my heart. I'm retired. I've had to maintain current electronics to the emailing. I've had to buy office. I have to buy paper. I have to buy ink, all at my expense. I go meet people to sign their documents. I'm in the middle of frickin' nowhere. I have to do that at my own time. Constantly, I'm the representation of the MMF in southeastern Manitoba. I've almost gotten fist fights because people are mad because people are exercising their harvesting rights. A guy almost wanted to attack me one time because he saw a net out on a lake. I didn't know what he was doing. I'm serious. I'm the face. I'm blamed everything, good and bad. I take it. I represent this from my heart. I'm not looking for a job. I'm just giving you another perspective.
Okay.
Out in the country, it's a different world. There's a lot of traveling, a lot of time, and I am doing stuff every week, emailing, answering phone calls. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with my roof? You know, my kid needs this. Never, ever do I ask for anything. Just another perspective. Please think about it.
All right.
Hello?
Well, you know, I opened the door and they got a lot of speakers here. I'll tell you how this is going to work now.
Come on now.
We're at 2:03. It's 3 minutes after 2. At 2:30, that's it. So we'll do as many speakers as we can, which means those speakers at the mics, get to your point quickly, or I'll have to cut you off.
You don't cut me off.
10 minutes? 2:15, we got 13 minutes. There you go. Let's go with the rights.
Hi, my name is Camille Bertholet, and I am from the Pont Métier Association, pardon me. And I'm going to speak against this motion that has come forward. I'm just going to reintegrate what the gentleman had said. Volunteer, that's what we are. We're volunteers. We're not employees. Thank you.
In the middle.
Okay. My name is Lucille Bruce. I'm with the Prairie Buffalo Local. And I just want to say that I'm certainly not in support of being a paid staff for the local. I'm retired. I don't want to be paid anymore. I want to live the rest of my life just doing the work, volunteering for my community. Very proud to do that. And I'm also very grateful that President Chartrand just increased the local capacity grant to $10,000. That's going to help a lot. At the same time, I want to say I'm not opposed to getting the cabinet to exploring this further. One thing I will say as a volunteer, because we know inflation is so high right now, cost of food, gas. You know, and on my local, the executive currently is primarily seniors on pension. And it would be nice to get some compensation for gas even. Just very minimal, we're asking. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to go down to the Riel room.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julia Patrick. I'm the interim secretary treasurer for Gimli Local. I agree with a lot of those comments, and I wanted to share my perspective from recently joining the board in March of 2023. And I've noticed that some members spend a lot of their time and money on supporting programs and initiatives going forward for the board, for the local. So I think it's very fair to say that Cabinet looks into compensation for people spending their own money on things to get things moving forward, or seeing how there's ways to provide more funding. So we're reducing the time spent. So instead of having fundraisers or different things to make sure that we get things operating, so looking at ways to support those financially. Because as a volunteer position, we don't look for compensation for our time. And most of the time when we put in our own money or different things, we don't look for that. But over a period of time, it really does start draining on people. So I think it's only fair. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the middle here because it's the Minister of Finance. She probably has some policy issue here, and then I'm going over here.
What about me? Hello.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, we'll go over
yeah,
here.
now can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you now. I got to pay attention because you got a stick too.
There you go. My turn now then? Okay, this business of being paid for holding meetings at your local level, let me tell you, I've been in that area since 1970. Everything we did with our local, we raised money for it. We raised money for picnics, we raised money for Christmas, we had card games, we had shoot contests, name it. And then there's ad hoc committees that you can have. It doesn't cost a cent. And they're supposed to be expendable. So if you can get enough information from your region, you can do business without a cost. So let's hope it keeps that the way it's going now. I appreciate what the MMF has done for all regions. And it's never too late to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Ottawa. We're going to Ottawa. I'm not being disrespectful to any of the speakers here. I'm getting the hook from the side here.
Hi, so I'm Elizabeth Johnson from Ottawa Region with the Limachif Otabamissawak 2S Plus local. I fear that if we let this pass, what's going to end up happening is people are going to want this position solely for the monetary gain that it gives them, and all of our voices out of borders won't be heard as often. Additionally, we'll have people not looking for our best interest and what's at heart and what's best for our community, but what's best for their self-interest and in order for them to just get by. I understand that money can be an issue, and that's why I think that maybe locals should have business accounts or a certain amount of money put aside for anything that you do through the local to be reimbursed. But I don't think that your time should be an hourly wage. When I was in high school, I didn't have a part-time job and I gave over 500 hours of community service spent over 4 years, which greatly exceeded what I needed to do in order for me to graduate high school, solely because I felt that was right and I wanted to help the youth and the future generation. As someone who's only 20 myself, I really hope that elders, that people who are a touch older, and that people even my age can continue to give back solely out of what's in their heart and what's best for the future of their people.
Okay. I'm going to go down again to the Riel room.
Hi there.
My name is Brielle Bowden-Reimer. I'm a part of the St. Eustache local in the Southwest region. I'm just wondering if we can add, sorry, there's a back feed here. It's really difficult to hear. But if we could add for consideration a paid employee staff for locals rather than have the elected members be paid, but rather we're building capacity for locals that would help with the governance and the operationalizing of the work that needs to be done in locals. And that would also help with older folks who may not have the ability to do all the minutes and the stuff over, internet and all those types of things. So I'm just bringing that to the floor for consideration. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna go here and there, okay? Minister Campbell?
You can go there, Mark, and then come here, and then
Okay,
maybe go
let's
there.
Let's go.
Thank you, Minister Campbell.
here too, Mark.
Tiffany Evans, Kinyu Local. First and foremost, I'm going to speak here as a mother and as a daughter. I grew up seeing my mother and my aunt chair locals, the St. Norbert local in specific. And I saw them volunteer their time. Further to that, when I did get married, I saw my ex-mother-in-law commit and volunteer her time and travel and speak to many, many people. And a lot of times she did volunteer and she put in time and effort into that. Furthermore, as a mother, I instilled it in my daughter and I volunteered and I told her that you need to learn how to volunteer and to give back to your community before you start to work and earn a wage, because that's what's important. And so therefore, as we move forward, and I look at all of you here, some are here, and you forget me if I'm saying this out of turn. Some are here for the right reasons, some are here for not. And that, what I'm saying is some people come to the AGAs and stuff strictly for the monetary value that they get. Okay? And I know that I'm saying that, and that might cause a few ruffles in the feathers, but it's the truth. And therefore, when you put your name forward and you say, I want to chair a local, or I want to sit as a co-chair or a youth rep, you are doing it for the reasons inside of your heart. You are not doing it to get a paycheck. You are doing it because you have the passion, the love, and that you want your culture to move forward and to be passed along to generations. Now, what I'm hearing from everybody here is that there appears to be a lack of skill set or skills that are required or wanted, and that people are looking for ways, how do I communicate properly with my locals? How do I avoid the conflict? How do I do this? How do I manage the funds? And maybe those are some things that the MMF can provide supports to. But I think in this particular situation, the risk is too high to be providing chairs and co-chairs with a monetary based salary in which they would be volunteering. Thank you.
Okay. I'm getting very close to the end of time, so I'm going to take two more speakers.
Sorry, can I just add one more thing?
Yes.
If you are going to be wanting money, I would say put that money towards accommodations for individuals with disabilities, whether it's visual or auditory, so that they can be able to view the website and view the documents and be able to participate. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I'm only going to take two more speakers, and I know Minister Campbell wants to speak, but would you defer to that speaker and you can be the last?
Sure.
Okay,
No,
that
I don't
microphone
get it.
over there.
I'm out.
Sorry, Raymond.
Thanks for deferring to me. I'm the secretary on the Two-Spirit Michif local. My name's Sonia Stone. I'm a mother, I'm a student, I'm a single mother. I don't receive any child support, and I really like my job on the local, like I'm really enjoying it. But I literally take time that I could be working and earning money for myself and my daughter in order to take care of my local members on a daily basis. I put in an hour a day probably, at least. And then I come to these meetings and I do all the things. So volunteering is an act of love. I feel it very dearly, but it's actually to my detriment and my daughter's. And I think that when you all talk about the risk of paying someone a small amount to recognize the effort and the sacrifice they make, it's really insulting to poor people. So maybe check your privilege. If you're able to volunteer for free and not have it hurt you or your daughter, I'm super happy for you. I'd love to be in that privileged position. Unfortunately, I'm not. And you know what? I really resent that people think of folks who want a small amount of recognition and compensation as like dangerous. We're not being suspicious. Our cabinet ministers all receive a very fair amount of compensation. I would like the same courtesy extended to me at the lowest level of a self-government. I am an elected official just the way these cabinet ministers are. Why wouldn't I get compensated? Thank you.
Okay. The last word goes to Minister Campbell. And
Thank
then we're gonna have a vote. Minister
Thank you,
Campbell?
Mark. So just a couple things. As most of you know, I am also the one that works on local capacity grants. Did somebody just moan? So you heard President Chartrand make the announcement yesterday that we're increasing it from the 5,000 to the 10,000. We've also tried to simplify that, how you're reporting the minutes. We even gave a template that you could follow, really easy to follow your minutes, do your minutes up all the time. We've even simplified the template on how to report, how to put your claim back in for you to get the next advance and so forth. And so what we're going to do this round now for the 10,000 is go back and try to simplify it even more. And you'll most likely get more than the half, like the half of it for sure, even more than the half, so that you could do some of the work. Here's the thing that I just wanted to share. And I think part of it is you have to look at not just this, but all the background work that's happening. For example, I mentioned yesterday that we're also doing that Finance and Administration Act. That's going to affect our work with the locals because it's going to affect the regions. And the locals work with the regions. I keep saying that over and over and over again. One of the areas that I'm finding that locals are not tapping into at all is the UPIP. We only have a small amount of locals that are applying for UPIP, which is the Urban Programming for Indigenous Peoples funding that we have. And we had reached out to everybody to let them know that if you had cultural programming that you wanted to do, that if you wanted to do jigging classes, fiddling, and anything that you wanted to promote culturally, that you were to work through your regions to apply for additional funding. So there's that. And if you want more information, we've also offered two things. One, to go to any local meeting, of course, through the region, because we always work through the regional office, to go to any local meeting and explain both the local capacity grants and the UPIP funding for locals. My last concern is this. It's not a matter if we pay you or not. It's not. A few things will happen. You will get T48 on it. You're already getting some because some of you attend consultations and you get that small amount. Every time that amount adds up, anything over $500, we have to T4A everybody. You will reach those limits. Some of you it'll affect, some of you it'll affect in terms of putting you into a higher tax bracket, which means now you're going to get less back. So you have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of us doing this. Is it something for
you to consider in terms of how does it affect your own income at this time. We also are trying to provide, and we still continue to provide it, is the Métis cost of living supplement. And I'm hoping all of you are applying for that Métis cost of living, especially that last speaker that just spoke, because you should be applying for that. It's our way of trying to help you with your cost of groceries. The other thing is, if you're traveling around and you're spending money on gas to go get things signed and to do running around, is that something we would consider? Of course it is, because it's an expense that you're incurring as part of your duties that's not taxable. So I think, as opposed to us paying you as a salaried employee or as an employee and put you in a different place, there are other ways that we can compensate the costs that you're experiencing as a local executive. Because one of the things, if we start paying you, my last question is going to be this to all the locals. Right now, constitutionally, you're only required to attend or have 4 meetings. This will change where you're going to have to probably meet every month. Every month. And then what's going to also change is that now, how do we know? Do we start taking attendance on those 4 people that we're going to be paying? And if they don't show up, do we not pay them? And if they don't show up for how many meetings? Do we unelect them because they're elected? So there's a lot of work and there's a lot of questions that this resolution poses, which to me is not the most timely thing to present right now when we're trying to work on this Finance and Administration Act and the whole treaty, and how is this all going to affect us in terms of how we are as a government. Thank you very much.
So
Excuse me.
I'm first going to apologize to the speakers. I'm going to make a ruling to close the discussions. That's a ruling. So I apologize to those speakers that are at the mics. I think there's been a pretty good debate onto both sides and all the issues. And I really want to actually, from the chair's perspective, congratulate you on the passion and how you express the issues and how polite you are and how this has gone. Now,
Point of order.
what is your point of order?
My point of order is I was speaking with Andrea Clark. I'm the chair of the Lorette Métis Local. We had a similar.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You haven't raised a point of order. What is your point of order?
My point of order is that I'd like to speak.
I've already
the
ruled that the
reconciliation.
speakers are done. The speakers are done because if there's more work to be done, I apologize to you. And I apologize on behalf of the assembly.
To speak.
You know, we've got a lot of business to do.
Is that this is being taken
Chloe,
totally out of context? I don't want a salary. I want to be recognized.
Okay.
Question has been called.
Okay, question's been called. Now, we have some counters here. It's okay to vote either way. You're voting in your own democratic institution, but we need to count you. So when I ask for votes, I want you to keep your arms up so we can count them, unless it's a big majority, in which case we won't count. So all of those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
Favor of.
In favor of the motion.
Reread the motion.
Reread the motion, please.
I'll read you the guts of the motion. The motion is that the cabinet be tasked, directed to review and consider the issue of MMF providing compensation for members of each local executive. That's what it is. That's the motion. So with that, I'm going to ask again, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
lady beside me. How you doing? Hi, my girl. Doesn't matter.
Very much. Okay. I got a sense of that already now. Okay. All those opposed to the resolution, please raise your hands. Okay. It's pretty clear. It's pretty
Unanimous.
clear. Okay, abstentions? Wait for online. Okay, we're good. I'm going to declare that motion defeated.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let me say this. You heard me say my reference about one of the most powerful times in my tenure as your president when I seen our people vote on our land claim. And it was always about the future, not about them. And I know locals are here not asking about them, but I trust me, we've discussed this. The complexity of making locals employees is gonna be a hell of a nightmare. And so what would truly probably have happened here, thank you for showing your democracy of debate and discussion and no hard feelings. Of course, this is all what process. That's why I didn't speak on it. If I had to speak, I was gonna speak against it for this reason. Because if that's the case, then the capacity grant would have to be withdrawn. Then we'd have to make that into a salary system. And then we'd also then, as you heard the minister, T4 a lot of people. Who's gonna win is the tax man. So at the end of the day, it would also change the very essence of what electoral systems. How then do we diselect somebody because they're an employee now? That would have been a massive challenge politically, legally. But there is one fact, and people maybe didn't hear me this morning or yesterday morning. I said we put $13,333,000 in an investment fund for locals. That will amount, listen to this. That'll amount to about close to $700,000 that'll be eligible for locals only. That money's there for 35 years. I'll be dead and gone. You guys will be still spending some money, the young ones that are here today. But the point is this, we spend right now with 10,000 about close to $400,000 when we raise it to 10,000. The beauty is that you're still gonna have a cap there for $300,000 every year. Now we have to debate amongst the regions, what should that be used for? Because I know many of you, and I think I was a local member for years. I volunteered like hell. I used to work for a youth organization. I worked for an hotel. I was a bouncer one time and I was a manager. I still volunteered all the time. So, but the point at the end of the day, it's not to criticize my cousin Chartrand and the other Chartrand that supported it. I know my cousins might not be happy with me after, but the point is this, I know what they're trying to say. My time is valuable and 100% your time is absolutely valuable. There's not a question about that whatsoever, but it's understanding now your government is at a place where we're building local offices across the province. We've got, I think, 7 local offices built already. So we're changing the very essence of the future of our locals. And one of the dangers will happen, there's 4 executives per local. You'd become 4 employees. There's not a doubt about it. You'd have to become employees because you're in a salary system. And that'll change the very essence of our relationship between you and I. And your right to come and fight your president as an employee would be not a good thing to see, right? So, but as your right to fight me as a local volunteer executive, you're damn right you come and fight me, challenge me. I'm spending your money. But if you're an employee, you're in a different world. So you still have money there. That'll be there for 35 years. 35 years, now you ask yourself when you go back as locals, how should we start spending that extra 300,000 the president's talking about? If the interest rates are the way they are right now, we're earning about 5%. Bank of Montreal is offering 7.5% for 2 years on earnings of investments. That's the numbers going up. So that 700,000 could end up being $1 million a year that locals will have at their disposal. We will not touch it as the federation. It'll always be for only locals. So that's from the hydro money. So when we start looking at the future, we're already thinking about your future, but salaries is not the way to go. We got to figure out ways. Compensation for fuel, you're damn right, we should be compensating you. But this is the question you ask yourself, because this is what we do. You know, even the president at the federation, I bought a birthday cake for his staff. I ordered it. Finance challenged me at the MMF. I'm the president, right? I'm supposed to be the president, the guy in charge, the CEO. I had to explain what a birthday cake was for. Think about that. The president getting a cake for his staff had to explain what that birthday cake was for. So that's how crazy policies can sometimes be. And they're very cumbersome. They're over cumbersome, if you ask me. But even when you start this process, what I don't want to see is a fight amongst local executive. All of a sudden, Wes Anna, he was lobbying me for years to increase the funding. And I'm very proud of Wes and the work they do there. So Wes, thank you very much for lobbying me and not giving up to increase the value to locals. But this is what's going to happen. Be careful with this. We'll have to create a policy for now mileage. And we're not opposed to it. Trust me, I support it. That gentleman that spoke about buying paper and buying all this on his own, he should be taking it out of the capacity grant. But this is the other issue for mileage. I don't want to ever see in our government because it'll divide us. It'll break us. If all of a sudden West says, well, I went traveling over here to a meeting, I want $110 for my mileage. And then another executive member saying, bullshit, you never went to that meeting? And a fight starts to ensue. And sometimes there's more gas bills coming in from everywhere. And then people have to, then policy's got to be created, trust me, because you're going to want that money to be accounted for. So think about this very carefully. It's a big bureaucratic system that comes in and it's challenging. But trust me, we should create policies. You got $10,000 and you still got another $300,000 sitting in the bank right now every year. Think about how you should spend that $300,000. There's 140 locals. How much are active locals we have? Somebody tell me a number. Anybody have a number? Anita, you have a number? Active? How much? Oh, 70, over 70 of the 140 locals are active. That means guaranteed they're getting their 10,000. The other ones are not active and we need to revive them, and maybe they'll revive with $10,000. They'll get back strong. So from that standpoint, if you as locals want to start seeing compensation for gas, mileage, meals, etc., we can do it. I'll support you 100%. But remember, policies, written policies will come, and you got to follow those written policies to account for that money so you're not taxed. Because I tell you, the revenue man will come find you. Trust me, he'll find you. And so we need to make sure we follow this. But it's not, and I love this debate. I sat over there and watched it all. And I could have come up and spoken, and a lot of people believe in me and spoke against it. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted you to debate it out. And you touched my heart again as you did in land claims. People stand for what they've always believed in, the Red River Métis people, our government, and what we've done. And when we get land claims, my friends, and one day I hope I'm still alive when it's done, the Prime Minister promises this term. You know what that means? Billions, not millions. Then you want to have a debate about finances, then you're sure as hell gonna have a debate with finances. You're gonna have too much damn money. So when we look forward to the future, we plan to still build local offices. We still plan to find more money for locals. But I want you to have that good debate about what do we do with that extra 300,000 the president's talking about we can apply to. Tell me how that should be spent. And I'd love to hear that. Okay, so thank you very much. And I'm very proud of you, each and every one of you.
Okay. Turning into a real assembly this time. We've got a new resolution coming up.
Testing. Mr. Chairman?
Somebody's talking to me.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mr. Chairman, are you still taking resolutions from the floor or do they
No.
have to be written?
No.
You're not?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
I swear that was the mic, not my neck. The last one was so long, I had to look down like this. Only thing holding my face up was my beard. Anyhow. Resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 13th to 15th, 2023, regarding federal government accountability. Whereas colonization has created great harm and inequities for all Indigenous peoples of Canada, and whereas Bill C-15 received royal assent on March 31st, 2022, committing federal government to recognizing UNDRIP and addressing the TRC's 94 calls to action and the national inquiry to missing murdered Indigenous women 2S+123 calls for justice. And whereas Article 12 of UNDRIP states, Article 12, 2 states, shall seek to enable the access and or appreciation, sorry, of ceremonial objects and human remains in their possession through fair, transparent, and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples concerned. Therefore, be it resolved that the MMF unite with our First Nations and Inuit relatives to incite the federal government to be accountable for actions, resources, and funding for these commitments, including searching the Brady landfill for the remains of Indigenous women. Moved by Diane Burrell, seconded by Andrea Clark on October 15th, 2023.
Okay, first thing. Is Diane Burrell here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you move?
I move for this resolution for nations to come together and hold the federal government accountable and to stop washing its hands of matters that they've created. They've created these issues with discriminatory policies over hundreds of years. It's time for them to be held accountable beyond rhetoric, appeasement. It's time for action. And Bill C-15 commits that. And we want to hold them accountable to everything they're saying they're committed to addressing. Want them to act on it now.
Okay. Now, I just allowed that introduction because it's a mover's allowed to speak to the resolution, and so is the seconder. So, and before we start the debate, so the seconder, Andrea Clark, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I second.
Second thing. Okay. Now the motion is open for debate. And President Chartrand wants to say something.
Thank you for the mover and seconder on this resolution. But I think it's important we understand what we're talking about. Firstly, Canada, regarding the Prairie landfill, has openly committed resources to make sure that the search is done. They just invested $740,000 for a second study to move forward. The lead on all this, of course, is the chiefs who are meeting with the federal government, and the federal government already is committed, guaranteed committed. We're, in fact, Wab Canoe and Gary, who was here on Saturday, have just met on this issue. They're both in favor, and now the debate between the two is who's going to pay and how much are they going to pay. But this is for the Prairie landfill. Now, the group of activists said they want Brady search for, right? This one right now is 184 million, may take up to 3 years. And whether they find, don't find, they don't know. There's just, it's all unfortunately going to be like a guessing game, and it's going to be a challenge for the end result. Now, what's important is that you're asking me to incite, to attack the federal government when the federal government is completely on board. They're supporting, they're the ones who called Heather Stephenson heartless. That was Mark Miller, the minister. And so that is, I don't know how I fight the federal government now for something they're 100% supporting. They're the ones pushing it. The fight will be between who's going to pay and how much they're going to pay. The second issue is the Brady landfill. Now, that group that's an activist group that's out there right now, they said they want the Brady landfill search. But if you ever look at the size of the Brady landfill, it is a monster. It's mostly where all of our stuff go. Where they start, where would they begin? Nobody knows. What it would cost is probably 10 times the Brady landfill because they're only doing a little corner of the Brady landfill. and that's going to cost 184 million. So not that I'm opposed, trust me. In fact, we started a $1 million fund to help those that are not found and still gone. We have now doing the McKay, the little boy McKay, his poster's coming up near the Waterton area where he was lost. And we're putting a $10,000 donation in the event that somebody can tell us where little McKay is. We did that to Jennifer Catchway, and we still got that $1 million in the fund for any missing and murdered Indigenous woman anywhere. We'll support it to help them. So we're doing something. Trust me, we're the only ones. I've never seen nobody else bring $1 million like we have on behalf of the Métis people. So we are taking action. What's also important is to be careful. The TRC 94 calls to action, they're not about you. They're about First Nations. And I'm not going to stick my nose in First Nation business and get in a fight with First Nations saying, you're wrong, you have no business speaking on our people. 94 calls to action, nearly, I'd say 95% is their First Nations. So because it was residential schools, which we are a small percentage of, we're part where we're biggest day schools, not residential schools. So I don't want to disrespect Diane or Andrea, but you're asking me to do something the federal government's already supporting 100% for. 94 calls to action are not about us. Now I'm sticking my nose in First Nation business. So I'm careful. I'm thinking maybe we need to discuss that further. You didn't, maybe the full concept of it was not fully grasped at this point in time. And I apologize, I'm not trying to shoot you down or anything, but this would not make me go fight Canada. And you see, and I'm trying to do a treaty, I'm trying to do land claims for something that has nothing to do with us right now. So because we are taking action, there's no one else taking action like us. And we're even inviting First Nation missing murdered Indigenous women. They could apply for a $10,000 reward for finding their people. So we are doing something for sure, without doubt. But I'm not going to go fight Canada right now because they're the ones saying, let's do the dig. I'm going to pay the money. They already committed to it. But as I said, Wab Canoe and Gary met. The fight they're going to have is who's going to pay how much of that 184 million. That's their fight, not ours. And one of the things that you want to, Diane, the fight we should be raising here is that Manitoba has not endorsed the United Nations. Now, Wab Canoe, I guarantee you, I hope so, unless I shouldn't speak on behalf of him, but Manitoba, this province, has not adopted and recognized the United Nations declaration that other provinces in this country has, because again, the conservative mind of leadership, whether it's Saskatchewan or here in Alberta, doesn't believe in the United Nations declaration. I'm not sure if Saskatchewan passed it or Alberta, but I know it's not been passed here. That is something we should be fighting. So that's a different issue. So sorry, Diana, just not, I think there's more, there's a lot of things that are already doing that you're probably not aware of. In our website, it shows it and everything, but you're asking me to fight a government that's already doing it. So I don't know why I would do that. What would I fight for? I don't know. I don't understand the fight. So anyways, I just say it doesn't make sense. And so for us, this is not about us. Mostly it's about First Nations, but we will support First Nations. I openly express my support to the chiefs. I will support them, but I'm also not going to stick my nose in their business. Like I don't want them to stick their nose in our business. So, okay, so I hope you understand it, Diane. That's why I can't support this resolution, because it tells me to fight something that's none of my business, but already the federal government's committed to it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. The motion's defeated. Next one. I know those are tough issues. They're really tough issues, and there's lots of strong feelings about that.
Are you coming up? Oh, thank you. I'm gonna need it. Resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 13th to 15th, 2023, regarding prayer at assemblies. Whereas it is imperative to maintain a diverse, inclusive, and respectful environment during our assembly gatherings, and whereas adhering to a secular stance helps uphold the principle of separation of church and state. And whereas diverse beliefs and backgrounds of attendees should be respected, therefore be it resolved that any form of Christian prayer shall not be a part of the official proceedings during our assemblies. The organizers of our assembly shall create a secular and inclusive opening or moment of reflection that welcomes attendees of all religious, spiritual, and non-religious backgrounds. This resolution shall take effect immediately and shall be communicated to all organizers and attendees of our assemblies. Moved by Richard Carpentier and seconded by Doreen Windsor, October 15th, 2023.
Thank you, James. We have a resolution on the floor and discussion. I see, what's that? Oh, mover and seconder. Yeah, my apologies. Mover and seconder, Richard Charpentier and Doreen Windsor. Are you in the room?
Yes, I am. I
Okay.
so move.
Thank you, Richard. Doreen?
I believe she stepped out to have a smoke.
That's a problem.
Indeed it is.
It's a problem. If I'll give her a couple of minutes, and if she can't be here, then the resolution won't make it to the floor. Doreen Windsor. You're needed in the main hall for your resolution. Point of order has been called. I'll listen to what the point of order is.
I'll stand open to correction, but I believe when we started the resolutions process today, the very first resolution, the seconder wasn't in the room and readily available to second the motion when we started, and they were given leave to come to the room.
Can you repeat that for a moment, please?
I think it's irrelevant now.
Okay.
Seconder has arrived.
Okay, Doreen Windsor.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. We have a resolution on the floor. We will have discussion on this resolution. I see someone at the microphone over here, and then here, and then there, and then I'll go from there. So this, your first, second, third.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Garand. I've been a member of the Manitoba Media Federation since in the 80s. Okay, and the thing of it is, I can't go backwards at this. We have to have prayer in our system. We have to. We talk about doing things for our vets. We talk about doing things for our children. We have to at least pray and thank the good Lord each and every day for what we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, microphone 2.
I also agree that we should have prayer.
My apologies, your name and local, please.
Annette Niven, the Paul local. I also agree we should have prayer. This is also from our ancestors, always had prayer. And I don't think we should go without prayer, even though we understand there are people who don't believe in it, and that's their choice. And we will respect that. But please, if you don't like to hear it, just please wait at the back until we're done. Thank you.
Microphone 3 over here.
Linda St. Cyr Sarek. I'm with the Seven Oaks Métis Council and also the elder for the Manitoba Métis Federation, as well as my local. And I've had enough experience in my life to know that prayer works. It works for me many times. And I was raised starting my day off in prayer and ending it in prayer. Because if we don't bring our Lord and Creator into our meetings, look at what's happened to our schools. And into some of our people's lives. When I was teaching, I'm not going to name the place, but I was teaching kids that were not Christians, but we always started our day off with prayer and the singing of O Canada. Some of these that were not of our religion, which is fine, they would step outside the classroom and stand outside the classroom until we were finished. That was their choice. We respected that. So if you don't want to participate in our prayer, then go stand outside.
Microphone 1.
Jeanette Garand, Woodridge local. I was born and raised in this country. My first ancestor came here in 1635 as a Christian, brought this Christian stuff to us. And as I understand it, this country is still Christian. And Christian means prayer. And I will never give it up. I don't care if you shoot me today or tomorrow. I will still say my prayers.
I'm having a hard time not making editorials here, but I don't think our country is Christian. There's a lot of people in our country who are Christians. But you are all, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I just wanted to maybe provide some clarity. Microphone 2.
Alexine Nault, Kinnew Local. When we're discussing removing our opening and closing prayers, what we're essentially doing is wiping our culture. You can stand here and you can wear the earrings, you can wear the beaded vest, you can walk around in your moccasins, but that's only the physical part of our culture. You need to look at the spiritual aspect as well. And so therefore we should not be removing it because you are cutting out the culture by doing so.
Thank you. I have some more people here, but I also have someone waiting in the Real room in the lower level. So are we going live to them? Okay.
Hello. I'm Jennifer Klimak. I'm from Pelly Trail Local. Southwest.
Okay, sorry, Jennifer, I'm going to ask our audio guys to raise the
Sorry.
volume level for you.
We talk about having our culture removed from us and not being able to practice it at a government level of Canada. But when we as a people are trying to take our own ability to be able to have prayer from ourselves, I just say that that is a sad moment. And so, yeah, I think that we definitely need to be having prayer in our opening ceremonies, as that is part of our culture. And if we're going to try to have it removed, we're really not better off than the Canadian government from taking our way of life and our own spirituality away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hi, my name is Janice Garnier, Winnipeg Local. My concern with using the Lord's Prayer and everything along that line takes away the belonging of what you believe in. It's more of a spirituality. We believe in a higher power. We don't need to use the words God and amen and everything else, because that may take away from the other people who believe in the higher power and higher spirituality, which in all reality means the same thing. But using key words makes other people feel they don't belong, making someone stand outside may cause a disillusion of accepting what they believe and it's wrong and everything else, when in reality it's all the same thing of higher power, spirituality, what you believe in. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to microphone 2. No, I'm the chair. I'm going to go to microphone 2, then microphone 3, and then I'm going to go to Ottawa. Microphone 2.
Gelida Lajmodier, Vice President for the Thompson Region.
Oh, am I?
I am appalled at even this resolution coming. However, it's democracy. We can bring things forward. But I have this to say.
At every cabinet meeting that we have and annual general assembly, we always start off with an opening prayer. And of course, the closing prayer. And yesterday, you heard me share with you the special thanks I gave to Elder Verna de Monte as she gave our opening prayer on the chief. And it brought back, in my case, and I believe others, as I walked through the room, shared this with me, that it brought back their lost relatives who, well, not lost, but who have gone to the spiritual world. Yesterday, I shared with you that as the prayer was said by our elder, esteemed elder, it brought back my grandmother, Margaret Ranville Flett. And it also brought back Matot Louisa as they spoke in Machif and also said prayers in our language. We need to remember that we need that guidance. At every meeting that I have where I say the prayer, I always ask the Lord or the Creator to guide us, to give us direction as we work and do the work of the Métis people, because it is not an individual I'm not there as an individual. I'm there to represent a collective of my region and also, of course, of all our Red River Métis citizens, as I said at the cabinet. I do not support this resolution for that reason, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you very much. So we're getting a bit of a theme here, and I have microphone 3, I have Ottawa, I've got 1, and I've got 2. So we're going to call that for the discussion, and yeah, after the ones who are there, questions been called, but after the ones who are at the microphones now, we've got Ottawa and Vancouver. So where was I? 3, Ottawa, 1, 2. Vancouver, and then Vancouver. 3, Ottawa, 1, 2, Vancouver. Please, microphone 3.
Microwave 3. Hello, I'm Annette Drylick from St. Madeleine Heritage Local, and I would vote against the motion or want to speak against the motion, not to speak against the spirit of inclusion in what I hope the intent was, but to speak against it because I believe when we get together, the moment of prayer and meditation, thankfulness, and gratitude is what blesses the work we do.
Are you all done?
Okay, my name is Verna de Montney,
Oh, sorry, Verna.
and I do think that prayer is important. You do not have to pray the church prayers if that's not what you believe, but you do have to have and believe in something. So I do not support the resolution because each and every one of us have to believe in something. There's a blessing in every day, and that comes from somewhere. So if you do not believe in church, you have to believe there is a higher power that you can talk to. You don't have to say church prayers, but you do have to talk to someone in order to appreciate each and every day and all the blessings there is in each day. So prayer is important. You don't have to say the Hail Mary or the God, our Father, but you do have to praise and thank someone that we are here on this earth, alive and working and healthy. We do have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Verna. And thank you, Annette. Those last two, I think, spoke to me the most because, yeah, being inclusive, I think, is what we want to do. And we also want to, protect our culture. There's no doubt about that at all. But I do appreciate those last two very, very much. Microphone Ottawa, actually, please. Sorry, Ottawa.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Johnson. I'm from the Ottawa region with Out of Borders, and I'm part of the Lumachif Otipemisiwak 2S Plus local. I think that because prayer is so deeply ingrained into our culture, it shouldn't be a question of if we remove prayer at all or if we should make it silent. I think that we should try to encourage more elders to come up and speak it in Michif and make it more of a cultural thing than a secular thing, solely because the prayer is deeply ingrained within us. But adding that little bit of Michif makes it more us and makes it more of a united front than dividing people who may be a different religion. So for that reasoning, I do think that the prayer is needed, just hopefully in Michif all 3 of the days next year instead of just one. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Microphone 1.
I'm Amy from St. Madeleine Local, and while I am not Christian, I believe in the power of prayer. Creator has helped guide me along my path through and through. I've been to the darkest of valleys, and we have to remember that, yes, it is ingrained in our soul. It is the highest vibrational point of love. And when we open with that, we tune into that higher vibration, and it opens up blessings and opportunities, not just for all of us in the room, but for future generations, for the sparkles in the young ones' eyes, for those who are just a sparkle in the sky, coming here, watching over us. So yeah, we believe in the power of prayer, and I think we should uphold it. And I agree with the lady who just spoke from Ottawa. In Michif would be awesome. Elder Verna, thank you for sharing it. It's helped bring me home, hearing it more and more. And yeah, Marcy Magwetch, everybody.
Thank you, Amy. Microphone 2, and then I've got Vancouver.
Richard Sharp. Hello? Right here.
Right here.
Okay. This is number 2 here.
No, this is number 2 here. So
Okay, well, so what number is this one?
I'm going to call you 4 because I didn't see you.
Richard Charpentier, Liberty Local. I have brought forth this motion. I am also a man of prayer, one that sees great meaning and power in prayer. My motion is one where I ask that there be a removal of Christian prayer. I am not asking for the removal of prayer altogether, but it is that of when we are asked to stand and pay respect to the Lord's Prayer. Now, for those that are Christians, by all means, please pray, stand up for what you believe in. But then for those of us who are not Christians, what is it that we are standing for? Are we standing in solidarity with our brothers and sisters here? Or are we standing out of diligence or duty to those that are calling us to stand and to pray? Again, I am a man of prayer and a seeker as well, but not one who will want to hear the Lord's Prayer being resounding around these halls. Thank you.
I've got one more. But I've already said, yeah. Microphone 4.
I just want some clarity on the motion because just to clarify what the gentleman just said, I believe the motion, I'm Landon from the Portage Local, by the way, Landon Amont, Portage Local. Just some clarity on the motion. I think the motion was to remove the Christianity aspect of the prayer as opposed to removing prayer altogether. Can we get the motion read again
Yes, and I believe that's what the mover.
and just clarified?
That's what the mover just said. So whereas it is imperative to maintain a diverse, inclusive, and respectful environment during our assembly gatherings. And whereas adhering to a secular stance helps uphold the principle of separation of church and state. And whereas diverse beliefs and backgrounds of attendees should be respected, therefore be it resolved that any form of Christian prayer shall not be a part of official proceedings during our assemblies. The organizers of our assemblies shall create a secular and inclusive opening or moment of reflection that welcomes attendees from all religious, spiritual, and non-religious backgrounds. This resolution shall take effect immediately and shall be communicated to all organizers and attendees of our assemblies. So yes, I believe you're correct. We have one more speaker from Vancouver, and President Chartrand will follow. Vancouver.
My name is Leo Nolan. I'm in Abbotsford now. I was the president of the inner city local for the MMF in 1973, 79, a little while ago. I am for this motion because it bothers me when I have been in groups and I've had people stand up and you have to hold hands this way, one is up, one is down, and it's giving me all kind of things that is not part of my religion. I grew up in the Roman Catholic Church. My first communion was at St. Joseph's Vocational School, a residential school. One of my ancestors was one of the 50 signatories to bring the priest from Quebec into Manitoba in 1817. So part of the Catholic thing is still inside me. But when I'm in a meeting and I'm having people come and tell me what I need to do or not do, it's infringing on my rights. As an individual, I will pray according to how I feel praying. When I was a child, we prayed on our knees. Every evening at 6:45, CKSB French Station in St. Boniface would have the rosary, and we were on our knees every night. So I'm a strong Catholic. I don't attend church anymore. I believe in spirituality. I believe in the Creator. Part of the reason that I'm against or for this is I was raised with the people who open prayers were the priest, not individuals. When I'm in meetings with the agency that I sit as an elder advisory and with the Métis community, I ask for a moment's silence for people to pray as they see fit, to whom they see fit. And to me, that is respect. So I am for this resolution.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a very important issue to all of us here. So if you're at a microphone now, we're not going to take any more speakers.
What?
I have made that ruling
gonna pray
before, and
for
I'll
you,
make that
Wilfred,
ruling
on-
right now. No, I said that I said it several times that the folks who were at the microphones is those who would hear from in Vancouver was last, and then the president. So President David Chartrand.
You know, just reading a statement made. Oh my God. Bless all those that are here around me. And bless Jesus Christ, our Savior, that he listens to me. Those words are the words of Louis Riel before they killed him. He believed in God. He went to war when people were shooting. He never carried a gun. He carried a cross. He believed in it, and so did our people every day and every morning, right from 1816, 1812, when we did the buffalo hunts. Every morning there was a prayer by our people to make sure our hunt was safe and our kill was good, that it could feed our families. Every morning before the buffalo hunt took off. Hundreds and hundreds of years of practice and culture has been enshrined into our everyday thinking. And in my heart of hearts, we all believe in it. You may say we don't want to be Christians anymore. That is your prerogative. I will die a Christian. I'll be buried a Christian. I'll have prayer at my grave. Today, the cause of wars in the world, going back even before Jesus Christ, different religions were fighting for different purposes. Most wars today in this world are based on a religious fight. And they're happening right now in Palestine, in Israel. Two different beliefs and religions fighting for a holy land. We have embraced it into our constitutions, into our positions of local meetings, regional meetings, and our annual assemblies, that the prayer must be, and as far as I'm present, will always be, no matter what you vote, what you do. If this was to ever pass, I would put my resignation tomorrow morning. I could not lead a people that would not believe or could not believe that one man that we all know gave his life right to the last before the rope was wrapped around his neck and he dropped through in the gallows. He gave his life for us because he believed in his little Métis nation, and he never gave up hope in God, in Christian beliefs that we have always believed in. It's taken us where we are today. Elders are crying right now because it hurts. They know the suffering. They know the hurt. Let's not use the excuse of these perverts of priests that took abuse to children. That's the perverts. That's not the church. That's not God. And it's not Jesus. Those are perverts. We cannot blame the Bible, nor can we blame Jesus or the good Lord for that. These are human beings who are dangerous to society. And I hope one day, if they get away from the courts of this country, the good Lord will make sure they're punished in a different way when they enter their next level, where they go to a new world. If my mom was here today, she'd probably cry. I feel like crying because it hurts me that we, this time in our lives, with all everything we fought for, everything we have done is believing in God and believing in Jesus, that we are there and they've given us that hope. It's given me that drive every day, and I go to work. I pray in the morning and I pray at night. I talk to my mom in the morning, I talk to her at night, and I pray to her. I don't care who you are to come and say here, we're going to change our ways because it's a new world. I will never change my ways. Never. I believe in democracy and I believe in free speech. I fight vigorously for that, for all. And I've always been proud of the advances we have made. When we see others struggling, we've been there. When Ukraine was struggling, we sent 100,000 because we know that the battle was wrong, that Russia was wrong, and that innocent children would die today. And we as a Métis government put 100,000 immediately out there to help those. We've given other societies that are in desperate need of help, that are praying, and praying like people like us would come, our government would come, to help them with their struggles and their hardships. We can never stop believing, my friends. The day we stop believing is the day we end. I would not want to be part of this society if I could no longer believe in what I believe in and what I was raised to believe in, how my mom taught me, how her mom taught her. Well, not really her mom, her grandma taught her. I could not believe that we'd walk away from that. Society is changing on us. There's not a question about it. The internet world is changing on us. The computer world is changing on us faster than we can imagine. It's even scaring the sharpest and brightest intellectual world of the IT world. They're scared now. They're very scared at AI. It's the way it's called, my friends, AI. Don't ask me the rest of it because I don't understand, but I understand what it does. They can impersonate anybody in this room today, putting your face there and your actual voice in the computer and saying that you're saying it. That's how advanced it's come. Yes, the world is changing, but let's never change who we are. Let's never give Riel the greatest insult we can ever give that man. He gave us our life, and what did he die for? He died because he believed. He was supposed to be a priest, remember that. He was selected by the church to go to Montreal, to go to schooling to become a priest. And instead he stepped out of it midway and took some law. And look what he did for us. But he never gave up. The church took him there, gave him that inspiration of what he needed. And then the education was next to him. 24 years old, he came back into this land. And what did he do for the rest of his life, which is only 17 years? He gave his life for us. His entire life, his children died, everything was gone. And he always believed, no matter what, no matter how the hardship, the pain, that he still believed in Jesus Christ no matter what, and the good Lord. And if you want to pray like Buddha or something else and other secular ways of praying, go ahead and do it for all you care. All I care. It's your business. I believe in you. You should believe in something, but you'll never change the way we do prayers in this assembly and this government. Not in this time, not 10 years from now, not 20 years from now, not 50 years from now. So I'll never support this. Thank you very much.
Question's been called. All in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands. What's it like in the rest of the? We're just waiting for the online. And that includes all the satellites. Okay. All opposed, please raise your hands. Abstentions? Online, satellites? The resolution is defeated. Thank you very much. I think we're done resolutions. Now that we're less tense, I was going to say that when when the Lord's Prayer was read this morning, it was, for me, it was, I almost wanted to say, hi, my name is Will and I'm an alcoholic, but that moment passed. So the resolutions committee, who did a great job, they're going to stand right now, and let's give them a round of applause, because that was some heavy lifting today. That was some heavy lifting all weekend long. Thank you very much for all your service and your work. Thank you. I'll entertain one speaker at the microphone.
Once again, Tiffany Evans, KNU Local. I just wanted to actually say great job to the initiative with the deck of cards. I think that, and I'm just trying to break the ice, and the heaviness of the room right now.
Yeah.
But great job for that initiative. It's breaking down the barriers and it's allowing people to go into meet the ministers, go and talk to the cabinet and bring forth ideas and concerns. So once again, kudos, great jobs. And thank you very much for doing that and taking that initiative.
Thank you, Tiffany. We're going to ask real quickly here, all Regional Youth Advisory Committee members, all Provincial Youth Advisory Committee members, please go to the front lobby. Not sure why, but they want to talk to you up in the front there. Okay. Wait. I'm looking for something here. Wait. What language do Brazilian geese speak? Portuguese. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you in 10 minutes, and then we're going to have President David Chartrand, who's also the Minister of Economic Development. He's going to give his report. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes. Just a couple of really quick announcements. Again, Regional and Provincial Youth Advisory Committee members, go to the lobby. All the vice presidents have the certificates now. It's a lot easier if you come to see your vice president to get your certificate rather than them looking and hunting for you. So please find your vice president. The prize, the free booth prizes have been drawn. They are going to be shown up on the screens momentarily. If you have won, please go to the third floor and then you will be able to collect your prize. If you don't know, then go to the third floor and check. I don't know. So again, we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna give this back to you though. Zeta Fafford. Zeta Fafford, you have won $595 in the Les Métis 50-50 draw. Zeta Fafford, please come see. Yeah, everybody, she's taking her out for lunch tomorrow. Praise the Lord. I didn't even think of that one. Yeah.
Okay. I know there's an issue about, yeah. Okay. Here right away. I know that there's an issue with these screens that people can't see if they've won any of those free prizes. So at some point, we're going to read those out. But first, we're going to finish up the business of the assembly. And I think this year we're going to then close the assembly and have a closing prayer. Before we get into the draws and all the rest of it, just because I know some people aren't interested in those draws and things, and we want to close this off in a good way. Mr. Chair, it's yours.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Actually, before we bring up President Chartrand, I have a helper. Before we do, I have a helper who needs to help us introduce President Chartrand as our next speaker. Madison? Can you say, Mr. President? Can you say, Mr. President, please come to the stage and give your report. Love, Madison. Yay. Frozen. Thank you very much, Madison. Thank you. Okay, we have the ECDev report, which I am so proud to give on behalf of all of our cabinet and all of our locals and of course our regions and our citizens of how far we've made advancement when it comes to economic development, which we know we're damn good at as Métis people. But before we do that, we have some sponsorship recognition and we want to say thank you from each and every one of you here, downstairs, upstairs, all those out there listening in the virtual world. Actually, I was just told that some people are coming in here and they're saying, well, I have nowhere to sit. They said, go downstairs. I have nowhere to sit. Go upstairs. I have nowhere to sit. So it just shows you how many people are here. It's quite an amazing, amazing attendance of our assembly. And I'm so proud of that as a government. So, but we want to thank these sponsors because without their sponsorship, it really brings down the cost of operating an event like this size. Probably costs us about $750,000 to run something of this magnitude. But it's important that we treat our people with the best we can give them when they're here. That's the thank you I always tell my staff. Treat them at the best you can because they work hard at home. They watch our government. They trust their government and treat them with all the respect you can. So we got to raise money each time to make sure. But let me tell you something I'm so proud of. The sponsorship up there, not only these ones that the big money ones, the small ones that are out there too, they're selling all their stuff like they're crazy. They can't believe, and I thank you all for buying something from them up there. Those sellers, they're very, very proud. Outside in your Métis store, in 2 days, you bought $35,000 worth of goods. So congratulations for that. Now, not we're selling high prices. We'll go into details later. First gift representation to the Platinum. John, where are you, John, to help me out? Oh, he's right there. It's going out to, you have a list somewhere here, right? Okay, the first one again is something I'm very proud of. It's one of our institutions. You give it to him.
one of our institutions that have been working diligently. Right now, they're doing 4 big contracts, major contracts in the tens and tens of millions. And of course, they charge a fee for service, but they're doing an excellent job on our behalf, on your behalf. It's Métis N4 Construction. They put $50,000 to this assembly. So again, Jack Park, thank you very, very much. I didn't tell him we got his present from Dollar Store. You don't know that. No, trust me, we need to show our respect to these companies. Next one is our new partner and who actually sold us the Heritage Building. And now we put quite a number of investments in their bank. On your behalf, it's the Bank of Montreal, $25,000 from Todd Lawrence. Thank you, Bank of Montreal. That's a young guy that's giving us 25,000 bucks, eh? Next one is our new partner in the military part. They won a massive contract. In fact, they've been just become new partners with us. I'm very, very proud to say that. And I think we have a long-term relationship. They won a massive, massive contract, which we are starting to get bits and pieces of some of that benefit. So that's Skyline or $15,000, Peter Fedek. Peter. That one we got from the $2 store. Next one is LRCC. That's the cheapest institution I know. That's, of course, Paul Paraday, who's been our banker forever. Thank God Leah's there to make sure he gives us money. So Leah, okay. On behalf of the people of Manitoba, the Métis people, thank you again to LRCC for $15,000. Thank you, LRCC. Another one is up and coming young man who's actually started off with one person. He's got 21 staff now, and he's doing major, major contracts everywhere. Does a lot of work for us because we can trust him. He's actually a Métis entrepreneur, and that's Stanley Electric from Mechanical for 10,000, Jesse Vogan. Jesse. As you see his head, Dan, I still got more hair than him. But I'm really proud of him. Next is NRG Management, $10,000 to Justin Roger, who gave us $10,000. Thank you, Justin. These are Métis businesses. Thank you very much. A lot of them are Métis entrepreneurs. If not, they hire a lot of Métis entrepreneurs. Next one is doing our Selkirk apartment block and probably others in the future, or maybe more already, I don't even know. M Bills, they put $10,000, Cam Artie. Cam? Actually, I went and visit the booths upstairs and I talked to Cam, he was there. And they're doing, of course, the Selkirk 49 apartments and office space and retail space. I said, you guys better make sure you're in budget online. He said, oh, we will. Well, you better be, because I said, we have some damn good lawyers, boy. If you do wrong, this is a $21 million project, so thank you very much, M and Bills. Efficiency Manitoba, $10,000, and that's Corey, should be at. Corey, that's your name? Thank you very much. So those are the 10 major sponsors. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 major sponsors that give us the money that we need to run these assemblies. I think we raised over $247,000 from these sponsors. So give them a round of applause. The ones that aren't here are Transcona Roofing, 10,000, Henbridge, 10,000, Number 10 Architectural Group, they do a lot of work for us, 10,000, Louisiana Pacific, 10,000. So they could not be here. So I want to thank them for their $10,000 in helping our assembly. So kudos to them, please. Now, next, I want to show you just a quick snapshot for you to remember. So just look at the screens, and they produced this video of lands and properties. I haven't seen it yet. That's Lauren. Where's Lauren? We're supposed to come over here. I told him stand up there so people get to know who you are. So that's Lauren. In fact, heads our ec dev sector, and he's doing superb jobs ever since we stole him from working for Western Diversification. So the video is all lined up. Okay, the video's all lined up. Let's look at the screens.
Transform
Go ahead,
its
camera
lands and
people.
properties into thriving projects and communities. Join us as we journey through our diverse portfolio of properties. First, we celebrate MMF government buildings, a testament to our commitment to serve and empower the Red River Métis. Our Heritage Center at 335 Main, where our rich history will come to life, bridging generations through culture and heritage. 200 Main, where our government takes root in revitalized spaces, breathing vitality into our urban landscape. Child and Family Services, where we provide essential support to strengthen Red River Métis families, ensuring a brighter future for our children. Early learning and childcare centers that will nurture our youngest with care and knowledge. Affordable housing for seniors, a haven of comfort and security to our elders who have contributed so much to our community. Affordable housing for families, a foundation for stable, loving homes where our families can thrive. Transitional housing for our vulnerable citizens, such as our homelessness hub that serves as a beacon of hope for those experiencing hardships, providing a second chance. Michif Manor, a home away from home for rural MMF citizens, offering comfort and support when health services in Winnipeg become a necessity. Maison, a home for Métis youth aging out of Child and Family Services, providing support and guidance for their journey into adulthood. An apartment complex in West St. Paul for Red River Métis women escaping gender-based violence. A rehabilitation addiction center on Breezy Point Road near Selkirk, offering shelter and culturally safe addictions and mental wellness treatment. Our commercial and industrial properties will drive economic growth and create opportunities for Métis entrepreneurs. 284th Street, where we're shaping the commercial landscape of downtown Winnipeg. The Tranquil Resort in Pine Dock, where leisure and luxury blend to offer serene escapes. The Lake Manitoba Golf Course, where recreation and competition harmonize in a scenic setting. In the heart of our woodlands, our youth camps blossom, nurturing future leaders. Our harvesting lands offer a sacred place for Métis citizens to connect with our heritage through harvesting. Our MMF government places the utmost importance on the supply and affordability of housing, addressing the special needs of some of our citizens, preserving and promoting our heritage and culture, and generating economic and business opportunities for our people. We've demonstrated the intent and proven the capacity to undertake these life-changing projects. As President Chartrand has stated in the past, if we've got to buy our land back 1 acre at a time, we'll do that. Together, we're shaping our future, creating a legacy that will echo through generations.
Thank you. So that's just your properties. Right now, there's way more than that. So those alone, I think, are over $50 million in investments. Like the 150 Henry, we're spending $11 million for a green fit, and it might actually be nominated for an award. We've changed all the windows, all the heating systems and everything to be the most green efficient building in not only Winnipeg, Manitoba, but Canada. So I'm looking forward to seeing that building be promoted as in a future for our investments. Second, you've seen the rest of those buildings. Each of them is already planned out in budgets, but we're also looking at the 50 million there. We anticipate by 4 more years, to be about $200 million investment in continued capital asset. Why is that important? Because this is how it's important. Every building that you own, and now instead of our staff being employed and you're paying rent to somebody else, you're paying rent to your own government. So that money keeps on flowing back into the economy of our government, and we begin to manage our own affairs, and we'll be making millions just in rent and capital assets. So when we show you this business economic plans, as I said, step by step, there's a plan. That's what Lauren does and has sleepless nights to make sure all the numbers are working, all the expenses are well documented and put in place. But I think it's important to recognize other historical significance. 200 Main, the building that you own, that big fancy building there at 7 stories, we just bought. We take it over November 1st. You're going to have 300 employees there. I think CRO is going there. Am I correct? CRO? Okay. Winnipeg Region is going there. There's your building that you own. Now, underneath that building at one time, the Dominion Land Hack was there. They had an office there. That's the ones that are supposed to give us our script and to give us our land that they negotiated through Riel in 1870. It was right there underneath where that building now sits. There was an office before called the Dominion Lands Act office. But that's where our Métis people were beaten and treated with unbelievable negative racism and chased away. Instead of being allowed to go and get their land script, they were chased away from that particular office, not that one, but the one that was sitting there in the 1800s. So now you're on top of that building, and you're now going to be distributing your future in a land that you took over that stole our land in 1870.
Okay. You saw how mad he got last time. If we don't keep that noise level down, then we're gonna go back there again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much there for, now, when you look at the future, like even the statement that you've made to us that it's so expensive to bring our loved ones to Winnipeg, and this is where all the top medical services are, whether it's cancer, whether it's operation, heart operations, and just the different challenges we face. We don't see those type of specialties in rural Manitoba. Now, we've heard over and over the struggle of being to rent a hotel room, the cost of renting a hotel room. So because of your demand, that's why we're building, what's Michif Manor is called? Or what? I always get mixed up with these names. Michif Manor. How many apartments is there, Will? Wait. Okay, there'll be 20 plus 2 apartments there, family apartments, family homes, family settings. So when you come from the rural Manitoba, you'll have a place to stay. We'll be charging you, but not a lot of money. So it'll just making sure you have a place to be with your loved one. They might be here for a month, they might be here for 2 months, a week, but you'll have a place now that you own, that's yours. So again, I hope you're very proud of that because that's what you wanted, and now we're finding ways to give it to you. Now, there's some pictures that went quickly. It's in St. George in the Southeast region. We've started construction, affordable and senior homes in St. George. And make sure if you want, this is a retirement location. And if you want to move out there, it's stunning, stunning growth, stunning land, river, everything. So that's being built as we speak. And so if you need to move, if you're willing to move, start getting your name in there because already we're getting flooded with Selkirk apartment. I think it's going to be full pretty soon, or it's full already, or at least applications are full. But when we build on Anderson Highway, that's going to be 60 apartments. So that's going to be, again, a need for people to put their names forward and get prepared for that. So when is Selkirk done? Anybody can tell me that quickly? Next September. Oh, Selkirk apartments will be done next October. So next October, people will be moving in there and in your own apartment. So as I said, we're looking to make sure that you have the most best and comfortable home you possibly can have, especially in your retirement years. So when we move forward, most of these things, again, I know I could bore you with all the data and information, but when we're looking at the future, we want to make sure the investments we're doing is something that are going to also, everything we do, we try to make sure it's making money. Because in order for us to be able to take care of ourselves, to be independent, we have to have an economic ability. We, for example, can actually pay out all of the debt right now. We have no mortgage anywhere. The problem with that is that you'd have no reserve fund. That if, you know, the future from now, we want to make sure that people can afford to have these assemblies, to have regional gatherings, to have local, and to buy more property if necessary. Also in the West St. Paul, you own 25 acres of land right when you go over the Main Street Bridge all the way to the river. That's where the women having a women's shelter is taking place. But in that is 25 acres. Now, why would we buy 25 acres there? Because we know the city is moving that way. It's already building not far from us. The purchase price of that land was $5.something million. They're already telling us the estimation, we probably can sell that land and probably make about $10 million in profit. But we're not going to sell it yet. We're going to keep on building and waiting. Let the city come to us, and they'll be knocking on our door trying to give us the money that we want, and that makes sure the big revenue is earned and we can put it back in our government. So as I said, the tasks these people are doing, Lauren and his team, they're very well suited to plan the future and economic future for our people. And I can just say enough of a pride. Same thing with John Kutras. He's now working on a new plan. We haven't agreed to the plan yet in cabinet, but that's the 10 million we got from Heather Stephenson when she was still there to transfer the economic funds directly to us, and we control it. We got rid of the province sitting on our boards. They're no longer there. We'll decide the future of that 10 million and how it'll be helping our citizens, whether it's in business, whether it's in loans, whether it's new investments, equity investments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all I can say to you is that even you look at the education funds, last year alone for post-secondary education, just in 2 universities, we give about $3 million to our students, 2 universities. Now we got to look at the colleges, we're giving probably another 1 or 2 million there. So the change of the fabric of that is unbelievable. This is not even counting first-time homebuyer program. First-time homebuyer program, if you look at the amount of acreages we're talking, the amount of land, you're talking 20 football, 30 football fields, 40 football fields. And maybe our vision we had as a people, we will buy ourselves back our land 1 acre at a time, 1 building time, as it's finally truly happening. So there's so much to be proud of. And then right now, daycare centers, I can't tell you how proud I am of that. And this is what is important to daycare centers, is that we're timing them. We have, I think, Francis, I think, gave a report. We must have about 24 million in the bank right now or more. And what we're doing with that is every daycare center is costing us about over 2 million to build. And that's once you see it. Everyone will look at that. See, the reason we're doing that image, and I told you this before, when I took over office in 1996 as spokesman 97, the first thing that is in my mind to do was to build our pride and to build our name brand again, to be one that can be trusted and respected. So when you look, where's that building? When you look through our daycare centers throughout Manitoba, it's there, it was there a few minutes ago. Don't show my beautiful face, just show me the damn, yeah, show me the damn, there it is. Those buildings will all have the same image. And the reason I want that, when anybody driving anywhere, any of our citizens, anybody driving, going to say, that's our building. The brand is going to show you your building. The colors are going to be the same. So we're building 16 of those in Manitoba. And now we've already employed 150 people are working for us right now, running our daycares. By the time Francis, the minister, and her department is complete, they will be employing 300 people running our daycare centers. Think about that. 300 people be working for us there. So all of it shows you the progression of our economic engine. And this is just the beginning, but we got to be wise with our money. And the reason I'm very tight, we got money. Trust me, we do. I've been negotiating some massive deals for you, some big settlements. There'll be more to come. And like I said about the locals today, that 13,333,000 we're investing, it's going in, I think, into the Richardson Financial. That we're looking at how much interest guaranteeing us. Is it 5, 7, 8%? But that is yours for 35 years. 35 years. So we're thinking, wait, pardon me? What? What? Be quiet, she said. Hey, I got to listen to the handsome man on the stage, she said. So thank you very much for the kind words. So, but listen to this. That money now, because of our wisdom behind our investments, you have estimated $700 to $1 million a year as locals. And that is a feat of strategy planning. We could say, oh, let's go buy this, let's do this. But then there'll be nothing 10 years, 5 years, 20 years from now for you. So this way, this money will continue to grow. We also set up a plan when we negotiated hydro. We negotiated that the 40 million would come up front and the rest of the 80 million of it will come in 50 years. 3 million every year will come in the bank, and it keeps on going with the interest of cost of living. So that 3 million may be worth 10 million in say 10 or 15 years. So it'll keep on rising as the insurance and the cost of living continues to rise. That will also rise the value per month or per year we get. So again, you are guaranteed no matter what, 80 million plus all the cost of living, which probably equate to about, I'd say 140 million, will still come for the next 49 years. So that's planning, that's putting the stage in front that you're set. You're set in a way that you're protected and you're setting your future. The 20 million right now, we're also putting that. We have another 6 million we're going to be spending on strategies. I know we're helping farmers and ranchers today, which I'm very proud of. I think we gave away close to 9 million. That was Dave Boudon's ministry. But we'll continue to do these things. But another one that's very important I hear so much is the supplement program. And I'm very pleased with Cabinet and Anita and Francis, they're running that department. And the supplement program is being revered as probably the best, because we're helping our families until the cost of living is starting to come down. Because right now things are too expensive for children's clothes, children's needs, et cetera, senior needs and so forth, their food. Like, let's understand this. You want to heat the yellow brand bologna one, I use this example, or the buns bologna. My granddaughter told me she wants the yellow brand bologna. She doesn't like the buns bologna, but I like the buns bologna. So, but when you start looking at brand products, we want to start making sure people can afford the things they need to eat, no matter what color the damn brand is. If you're going to eat Click or you want to eat Jubilee, you're still going to eat Click. So when you start looking at it, our job now is to keep on finding the money to keep on supplementing the program. Anita, what does it cost right now to supplement program? Where's Anita? I hope they're listening to me. That's a good test on my ministers. Are you listening to me, ministers? One minister. Where the hell's the rest of my ministers? Oh, there's Jelida. Okay, there's there. Okay, somebody tell me how much we're giving in the supplement program right now. Somebody got to give me a number. Where's my finance? What's the number? How much we're giving? I don't know the numbers, she said, but it's something high up there. Huh? Oh, and Southwest alone, according to the vice president, there's 850 clients getting a supplement program every month. 850 in Southwest. Good way to go, MMF. So, how much? In Southwest, there's same number, 800 and something in Southwest getting their supplement program every month. And Winnipeg, it's over 2,500 every month getting their supplement program. So that's the point of making sure we have our investments in place. And that's just 3 regions. Start doing the math now. It's $100 per, for sure. 75 for students, 100 for elders, 125 for one child, 150 for more than one child. So you start doing the math, you're talking in the millions. And we got to find money in our system of investments to try to keep that program growing as long as it can until the food prices come down. We're starting to see fuel come down. That we're starting to see, most of you have seen that. Selkirk is still, I think, was going for $1.30 a liter the other day, but prices are coming down. And I'm very pleased to see them coming down. I heard Canada is going to be pushing the big store owners. There's only 5 of them. Trust me, 5 families own all the grocery stores in Canada. 5 families. So I understand Canada is pushing them to start bringing the price of food down. And trust me, they're overpricing. We know that because you look at their numbers, they're earning a fortune, these businesses, and they know it. They're overpricing Canadians and definitely overpricing us. And you look at different sectors of, look at a good example. The war didn't even start in some way yet in Palestine and Israel. They started a fight. It's definitely a lot of debt and a lot of misery, a lot of hardship. What did they do? They said, oh, we got to raise the oil 5%. How in the hell did you get that number? You didn't even buy any, oil was not affected yet. But that's how quick somebody out there is trying to make a fortune on somebody else's misery. So your government's got a good economic plan. We know where we're going. We know where we want to take our people forward. And we're going to continue the supplement program as long as we possibly can. And I hope those prices will drop. And we'll continue to use our surpluses we have in different areas to keep that program going. So I can say to you right now, I always say this, and this is something I hope you follow through with remembering. MMF has got your back. Thank you very much. Okay, I got 2 more things to do. Then we'll go to the fun stuff. Okay, first, I want to show you something. I hope the camera can come close enough. I got a gift yesterday, and it's the future president of this government. I'm sure she is because she's lobbying already. Here's her picture. How close can you go with the camera? Right there. Here, sister. Go, wait, go. Where are you? This way. Right there. Oh, no. Right there. Okay. So that's Skylar. And then she says, President 2030. So she's got a hell of a long campaign going, but she's strategizing already. And then she gives other people gifts already ahead of time, getting prepared for her run at the election of the president. So she gives that to Will. You have to show that to everybody. It's from Skylar, 2030. Okay, we know we have a president 2030 is going to be running. But the next one I want to show an honor and respect to. As I told you before, during COVID was one of the most, I would call it hurtful time. We went through some hell of a hard times throughout our nation's existence. From wars, battles, the landless people, all the struggles we've had. Then we come in this beautiful province we created, and we had a premier who fought us vigorously because he lied. I can say that publicly to his face, he lied. He blamed us for the board resigning in Hydro because he couldn't accept the responsibility to resign because of him. So he grabbed the MMF agreement and said, look, this is why MMF resigned, because David Chartrand and Sandy Riley, the chair of Hydro, are friends. That was a complete lie, 100% lie. So, but he had to blame somebody else. So because we started fighting back and forth, when COVID was coming through, we were worried as a government. Trust me, I was worried. I had sleepless nights. I was trying to figure out how in the hell can we get vaccines to our people when they were denying us. The province was denying us. The federal government didn't do much at that time. They barked from over there, but they didn't really do as much as they should have. They weren't there to help us. They gave us some money, which really changed the tide for us because we couldn't depend on the province to give us vaccines. They gave it to First Nations, they gave it to Manitobans, but they wouldn't give it to our families. And that scared the hell out of me because now this guy is playing politics with the life of our people, especially the elderly. So I was worried and I was trying to figure out what can I do? How can I make an action and make a change so we can bring vaccines to our people? So I reached out to a friend of mine. Of course, that's the son of Hussein, who's going to be here shortly. He's in the back. I reached out to him and asked him if he can assist us because he comes from the country of Jordan and his connections are very broad. His family is big in the business world, very affluent in Jordan. They can pick up the phone and talk to the king tomorrow morning if they want. They're very connected. So I asked him, is there anything you can do to help us? We're in trouble as the Métis. So he started working with his connection. He was able to get us some support for vaccines for COVID, and we had them shipped in as quickly as we can from a different country. So I was very, very proud, and I want to thank Hassan for being there when we needed him. And what I also want to share is, again, when I was at the grotto in St. Malo, that's a place I encourage all people to visit when you ever have a chance to be in Winnipeg. Take a short drive. St. Malo is not far from here. And there's a grotto, and throughout the summer, there's many prayers and gatherings that take place, and many healing has happened there. Many miracles have happened there. And so when the cross and the Jesus was falling apart, again, I said to myself, where can we get the best possible connection to the area that is best for the Christian world that we're in? Where's the best? Well, the best is for sure going to where Jesus himself was baptized in the river of Jordan. So again, I picked up the phone. I said, Hassan, I need you again. What now? He said, what can I do? I'll do anything you want. I said, I want you to get a cross from Jordan. I want you to get a Jesus statue from Jordan. And I want to see if you can get it to us so I can put it up in St. Malo, because we need to replace it. And what better place from the Holy Land of Jordan? And I said, that would be so touching to our families, our community, our Christian beliefs. It will be meaningful because it comes from where Jesus himself was baptized. So he did it. He said, okay, I'll see what I can do. So he went on his way. Thank God for his political connections, probably because he'd probably be in jail. Because he went and got rosewood. They're not allowed to really cut rosewood in Jordan. There's desert. And rosewood is very precious. But because of his political connections, connection to the king and the rest of the families, he was able to get a cross made in rosewood. And that's a very sacred tree out in Jordan. And then he got to Jesus, and he got it baptized. One of the things he couldn't do, we wanted him to ship barrels of water, of holy water from Jordan, so we can give it to our families, that when they lose their loved ones, or people are sick in hospitals or dying of cancer or other chronic illnesses, that they can use this holy water to bless their family and hope for a miracle. So he pulled it off. He actually paid for it himself. It cost $38,000 just to ship it by plane all the way here in Winnipeg. So he paid for it from his own family and his company. So I want to thank him for that. And since then, he's been working with us on many things. And actually right now he's invested in a major enterprise, major advanced sense of dealing with dues. As you know, in America, the world is far different than ours. Yes, we have crime, we have debt, we have all things that are coming here, which we all hate. But in the United States, the population is so big that these people that are losing their minds, or just hatred and viciousness, are walking into schools with machine guns and shooting innocent children in schools. And you see that in malls and museums and so forth. So Hassan, and his invention is because his family has been in the military background of investments and so forth, created this software. This software can hook up to any camera, including the Assiniboine Downs now. They don't put up cameras, they hook up to your camera. And what they can do is somebody walked in with a gun, that camera would pick it up right away. It would tell you what type of gun it is. It'll tell you if he has a big knife. It'll tell you that right away. He's actually meeting the city police here on the 19th to introduce this software. Because in the United States, he just came back from Arizona, I think, isn't it? Arizona. And all the school districts had a meeting with him, and they all want to put this into their schools because they gave an example that one school, most of you probably seen it in the news. That school, by the time the police got the message that that guy was shooting kids in the school, it took 6 minutes. 6 minutes before the police got, because by the time you called 911 and they asked you a bunch of information, a bunch of questions, it took 6 minutes. And when the police got there, let's not forget, they didn't go rushing into the school because they didn't know where this guy was. So what Hassan's cameras could have done is pick it up immediately, tell him exactly where he is, tell the police what kind of gun he's carrying. Is it automatic? Is it the machine gun? What does he have? And that's, it would have happened in 30 seconds. And they would have been able to follow that killer throughout the school and know what's room to bust in to get him. So his camera is in truly making a big change in the United States. That's really making headway throughout different parts of the world. They're also out in, where did he go to? The king, see the king, the queen. Oh, Nigeria. They just came back from Nigeria, and Nigeria is also called upon their software. So your government is going to be investing $2 million into that partnership with Hassan. And I told him, we expect you to make us millions because this is the top potential software in the world, and we want to be part of it. So he's been holding off, being patient with us to get our money together. But that money is being transferred next week, and we will be partners with his new company. And we anticipate his company will be the state of the art, the future, and where people will be in all the schools, everything will be using it. All your buildings down MMF will have that in our program. He's going to bring that to our software, and he's going to be there to make sure we have safety in our buildings. So Hassan, again, I want to thank you on behalf of my people. When we need you, you were there. You didn't even know much of us, but we became friends in 2017, me and him. And he's taken me to meet his family in Jordan. His father just passed. Our prayers to him. He had a hard time for 2 weeks. He was very close to his dad. Every day he spoke to his dad, every day. His offices are in Miami and Toronto, but every day, every morning he spoke to his father. So he's gone through that challenge. He said he'll always be missing his dad. He was so close, and he just lost his father. And he just had a son named Kayan. And he's asked me to be the godfather as the Métis Nation, so I will be there. So, but I want to express my gratitude to him and showing that he didn't ask us for no money, nothing. He didn't ask us for anything. He just said, I want to be there to help your people, and anything I can do, I'll be there. So, Hassan, on behalf of my people, I want to give you a gift so you can walk proudly to any meeting and know you're part of our family. I thought they would have buttoned this already, but not. I thought Lauren would be ahead of the game and button all this stuff. Are you gonna watch me unbutton this? Oh, the inside, I'll show you in a second. He can never sell this. I don't care if he's a millionaire. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. MMF community, good afternoon. Mr. President, thank you for having me so much. Thank you, everyone. The President been working extremely hard in making the MMF community to a much safer place. So we've been discussing the safety of the community over here for a while, and we are very honored and proud. Very soon, every property, every home in the upcoming 1.5 years will be much more secure with the MMF new investment. And I wish everybody all the best. Thank you for having me, Mr. President, and best of luck. Thank you. Thank you.
I tell you, he's more talkative than that. He must have been nervous. Because as I said before, I really think people that come to help our people. And in fact, he's offered us an office in Jordan because of the war right now, we're not even talking about that. But after the war settles, we're looking for ways of how we can reach out. The world's a small place. Trust me, it's a small world. And what we're looking at is that Jordan is the impartial country in the Middle East. It's connected to all countries, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jerusalem, everything is connected. And it's a peaceful country. And they have a king that runs it there. And he's willing to give us an office in Jordan. We can maybe take our fish products, take our commodities into Jordan, and we can disseminate from there, or else buy their products and bring it back. So this partnership with San is going to be for a long time. I anticipate, and I look forward to making some good headway to the future in our ability to extend to areas we never were able to in the future. How in the hell we get the Middle East? Well, definitely we can get to the Middle East or Jordan. So again, with that being said, thank you very much, Hassan, for believing in our people. Where the hell he's busy hugging everybody over there? Okay, so okay, but I trust me, he'll wear that proudly, and so he will showcase that everywhere he goes. He meets with senators in the United States. He meets with governors. He's attended a lot of political venues throughout the United States, and he's very, very well connected. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to all the people. And now let's have some fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give our Minister of Economic Development, who happens to be our president, let's give him a big round of applause. Amazing work happening right across our government, obviously. We are getting later in the day. We still have a few things to do, but if there are any questions for his portfolio, we'll take a couple of questions now. We're taking questions for the report, yeah. Sorry, I think I have someone at the microphone over here.
I don't have a question, but I can make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to so move to accept the report.
fantastic. We'll need your name and local for the record.
Lynn Robson, Anola local.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Seconder?
Sean Nault, Woodridge local.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I'm watching you guys on this one. Abstentions? Online? The online moderators, yeah, he's busy right now. He doesn't listen to me anyways, so. Okay, that motion is carried. So a couple of things that we're going to do here next. Okay, I got a couple of quick announcements here before we go to our next item on our agenda. Just so you know, the next two items on the agenda is Minister Campbell's going to do the 10-year staff 10-year anniversary and appreciation. And then we're going to have the President's Pride Award. And then we've got some draws, pickling contest. But what I'm going to do after the President's Pride, we're going to look for a motion to adjourn and the closing prayer. And then we're going to go through the prizes and so that we can just make sure. One of the things I had a couple of people come up to me and say, look, last year when we do the adjournment, when we do the closing prayer after the prizes, half the people get up, then we have to ask them to sit back down. But some of them still leave during the closing prayer. So that's why we're going to do it this way. But a quick announcement on the free draws in the upstairs trade show. So how many of you enjoyed the trade show this year? It was amazing. And it is packed in there. Literally, there was over 100 prizes and some awesome prizes, especially housing. But there were some awesome prizes at a lot of the booths there. So these numbers were pre-drawn. As we said before, we announced them. So copies of the winners are being distributed to your table. And if you are a winner, please go upstairs to the booth that you won your prize at. Any unclaimed prizes will be posted on the website, MMFAGA, all one word, mmfaga.mb.ca. And those who claim from the website need to send an email to aga@mmf.mb.ca. And we'll make sure that you get the information. But those who have won those draws, if you check the sheets that are being handed out, please go pick up your prizes. Segi, sorry, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. Segi Philip Dano from Mallard needs to go. Segi Philip Dano needs to go to the front to general registration. Segi Philip Dano from Mallard. All right, so we're going to welcome back to the stage. She's been getting gifts. Now she's going to give gifts. Please help me welcome Minister Anita Campbell.
It was a big one, yes. Hi, good afternoon. How is everybody doing so far? Good? Look at that, it's only 4:30. We only got another 4 hours to go. I'm kidding. Did you everybody buy tickets for the rainbow auction? Yeah, I apologize for those of you that forgot. They were working, doing stuff, visiting, you know, the normal stuff. Because it was closed a while back. So, but you'll love the amount that we've been reporting, and I want to thank you all in advance for that. So we're going to do our 10-year service awards for our Red River Métis and government. And then we're also going to recognize the staff with a gift. So it's the from the authority. So Carla is going to come and accept on behalf of these two staff. Carla is the CEO of our Métis Child and Family Services Authority. A round of applause for Carla. Don't be embarrassed. So the two staff that she's receiving these gifts on behalf of is Danielle Richards. She's the manager of building operations. She's been with us since July 25th, 2011. Oh, this is more than 10 years. Oh, you missed one. And she's not here.
No, she's away in Minneapolis.
You should buy her a cake. Make sure you have the receipt.
Will do.
Stephanie Chartrand, financial analyst, August 9, 2013. So on behalf of the Red River Métis government, please pass these gifts on to them for their years of service.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you, I got him.
You got them? Thank you.
so much.
Thank you. Okay, from the Métis agency, we're gonna have, and I hope I don't mess up his name, So Scott Maximinic, yes, close enough? Thank you so much. Is going to be accepting on behalf of the Métis agency staff. And so we have, you got them? Kira's helping with so Tammy Yerema, family support worker, April 22nd, 2013. Round of applause for Tammy. Jennifer Pointing, oh, hopefully it's packaged properly. You want me to take some of them? Thank you. Okay. We'll play the thing. If it's broken, then we won't know. If it's broken, let us know. We'll gladly exchange it. That's what Kira will get on our 10-year. The broken one. And so that was Jennifer Pointing, youth care worker, July 2nd, 2013. And then we have, oh, I'm gonna mess this one up. I'm gonna try. Kayla Smirchinsky. Yes? Kayla Smirchinsky. I did it. You should give me a round of applause just for that. Leanne Morrison is a family services supervisor, September 6, 2013. And Nadine Tremble, kinship care worker, October 15, 2013. Please give them a round of applause, please. You got them all? Okay. Thank you so much. And we have two more from the MMF agency, and they're here. Great. So we have Denise Tompkins, acting director of services, October 12, 2012. So that's Denise. And then we have, I love this name. It stuck out. I love your first name. Her first name is Teeny Strand. You can't forget that name. She's the Quality Assurance Analyst, October 22nd, 2012. Please give these ladies a round of applause, please. And that's it right now for our 10-year service awards. Thank you so much, and I'll hand it back over to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Yay, 10-year staff. Hey, right on. So, you know, I have been at the MMF for quite a long time. But the thing is, for some reason, I left to go to school and I left for my son was sick and I would never quite make that 10 years. Even though I've been here since 1996, I still never made quite that 10 years. And I keep asking Anita, and she keeps on making sure that I never got the want. So I'm working on it. I really am. We are going to ask our president to come up, and he's going to talk about the President's Pride Award and what it means to our staff here at the Manitoba Métis Federation.
Thank you very much to Will. As you all know, the President's Pride Award is chosen by you. You're the ones, when you do the tours and visits of these booths, you end up putting your tickets or your number to choose who you think has got the best showcase. Now, the staff take great pride in this. The staff work hard. Every department works hard. They want to compete to who has the best showing up there when our people come so they can take home pride of their department. So this year's winners, the third place is going out to ELCC. That's Francis, the Minister's Department. She was pushing hard to win first. You seen her carrying her big sign of her face here? The second place, I want to commend those staff and the Minister Sean, his department, goes out to veterans. Second place. Janet is very happy. Stevenson. Now, the first place goes none other than the man that spent every ounce of time while he's chairing a meeting, getting you to vote for him. First place goes to housing.
Well, I'd like to thank my parents. No, honestly, last year, obviously, you know, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle, and we work really hard. And it wasn't me. It was literally our housing team, which I think is what it's all about. The day after the assembly last October, they started meeting because they wanted to come up with a strategy so that we would just blow everybody away. And I think I don't know if there's any housing staff. Is there any housing staff in this room here right now? Okay, they're upstairs. Okay, they're working on houses for all of you. But they're the ones who deserve the credit. They're the ones who deserve the accolades. You know, I love leading this team because there's some amazing people. So I don't want any applause for me, but let's put a round of applause for that amazing housing team. Worked so hard, and they did a great job this weekend too. Apparently, I wouldn't let her speak at the microphone before, and now she wants to come and say something here. But I'm not even, I guess I still am sort of the chair for the next couple minutes.
So because we know carpenters uses great big pencils when they're building houses and doing all that stuff. So what we did was we bought them crayons with their names on them. So when they go out there and they're building and drawing our buildings, Minister Goodon is going to teach them how to do it so they all have a big crayon to help them with their buildings.
Okay, that's for the guys. Yeah, right on. Awesome. That's we're going to hang those up on the wall. And of course, we want to say thank you to we had some special guests there as well. Daniel Chartrand, who is actually related to Francis Chartrand, was signing hockey pictures there. Jocelyn the Rock, and a couple of others. But now, as I said, we're going to close it off. So I am going to entertain a motion to adjourn. And then I'm going to ask our elder Linda to come and help us close in a prayer. So if I could have the draws come after. Yeah, we're doing, after the motion, we're doing TV draws, Métis Night winners, the pickling contest. In fact, I saw a big pickle running around in the back there. Métis business draws, and the rainbow auction is coming right after that. So I'm looking at Minister Carrier, who moved to adjourn. And I'm looking at Minister Jelida Lajimoje to second. So all in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. All opposed? Who's opposed? Abstaining, that motion is carried. Please stand if you can for our closing prayer.
Wow. Thank you. Good afternoon, and it's such a pleasure to close out this year's AGA. Thanking our Lord for his love and continued blessings on us, the Red River Métis, and our government. God, our creator, we come before you collectively to offer our praise and gratitude for another great successful annual General Assembly. We appreciate the time that you've given us to enjoy one another and to share in all the wonderful ways our Red River Métis MMF government is moving us forward, which will benefit generations to come. We lift up the President Chartrand and his cabinet to you, Lord, and all those who's associated with them, and ask for double blessings as they continue to work on our behalf. Impart them with your wisdom, strength, and courage. Keep them safe and healthy. Be their guide in all things. Creator, help everyone at this assembly be supportive and willing to do their part to ensure the continuation of the important work our Red River Métis government is doing. Until we meet again, I ask that you bless us in every way, Lord, and keep us safe and free from illnesses and other dangers. Let us love one another and treat each other with the utmost of respect, no matter what the circumstance or the issues. Let your mighty angels guide us all safely home. Thank you, Creator, for your love and for blessing the Red River Métis. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Good night. Good health to you all.
Could I ask everyone to remain standing, please? No, it's this time I'm serious. There's a young man here who's been at every assembly I've ever been to. And he has given many opening and closing prayers on our behalf. He's been here all day today, sitting in the front. Mr. John Lee, I'd like to give him a standing ovation of appreciation. John is my elder. He's my friend. He's my brother. You know, he met my dad once. And by the time they were done talking in 15, 20 minutes, they were having supper together and hanging out and telling stories. That's the kind of man John is. That's the wonderful human being. We love you, John. Okay, so I think the next one that we have here, even though we're adjourned, I think you're all going to want to be here for everything that comes next. We're asking President Chartrand and Marty to come up for the TV draw. And I'm going to actually turn the some of this agenda over to, what's that? Oh, is that yours? Oh, yeah. Well, on behalf of all of us, let's give a nice little gift here. I'm sure it's beautiful, to our elder Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. There's nothing in there. Well, that's just something's wrong here. Who put that in there? Jack Park, where is he? You're responsible now. You have to buy Linda a gift. So Lydia's gonna help out here and take us home. I am thinking, and Mark maybe as well. Mark's kind of lazy though. So we're right here at the TV draws, and President Chartrand and Marty.
Okay, first thing first, my granddaughter wants to help me. She's been working around here, different places. She wants to volunteer and help. And this is for Are You Ready to Win? The friendly card game. And that's the winner's prize of an LG QNED TV. Holy man, a 75-inch. You might as well say open a theater at home. So who was those lucky people that went around and get all those signatures? You draw, baby. Now, this is the person that worked very hard to get a signature of those cards. Oh, there's no name. No, it's a green ticket. Let's move this way, Mike. Oh boy, where's my glasses?
290-2360.
Green ticket. Read it again.
290-2360.
Okay, we got to check downstairs. You up and had a chance to win the card signing was created by the Child and Family Services. You only have a short while to collect downstairs. The camera's watching down there. 290-2360, green ticket. 75-inch television, LG. I'm gonna call up another chance. Oh, we got a winner. We got us a winner. Check it out, check it out. 75. When you're opening up your movie theater. Check it out. That's it. You're the winner. Congratulations. Okay, next.
Next, we'll be announcing the winner of the pickling contest.
Oh, we got a special guest on this one. Special guest that comes all the way from the farms of Pickle Farm. And she's actually going to be announcing the winners. Oh, that's actually, they're entering here. I didn't introduce him yet. That's Clifford Waldner and his son. He just got married, Tyler. And actually, he's the one that's bought all the chickens, all the potatoes. Potatoes he gives us for free. That's a partnership we got with the Buaham Colony. And they're also entered in the pickle contest. So they've been a friend of the Métis for many, many years. And every year they donate, I think, how many pounds? 4,000 pounds of potatoes. And we buy honey and different products, chicken, for each of you to take them. I think there's 2,000 chickens or more out there. So, okay, now let's get the special guest all the way from Pickle Farm. Please come up here. The Pickle Farm herself.
Hello, I'm a pickle. I'm a Métis pickle. Just like the pickles we've got going on in the competition. So I bet you all want to know hotly contested pickles. They were on Facebook talking about it. If anybody noticed, there was all kinds of tagging going on. So this was a wild competition. There were all kinds of good people who did the judging. And I've got the announcement of the winners right here. So these are going to go in order from 5th place to 1st place. So are we ready? Well, it's appreciations. So we ready? So in the certificate of appreciation is, and I'm so sorry about the last name. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it badly, but bear with me. Tabitha Wazalowski. Tabitha, where are you? Come up and get your award, Tabitha. Tabitha, you're a pickler. Don't be a secret pickler. Where is she? Tabitha. Okay. All right. Well, if she's not here, there's a prize. She should come up and get it and her certificate for her great work. All right. Next one. Do I give it away? This was somebody who was in the competition last year and placed very highly. So no surprise that the next one up is Kathy Panson. Yay! Last year's winner placed this year, so her batches are still going well. Where's Kathy? Is she in the room? Oh, I see her waving. She's gonna come up. Some of my lovely pickle helpers are around there to give gifts. Because I have no hands. Pickle helper, yeah, the mini pickles. Thank you very, very much. The mini pickles. Come on, mini pickle. Dressed in pickling green. Okay. All right. The next one. We ready? I need a drum roll. I need a pickle roll. There we go. Pickle roll. Teresa Kozar. Teresa Kozar. Congratulations. Yay. Where's Teresa? Wave your hand. Wave your pickling hand. Are you here? There she is. Pickling hand waved. Congratulations. Come up and get your prize from the mini pickles. The Bix. Are they baby dills? Baby dills. There we go. Okay. Tabitha. There's Tabitha. Congratulations, Tabitha. Okay. So, second place runner up. Somebody we all know well. Mariel Goche. Congratulations, Associate Minister Mariel Goche. Well done. On top of being in cabinet, apparently she's a fierce pickler. Ooh. Teresa. Y'all, don't be shy. Come up and accept your pickle homage and your pickle tribute. Here we go. We've got Kathy Passon and we've got Teresa Kozar. Okay. I think the president wants to delay this final moment. The number one pickle of the year. Okay. Make it a dilly. The winner of the third annual Best Pickler contest is Linda St. Cyr Sarek. Yes! Elder Linda, this pickle needs a hug. Yes, there's some competition out of this. So congratulations to everybody who submitted theirs. We look forward to seeing you in the fourth annual one. This still pickles excited.
And of course, there's prize money that comes with that. And I'm very, very proud of it. I mean, the reason I'm really especially proud of this, because if you go back in our history without canning, a lot of us would have been very hungry people. So it's part of our tradition, teaching the young generation to put their pickles in there. And again, there was judges, I think 5 judges, not sure all the names, and they try their best to be neutral. And because they don't know names, it's all in little bowls. And that's how they decide which pickles make their root. I know that Dustin was telling me about her mom. She came in first last year. She wasn't happy with her pickles this year. They said they were not as crunchy. They came to me soft. She said they weren't the best pickles. So she wasn't happy with them. Thank God she didn't get them from Clifford's. And Clifford didn't win this year. That's okay. Next year we'll try again. So let's go. Oh, by the way, Cherokee and Cheyenne, second place on a pudding eating contest. You didn't pick up your prize of $200 yet. So if you're here, come and get it. Get your sense.
Next, President Chartrand will be announcing the winners of the Métis Talent Games Night, and we'll be making an announcement about the bingo.
Okay. Oh, yes. Last night's winners, we all know, Goose Calling, third place, Eddie Fiddler. I don't know what the prize money is. It's good. Riker Eslifanson. I butchered that name, I tell you. Richard Janai came in first. Richard Janai, congratulations. Moose Calling, Trent Parker, third place. Ron Jacobs, second place. Richard Janai, first place. Holy, I can't believe you beat Robert Descharmes. Joe contest, Liars contest. Justin Stone, third place. Addison Rhodes, second place. And Robert Descharmes, first place. Laughing contest. Ollie Vesna, she can sing and obviously she can laugh. She came in third. Candice Bercier came in second, and Lorraine McClellan came in first. And the pudding contest went to Lorraine and Candice. Second place, Shahan and Cherokee. First place, John Sanderson and Sonia Chartrand. Apparently, they're full of pudding all over their face and clothes. The jigging contest, third place, Serenity Collins, 17 under. Remy Moran, Elizabeth Janai came in first place. Congratulations to all three of you. Jigging adult, Clarice Janai, Monica Janai, and Sonia Chartrand took first. Remy, Pauline Janai, Monica Janai, and Sharon Chartrand took first. I played against Sharon. Boy, she's a tight player. Anyways, and that's, you guys call it Rummy, we call it Romy. Same thing. Cribbage tournament now. Let's go to this one. I didn't enter, so you guys had a chance. There's only second and first. Second place went to the second place champion last year. He tried hard to be first this year. Dave Boudin and John Como took second place. First place, again, our champion from last year came back, came all the way. I'll have to take her on next year, I think. She won last year, she wins this year. That's Brenda Bolette and her partner, Calvin Yakachuk, who was there for the riot, I think, if you ask me. But anyways, congratulations to Brenda and Calvin for first place in the cribbage tournament. Okay, all pickle contests get honorarium at the front registry. That's all the pickle contests, all get an honorarium at the front registry. Where's the front registry, by the way? Okay, some there, okay. Now, bingo last night, as you know, Nelson Sanderson was the victory of $10,000. So kudos to Nelson. Are you here today? No, of course not. He's not here. He won 10 grand. He's out spending it. So, oh, Natalie, I'm sure you're very, did you ask your dad for any money yet? Where's Natalie? Make sure you ask your dad for some money before he spends it all. Anyways, what was really crazy, my sister's a bingo fanatic, right? Rita and her husband, Hal. And so they actually got lucky. They won that TV last night, and they were there, and she was just shaking because I-25 came on a screen. No, 25. 26 was next on a screen. So the number 25 was to be called. The next number is I-26. My sister needed I-26 for $10,000. And then they called I-25, and now she sees the 26. Bingo. Her heart just dropped. So, but kudos to Nelson. Congratulations to that. And then at the same time, all the people that came out to bingo, a lot of people said they want it next year. So I guarantee you'll have bingo for 50,000 next year too. So now, what was the event about? It was raising money for the veterans. And I'm so proud we continue to make sure that veterans, not only the World War I, II, but today's veterans are also being remembered. So the Veterans Fund, the money for sure, it's more than this. For sure, it earned last night $22,940. That we know for sure. There's more being added on. So that's all going to veterans, 100% of it. So special thanks to Janet Stevenson and her team, all the volunteers that helped out. Even my granddaughter, my daughter jumped up to help sell the cards. We'll be more professional last year. Some people were complaining about a bingo caller. Well, we'll train them some more, I think. Somebody said, I'll come do 10. I used to be a professional bingo caller. Some guy stopped me at the hotel. I don't know if he's here. I used to be a professional. He said, I'll do 10 games for you guys. He said, I'll practice up for next year. So this is taken very seriously by bingo players. Anyways, and a special thanks to Robert Janai and the rest of the volunteers who held the game, the festivities and game night last night. Did you have a good time last night in that bingo? Did you have a good time? If you do, I'm gonna do it again. Oh, I don't see that much. Okay. Do you want bingo next year at $50,000 or not? Yes or no? Do you want the festival of games to happen next year? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Okay, because we can have concerts, we can have different things, up to you. If you have ideas, send out, maybe you want me to bring a country star, maybe we'll look at that. Okay, but people love the games. Okay, what's next?
Next, we will be announcing the 3 Métis business draws.
Okay. Okay, what is that? Oh, there's hardly anything in here. What happened there?
Exhibitors from the trade show.
Oh, from the trade show, okay.
Each of them get $2,000.
Oh, the exhibitors get money. Okay, that's who it is. Not us, not you. The business people up there, they get all of them get a chance to win $2,000. Every exhibitor. One of the exhibitors is Brandy Domansky. That's New Energy Alternatives. You're going to get $2,000. These are Métis businesses up there, and I really congratulate them. Next one is Christine Bruises. That's Christine Clay and Wood. She's going to get $2,000. Oh, there she is waving her hand already. She said, I want my money now, not after. There she comes, jigging all the way to the front. The next one is Kim Parker, lettered by Dar. Lettered by Dar gets $2,000. Congratulations to those Métis exhibits. They prepare themselves to make sure. So when they come there, you guys organize how to get their money? Okay. Okay, before we keep on the show, my understanding, I got this part to do. And we have to do the draws quickly. This is to represent, again, from each and every one of you, those downstairs, those upstairs, those in this room, and those watching it virtual. There's a lot of work behind the scenes to make everybody happy and feed everybody, get hotel rooms and organize. So again, we want to thank, which you've always appreciated, the hard work of Gloria and Chartrand, who has worked so hard to make your stay as comfortable as possible and as happy as on your behalf. I don't even know what's in there. On your behalf, I'm giving her this gift.
Thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge all the hard work of the entire team that works with me and stands beside me to make your participation at the assembly the best that it can be. So I want to give a big round of applause to the team that worked so hard. Thank you. And thank you. Look at that, is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
And you get those beautiful flowers behind you. And thank you for making everybody stay comfortable. Remember this, these assemblies take months in preparation to get us into this place, to make sure all the hotel rooms are booked, transportation, drivers, you name it, all of this, cameras, and making sure everything's in place. Now what's next?
Next will be the rainbow auction draw.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, it's yours. I need a break. Oh, my drink is right here. No, keep it here. You go.
Okay, so we have all them lined up here. We have, I believe we have 60 some prizes, 66, I think, or 69 prizes, normal. And then we have 20 grand prizes. So what you knew when you were drawing, when you were, oops, sorry. So the amount of money that we've raised for the silent or the rainbow auction upstairs is $36,250. And this is going to the bereavement, or sorry, yeah, the bereavement fund. And $20,000 of that is going to also be provided by Métis N4. So Minister Park is giving $20,000 to kind of match. I rounded it up to 40, so he said half. So it's 20,000. So it's going to be $56,250 that are going to go into the bereavement fund. So I thought that was really great news. So we're going to start doing the draws. You got, what is that they said, bingo? Heads down, cards out, heads down, get your dabber in your hand. Okay.
I just want to remind everybody there that, again, buying these tickets, helping out, and take you in for, that will help 11 families in 11 funerals. So we give $5,000 to all those that pass on, and to help their families if they need it. They apply for it, because some of them have insurance and all the rest of it. They say I'm okay, but if they don't, we give $5,000 to all funerals. So for sure, you help 11 families, have helped them through their grieving time. So thank you again for everybody for sponsoring that.
Thank you, President Chartrand. Okay. Am I on my own? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. So we posted last year, like we posted now, and we did last year already, where we reminded everybody, do not bend your tickets. And we had posters all over the place, so hopefully nobody bent their tickets. So I'm gonna ask Martha to help. And she's going to do the drawing. So right now it's a donation by Minister Beers, Métis CFS Authority, 3-piece LED snowman. It's a blue ticket. I think that's what it is. Yeah. It's in a box, it says Rayon 18. Anyway, blue ticket, 208908. At the back? Okay, we got a winner. Okay. Next. Good draw. All right. Okay, Martha, you gotta shake that thing. This is donated by MMF Finance Department. It's a Yale, a Sherlock SL. Ooh, yellow ticket. Yellow ticket. 043640. 043640. Anybody? Downstairs, maybe? Is there anybody downstairs that's helping the people downstairs to go to the mic? Yes? Okay, perfect, good. All right, this is gonna be the third time.
Down here, we have a winner in the basement.
Pardon?
There's a winner in the basement.
Okay, can you have them come up, please? Thank you. Okay, see, it's a good thing I waited for the basement. Okay, next one. All right, Martha. They'll start getting grumpy right away, so. This one is donated by Minister Chartrand. It's a bear greeter with LED lights for your Christmas. Okay, bear greeter. I thought it said beer greeter. I'm like, they make those now. 043, yellow ticket. 043727. Yellow ticket. 043727. I'm gonna wait. Ah, bingo. All right. Next one. Just moving along. Okay, donated by Minister Fleming. You gotta shake the bag. 12-piece LED lollipop lawn stakes. All right, oh, the yellow ticket again. 042250. 042250. Oh, winner there. Just going all over. Okay, next one. Thank you. Minister Janai. 3-piece Christmas gnome set. Thank you. Yellow ticket 076865. 076865. You got the ticket? Perfect. Okay, come on up. I'll have you out of here in half an hour. IWS Vice Spokeswoman Adrian Carrier, $100 the cake gift card. Wow. She's available if anybody wants to take her on that thing too. Seriously, she's available. Yellow ticket 050484. I didn't say date or anything. I just said to take her for dinner. See? Yellow ticket. Yeah? Okay. Okay, dear Adrian, you might go for dinner. Okay, Minister Goodon, Ameristep blind and, oh yeah, duck decoys. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that he did duck decoys. Okay, yellow ticket 043664. Pretty soon they're gonna start saying, shake the bag, shake the bag. Yeah. We have a winner? 043664. Yes, okay. There's somebody who wants a duck decoys. Okay. Dan, dan, dan. No pressure. This is donated by Minister Vincent Pronto and Associate Minister Mildred Dorian. It's an espresso coffee. You can stay awake. This is white ticket. I didn't even know we sold white tickets. I didn't buy no white tickets. 117211. 117. Ah, okay. Okay. MMF Health and Wellness Department, a T-Fal Easy Fry and Grill Air Fryer. That looks pretty nice. Okay, yellow ticket. I'm pretty sure there's blue in there. I know there's blue in there. 077736. 077, do you have the ticket? Yeah? Huh? Oh, the Nespresso took off already. It left. 077736 yellow ticket for the T-Val Easy Fry Grill. Yes? You guys are not very excited about winning. It's like, yeah, I won again. Somebody win the air fryer? Yes?